Chapter 1. Jonathan Harker's Journal. It was May 3rd. I left Munich on May 1st at 8:35 at night. I got to Vienna the next morning. The train was an hour late. I saw Budapest from the train. It looked like a wonderful place. I was afraid to go far from the station. The train was late and I thought it would leave soon. I felt like I was leaving the west and going to the east. We crossed a bridge over the Danube River. It was a big river. The bridge took us to a place that used to be ruled by Turkish people. We left the city on time. It got dark and we came to Klausenburg. I stayed at the Hotel Royal for the night. For dinner, I had a chicken with red pepper. It was very good but made me thirsty. I asked the waiter what the dish was. He said it was called paprika Händel. It was a national dish and I could get it anywhere in the Carpathian Mountains. My German language skills were useful. I could not have managed without them. Before I left London, I went to the British Museum. I looked at books and maps about Transylvania. I thought it would be good to know about the country before I met the Count. I found out that his home is in the east. It is in the Carpathian Mountains, a wild and not well-known part of Europe. It is close to 3 states, Transylvania, Moldavia, and Bukovina. I could not find a map with Castle Dracula on it. There are no maps like the ones in my country. But I did find Bistritz. It is the town the Count told me about. I will write down some notes so I can remember them later when I talk with Mina. In Transylvania, there are 4 groups of people. There are Saxons in the south. With them are the Wallachs. They are the descendants of the Dacians. In the west are the Magyars, and in the east and north are the Szekelys. I am going to the Szekely people. They say they are descended from Attila and the Huns. This might be true. When the Magyars came here in the 11th century, the Huns were already here. I read that many old superstitions exist in the Carpathian Mountains. My trip might be very interesting. I must ask the Count about them. I did not sleep well. A dog was barking all night. This may be why. Or maybe it was the paprika from dinner. I had to drink all the water in my room. I was still thirsty. I finally fell asleep in the morning. I woke up to a loud knock on my door. I had more paprika for breakfast. I also had a kind of porridge. It was made of corn flour. They called it mamaliga. I also had eggplant stuffed with meat. It was called implatata. I need to get the recipes for Mina. I had to hurry for breakfast. The train was supposed to leave at 8 o'clock. But after I got to the station at 7:30, I sat on the train for an hour before we left. It seems the further east you go, the more the trains are not on time. All day long we went through beautiful country. We saw small towns and castles on steep hills. They looked like something in old books. We passed by rivers and streams. At every station, there were many people. They wore different clothes. Some looked like people at home in England. Others were very different. The women looked pretty from far away, but they had big waists. They had white shirts with big sleeves. They wore large belts with strips of cloth. The men were Slovaks. They had big cowboy hats. They wore baggy white pants, white shirts, and big leather belts. The belts were about a foot wide with brass nails. They wore high boots and had long black hair and mustaches. They look like a gang of robbers. But I was told they are very harmless. It was almost dark when we got to Bistritz. It is an old place. It is close to the border, so it has had a difficult past. 50 years ago, there were many fires. In the 17th century, the city was under attack for 3 weeks. 13,000 people died from the war and from hunger and sickness. Count Dracula told me to go to the Golden Krone Hotel. I was happy it was old-fashioned. I wanted to see how people lived here. A friendly older woman met me at the door. She wore the usual local clothes. She had a white dress with a double apron. She asked me if I was the Englishman. I said yes, my name is Jonathan Harker. She smiled and spoke to an old man. He came back with a letter. It said, "My friend, welcome to the Carpathians. I am waiting for you. Sleep well tonight. Tomorrow at 3, the coach will go to Bukovina. There is a seat for you. My carriage will meet you at the Borgo Pass. It will bring you to me. I hope you had a good trip from London. I hope you enjoy your stay in my beautiful country. Your friend, Dracula." May 4th. The landlord had a letter from the Count. It said to save the best seat on the coach for me. But when I asked questions about it, he was not very open. He said he did not understand my German, but before that, he had understood me. He and his wife looked at each other with fear in their eyes. He mumbled that the money was sent in a letter, and that was all he knew. I asked if he knew Count Dracula. I asked about his castle. They both crossed themselves. They said they knew nothing and would not speak any more. It was almost time to go. I did not have time to ask anyone else. It was all very mysterious and not good. Before I left, the old woman came to my room. She was very nervous. She said, "Must you go? Oh, young man, must you go?" She was so upset that she was not speaking German well. I was just able to understand her. I told her I must go. It was for important business. She asked me, "Do you know what day it is?" I said it was May 4th. She shook her head. She said, "Yes, I know that. But do you know what day it is?" I said no. She said, "It is the night before St. George's Day. Do you know that tonight at midnight all bad things will be free? Do you know where you are going? Do you know what you are going to?" She was very worried. I tried to make her feel better, but it did not work. She got on her knees and asked me not to go. She asked me to wait a day or two. It was silly, but I was not feeling good about it. But I had to go. I had work to do. I could not let anything stop me. I tried to help her up. I thanked her. I told her my work was important and I must go. She stood up and stopped crying. She took a crucifix from her neck and gave it to me. I did not know what to do. I have been taught that these things are not good, but I did not want to be rude to this kind old woman. She saw me thinking. She put the rosary around my neck. She said, "For your mother's sake." Then she left. I am writing in my diary while I wait for the coach. It is late. The crucifix is still on my neck. I do not know if it is because of the old woman's fear or the traditions of this place, or the crucifix, but I do not feel normal. If this book reaches Mina before me, let it be my goodbye. Here comes the coach. May 5th, the castle. It is morning. The sun is high. The things I see are far away. I cannot tell if they are trees or hills. I am not tired. I will write until I fall asleep. I have many strange things to write down. To show that I did not drink too much wine, I will write about my dinner. I had robber steak. It was pieces of bacon, onion, and beef with red pepper. The meat was on a stick and cooked over a fire. The wine was golden mediash. It was a little strange, but good. I only had 2 glasses. When I got on the coach, the driver was talking to the inn owner. They were talking about me. People sitting outside were also listening. They looked at me with pity. I heard many strange words. I got my dictionary from my bag and looked them up. The words were not good. The words were Ordog, Satan, Pokol, Hell, Stragoica, Witch, and Vrolok, and Volkoslak. Both of those words mean the same thing, werewolf or vampire. I must ask the Count about these superstitions. When we left, a crowd of people were at the door. They all made the sign of the cross and pointed 2 fingers at me. I asked a fellow passenger what this meant. He did not want to tell me at first, but when he knew I was English, he told me it was a charm against the evil eye. This was not a good feeling for me. I was going to a place I did not know to meet a man I did not know, but everyone seemed so kind and worried for me. I was touched by this. I will not forget the picture of the inn with all the people crossing themselves. They stood under a big archway with green plants and orange trees. Then our driver cracked his whip and we left. I soon forgot my fears. The country was so beautiful. If I had known the languages, I would not have felt so good. We went through a green land with many forests. There were steep hills with trees and farms on top. There were also many fruit trees with blossoms. The green grass under the trees was covered with fallen petals. The road was rough, but we went fast. I did not know why the driver was in a hurry. I was told that this road is good in the summer, but it was not fixed after the winter snows. The roads in this area are not usually good. It is an old tradition. The rulers would not fix them. They did not want the Turkish people to think they were bringing in foreign troops. That would start a war. High above the green hills there were large forests. The mountains of the Carpathians were all around us. The sun was going down behind them. It lit up all the beautiful colors of the mountains. There was deep blue and purple in the shadows. There was green and brown where the grass and rocks mixed. There were pointy rocks and cliffs that went on forever. In the distance there were big snowy peaks. We saw parts of the mountains with large openings. The sun was sinking. We could see the bright water of a waterfall. One of the other passengers touched my arm. We went around the side of a hill. We saw a tall, snowy mountain peak. It looked like it was right in front of us. He said, "Look, Isten Shek," which means God's seat. He made the sign of the cross. We went on and on. The sun went lower and lower. The shadows of the night started all around us, but the snow on the mountain top was still lit up by the sun. It glowed a soft pink color. We passed by people from the Czech and Slovak groups. They all wore nice clothes, but I saw that many of them had swollen necks. There were many crosses on the side of the road. As we passed them, my friends on the coach all made the sign of the cross. Sometimes we saw a man or woman kneeling in front of a small religious house. They did not even turn around when we came near. They seemed to be praying and did not see or hear the world around them. I saw many new things. For example, I saw hayricks in trees. I also saw beautiful weeping birch trees. Their white trunks shone like silver. We passed carts with a group of people going home. The carts were made to handle the bad roads. The Czech people had white sheepskins on. The Slovak people had colored sheepskins. They had long poles with an axe at the end. It was getting cold as the evening went on. The trees, oak, beech, and pine looked like one dark mist. But in the valleys, the dark fir trees stood out against the snow. Sometimes the road went through the pine woods. It felt like the woods were closing in on us in the dark. The gray things on the trees made it feel strange and serious. It made me think about the strange feelings I had earlier. The sunset made the clouds look like ghosts. The clouds moved all the time through the valleys of the Carpathians. Sometimes the hills were so steep that our horses could only go slowly. I wanted to get out and walk, but the driver said no. He said, "You must not walk here. The dogs are too mean." Then he joked. He said, "And you may have enough of these things before you go to sleep?" The only time he would stop was to light his lamps. When it got dark, the other passengers got excited. They kept talking to the driver, one after another. They wanted him to go faster. He hit the horses with his long whip. He yelled at them to go faster. Then I saw a light ahead of us. It was a gray light. It looked like a break in the hills. The passengers got more excited. The coach moved like a boat in a storm. I had to hold on tight. The road got more flat. We seemed to fly. Then the mountains looked like they were getting closer. They were frowning at us. We were going into the Borgo Pass. One by one, the passengers gave me gifts. They gave them to me with great seriousness. They were strange and different gifts, but each was given in a good way, with kind words and a blessing. They also made the sign of the cross and the sign against the evil eye. I had seen this before at the hotel. As we went faster, the driver bent forward. The other passengers leaned over the side of the coach. They looked into the darkness. It was clear that something exciting was happening or would happen, but no one would tell me anything. We kept going for a while. At last, we saw the pass opening up on the other side. There were dark clouds above us. The air felt heavy. It felt like thunder was coming. It seemed the mountain range had two different kinds of air, and now we were in the thunderous one. I was looking for the carriage that was going to take me to the Count. I thought I would see lights in the darkness, but everything was dark. The only light was from our own lamps. The steam from our horses was a white cloud. We could see the sandy road ahead of us, but there was no carriage. The passengers took a deep breath. They were happy, which made me feel disappointed. I was thinking about what I should do. Then the driver looked at his watch. He said something to the others quietly. I thought he said, "An hour less than the time." Then he turned to me. He said in German that was worse than mine, "There is no carriage here. The man is not expected after all. He will now go to Bukovina. He can come back tomorrow or the next day. The next day is better." While he was talking, the horses began to shake and jump. The driver had to hold them still. Then the passengers screamed and made the sign of the cross. A carriage with 4 horses came from behind us. It stopped next to the coach. The light from our lamps showed that the horses were black and beautiful. A tall man was driving them. He had a long brown beard and a big black hat that hid his face. I could only see his very bright eyes. They looked red in the lamplight. He said to the driver, "You are early tonight, my friend." The man replied, "The Englishman was in a hurry." The stranger said, "That is why, I guess, you wanted him to go on to Bukovina. You cannot fool me, my friend. I know too much, and my horses are fast." He smiled. The light showed his mouth. He had red lips and sharp white teeth. One of the passengers whispered a line from a poem. "For the dead travel fast." The strange driver heard him. He smiled. The passenger turned away. He put out his 2 fingers and made the sign of the cross. "Give me the man's bags," said the driver. My bags were quickly given to him. I got down from the coach. The driver helped me with his hand. He had a very strong grip. Without a word, he shook the reins. The horses turned. We went into the darkness of the pass. I looked back. I saw the steam from the coach's horses. I saw the other passengers making the sign of the cross. The driver cracked his whip and the coach went on to Bukovina. As they disappeared into the dark, I felt a strange coldness and loneliness. But a cloak was put over my shoulders. A blanket was put on my knees. The driver said in good German, "The night is cold, sir. My master, the Count, told me to take good care of you. There is a bottle of plum brandy under the seat if you need it." I did not drink any, but it was good to know it was there. I felt strange and a little scared. If I had another choice, I would have taken it. The carriage went straight for a while. Then we turned and went straight again. It seemed like we were going over the same ground. I looked for a landmark. I saw that we were indeed going in circles. I wanted to ask the driver, but I was afraid to. I thought it would not matter if he wanted to delay. I wanted to know what time it was. I lit a match and looked at my watch. It was almost midnight. This gave me a shock. My recent experiences made the idea of midnight more frightening. I waited with a sick feeling. Then a dog started to howl. It was in a house far down the road. It was a long, sad howl, like it was scared. Another dog started to howl, then another, and another. Soon the wind brought a wild howling from all over the country. The first howl made the horses jump and pull. But the driver spoke to them quietly. They calmed down. But they were still shaking. Then, from far away in the mountains, a louder and sharper howling started. It was from wolves. It scared me and the horses. I wanted to jump out and run. The horses were jumping and pulling. The driver had to use all his strength to stop them. But in a few minutes, I got used to the sound. The horses calmed down. The driver was able to get out. He stood in front of them. He spoke softly to them. He whispered something in their ears. They became easy to handle again, but they were still shaking. The driver got back in his seat. He shook the reins. We went off at a fast speed. This time, after going to the other side of the pass, he turned down a narrow road. It went to the right. Soon we were surrounded by trees. In some places, the trees made a roof over the road. We went through it like a tunnel. Large rocks were also on both sides of us. We could hear the wind. It moaned through the rocks. The tree branches hit each other as we went on. It got colder. Fine snow started to fall. Soon everything was covered in a white blanket. We could still hear the howling of the dogs, but it was not as loud. The howling of the wolves got closer. It was like they were all around us. I was very scared. The horses were scared too. But the driver was not. He kept looking from side to side, but I could not see anything. Suddenly, I saw a faint blue flame on our left. The driver saw it too. He stopped the horses. He jumped out and went into the dark. I did not know what to do. The howling of the wolves was getting closer. But while I was thinking, the driver came back. He got in his seat without a word. We started to go again. I think I fell asleep and dreamed of this. It seemed to happen over and over. It feels like a terrible dream now. Once, the flame was close to the road. I could see what the driver was doing. He went to the flame. It was very faint. It did not light up the area. He gathered some stones and made a shape with them. Once I saw something strange. When he stood between me and the flame, I could still see the flame. It scared me, but it only happened for a moment. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. Then there were no blue flames for a while. We went on through the dark. The wolves were howling all around us. It was like they were following us. At last, the driver went further away than before. The horses started to shake even more. They were screaming with fear. I could not see why. The howling of the wolves had stopped. But then the moon came out from behind the clouds. By its light, I saw a circle of wolves around us. They had white teeth and red tongues. They had long, strong legs and shaggy hair. They were much more scary in the silence than when they were howling. I could not move. I was so scared. A person can only know what it feels like to face such a horror if they have been through it. All at once, the wolves started to howl. It was as if the moonlight made them do it. The horses jumped and pulled. They looked around with scared eyes, but the wolves were all around them. They could not get away. I yelled at the driver to come back. I thought our only chance was to break through the circle of wolves. I yelled and hit the side of the carriage. I hoped the noise would scare the wolves away. I wanted to give him a chance to get back. I do not know how he got there, but I heard him yell in a powerful voice. I looked and saw him standing in the road. He moved his long arms like he was pushing something away. The wolves moved back. A heavy cloud covered the moon. We were in the dark again. When I could see again, the driver was getting into the carriage. The wolves were gone. This was all so strange and not real. A terrible fear came over me. I was afraid to speak or move. We went on for a very long time. It was almost completely dark. The clouds covered the moon. We went up and up, with some parts going down quickly, but we were always going up in general. Suddenly, I saw that the driver was stopping the horses in the yard of a big old castle. There was no light coming from its tall, black windows. The broken top of the castle looked like a jagged line against the moonlit sky. Chapter 2. Jonathan Harker's Journal. On May 5th, I think I was sleeping. I did not see the castle as we came near it. The courtyard was big and dark. There were many dark paths under big stone arches. I have not seen it in the light yet. The driver got out and helped me. I saw his great strength again. His hand was like a strong metal hand. He took my bags out. I stood by a big old door with many iron nails. The stone around the door was carved. Time and weather had worn the carvings away. The driver got back in his seat and the horses started. The carriage went away down a dark path. I stood there alone. I did not know what to do. There was no bell or knocker. My voice would not be heard through the thick walls. The time I waited seemed very long. I felt scared. Where was I? What kind of people lived here? Was this a normal trip for a lawyer's clerk? I am a lawyer now, not a clerk. I had passed my test. I pinched myself to see if I was awake. It all felt like a bad dream. I thought I would wake up at home, but I was awake. I was in the Carpathian Mountains. All I could do was wait. Then I heard a heavy sound behind the door. I saw a light. I heard chains and bolts. A key turned. The big door opened. A tall old man stood there. He had a white mustache. He wore only black clothes. He held an old silver lamp. The light made long shadows. The old man used his right hand to show me in. He spoke in perfect English with a strange sound. "Welcome to my house. Come in freely and of your own will." He did not move to greet me. He was like a statue. But as soon as I walked inside, he moved forward. He took my hand. His hand was as strong as the driver's hand. It was also as cold as ice, like a dead man's hand. He said, "Welcome to my house. Come freely, go safely, and leave some happiness." I asked, "Count Dracula?" He bowed and said, "I am Dracula. Welcome, Mr. Harker. Come in, the night air is cold. You must need to eat and rest." He put the lamp on the wall and took my bags. He carried them inside. I said no, but he said, "No, sir, you are my guest. My people are not here. I will take care of you." He carried my bags up a long, winding staircase. Our steps made a loud noise on the stone floor. He opened a door. I was happy to see a well-lit room. There was a table ready for supper. There was a big, warm fire. The Count put my bags down. He closed the door. He opened another door to a small room. He opened another door and showed me in. It was a bedroom. It was well lit and warm. There was another fire. The Count left my bags and said, "You must be tired. Please get ready. When you are ready, come for supper." The light and warmth made me feel better. I was very hungry. I got ready quickly and went to the other room. Supper was ready. My host stood by the fireplace. He showed me the table with his hand. He said, "Please eat what you like." I will not eat with you. I have already had my dinner. I gave him a letter from Mr. Hawkins. He read it. Then he gave it to me to read. One part made me happy. It said that I was a good substitute, full of energy and talent. It also said that I was a lawyer now. The Count took the cover off a dish. I ate a roast chicken. I also had cheese, a salad, and some wine. The Count asked me about my journey. I told him everything. I finished supper. My host asked me to sit by the fire and smoke a cigar. He said he does not smoke. I looked at him closely. He had a very strong face. His nose was long. His forehead was high. His hair was not thick on the sides. His eyebrows were very thick and met over his nose. His mouth was covered by a thick mustache. His teeth were very white and sharp. They stuck out over his lips. His ears were pale and pointed. His chin was strong. His face was very pale. I looked at his hands. They were on his knees. They looked fine, but when I saw them up close, they were broad with short fingers. There was hair on the center of his palms. His nails were long and sharp. When his hands touched me, I felt strange. I felt sick. The Count saw this and moved away. He smiled a strange smile. We were both quiet. I saw the first light of morning. I heard the sound of wolves from the valley below. The Count's eyes shone. He said, "Listen to them. The children of the night. What music they make." I think my face showed how strange I thought this was. He added, "Ah, you city people do not understand hunters." Then he stood up and said, "You must be tired. Your room is ready. You can sleep late tomorrow. I must be away until the afternoon. Sleep well." He opened the door for me. I went to my room. I feel so many things. I doubt, I fear. I think strange thoughts that I cannot tell myself. God help me. On May 7th, it is early morning. I have rested. I slept very late. I woke up on my own. I went to the supper room. There was a cold breakfast ready. A card on the table said, "I have to be away for a while. Do not wait for me. D." I ate a big meal. I looked for a bell to call a servant, but I could not find one. There are strange things in this house. The wealth is amazing. The dishes are gold. The curtains are very old and beautiful. But there is no mirror. I had to use my small shaving mirror. I have not seen a servant. I have not heard a sound except the wolves. I finished my meal. I looked for a book to read. There was nothing in the room. I opened another door. It was a library. I tried the door across from my room, but it was locked. I was very happy to see so many English books in the library. There were also old magazines and newspapers. The books were about many things. There were books about England, its laws, and its people. There was a book of lawyers, and I was happy to see it. The door opened. The Count came in. He said he hoped I had a good night. He said, "I am glad you found this room. These books have been my friends. They have taught me about England. I want to see your city. I want to be in the middle of life and people. But I only know your language from books. I need you to teach me how to speak it." I said, "But Count, you speak English perfectly." He bowed in a formal way. "Thank you for the kind words," he said, "but I am not that good. I know the grammar and the words, but I don't know how to speak them correctly." "You speak excellently," I said. "No," he said. "If I were in London, people would know I am a stranger. That is not enough for me. Here I am a nobleman. People know me, and I am the master. But a stranger is nothing in a new country. No one knows them. I want to be like everyone else. I do not want people to stop and stare or say, 'Oh, a stranger?' I have been a master for so long. I want to be a master still. or at least not have anyone be a master over me. You came to tell me about my new house in London. Please stay for a while. I want to learn English sounds. Please tell me when I make a mistake. I am sorry I was away today, but I have many important things to do. I said I was happy to help. I asked if I could go into the library whenever I wanted. Yes, of course, he said. He added, you can go anywhere in the castle except where the doors are locked. There is a reason for everything. If you saw with my eyes, you would understand. I said I was sure of this. He continued, we are in Transylvania. Transylvania is not England. Our ways are not your ways. You will see many strange things. You already know this from what you have seen. We talked a lot. He seemed to want to talk. I asked him many questions about things that had happened to me. Sometimes he changed the subject, but mostly he answered me. I asked him about the strange blue flames I saw the night before. He told me that on a certain night, like last night, a blue flame appears where there is buried treasure. He said, there is surely treasure hidden here. This land was fought over for many years. So much blood was spilled. I asked, how is the treasure still there if the flames show where it is? He smiled. His long, sharp teeth showed. He said, because people here are scared and foolish. The flames only appear for one night. On that night, no one goes outside. And even if they did, they would not know what to do. You yourself would not know where to look in the daylight, would you? You are right, I said. I would not know where to look. We then talked about other things. Tell me about London and my new house, he said. I went to my room to get the papers. When I came back, the table was clean. The lamp was on. The Count was in the library. He was reading a guide to London. He cleared the papers from the table. We looked at the plans and numbers. He was very interested. He asked many questions. He knew more about the area than I did. I said this to him. He answered, it is important that I know. When I go there, I will be alone. You, Jonathan Harker, will be far away in Exeter. You will be working with our friend Peter Hawkins. We talked about the house in Purfleet. I gave him the papers and his signature. I wrote a letter to Mr. Hawkins. He asked me how I found such a good place. I read him my notes. I found a place for sale in Purfleet. It is called Carfax. It has a high old stone wall. The gates are old wood and rusted iron. The house has 4 sides and faces the main directions. The area is about 20 acres. There are many trees. There is a dark pond. The house is very old and big. One part is very thick stone. It looks like a tower. It is next to an old church or chapel. I could not go inside. There are not many houses nearby. One is a new mental hospital, but you cannot see it from the grounds. When I finished, he said, I am happy that it is old and big. I am from an old family. A new house would kill me. I am also happy there is a chapel. We nobles do not want our bones to be with the common people. I do not like fun or sun. I am not young. My heart is sad from years of death. My castle walls are broken. The wind blows cold. I like the shade. I want to be alone with my thoughts. His words and face did not seem to match. His smile looked mean. He left the room for a short time. He asked me to put my papers together. I looked at the books. One was an atlas. It was open to the map of England. On the map, there were small circles. One was near London, where his house was. The other 2 were Exeter and Whitby. The Count came back. He said, Still reading? Good, but you must not work all the time. Your supper is ready. He took my arm. We went to the next room. There was a good supper on the table. He said he had already eaten, but he sat with me and talked while I ate. After supper, I smoked a cigar. He stayed and talked for hours. I knew it was late, but I felt I should do what he wanted. I was not sleepy. I felt the cold air that comes before the morning. They say people who are dying often die when the dawn comes. Suddenly we heard a rooster crow. Count Dracula stood up quickly. "Why, it is morning again! How careless of me to let you stay up so long. You must make your stories about London less interesting, so I do not forget the time," he said. He bowed and left the room. I went to my room. I pulled the curtains. I could not see much. The window looked into the courtyard. I saw the light of the morning, so I closed the curtains and wrote this. On May 8th, I started to be afraid. I am writing a lot, but I am happy about it. This place is so strange. I want to be safe. I wish I had never come. Maybe this night life is affecting me. I have no one to talk to. I only have the Count. I fear I am the only living person here. I must stick to the facts. If I let my mind go wild, I am lost. I slept for only a few hours. I got up. I hung my shaving mirror by the window. I started to shave. Suddenly, I felt a hand on my shoulder. I heard the Count's voice. "Good morning." I was shocked. I had not seen him. The mirror showed the whole room behind me. I cut myself. I did not notice it at first. I answered him. I looked in the mirror again to see how I had missed him. This time, I saw him. He was close behind me, but there was no reflection of him in the mirror. I could see the whole room, but not him. This was shocking. The cut bled a little. I turned to get a bandage. When the Count saw the blood, his eyes burned with anger. He grabbed at my throat. I moved away. His hand touched the cross I was wearing. He changed right away. His anger went away so fast I could not believe it was there. "Be careful," he said. "Be careful when you cut yourself. It is more dangerous than you think here." Then he grabbed the mirror. "This thing has done the harm," he said. "It is a bad thing." He opened the heavy window with his strong hand. He threw the mirror out. It broke into many pieces on the stones below. He left without another word. It is annoying. I do not know how I will shave. I went to the dining room. Breakfast was ready. I could not find the Count. I ate alone. It is strange that I have not seen the Count eat or drink. He must be a very strange man. After breakfast, I walked around the castle. I went to a room that looked south. The view was amazing. The castle is on the edge of a great cliff. A stone would fall 1,000 feet. I could see many green trees. I saw a river. But I cannot describe the beauty. After seeing the view, I went on. Doors, doors, doors everywhere. All of them were locked. The only way out of the castle is through the windows. The castle is a prison. I am a prisoner. Chapter 3. Jonathan Harker's Journal. When I realized I was a prisoner, I felt a wild panic. I ran around, trying every door and window, but soon I felt helpless. Looking back, I think I was crazy for a while, like a rat in a trap. But once I accepted I was helpless, I sat down and started to think. I am still thinking, but I have no clear plan yet. I am sure of one thing. I must not tell the Count my thoughts. He knows I am a prisoner. He did this himself for his own reasons, and he would only lie to me if I told him the truth. My only plan is to keep my fears to myself, and my eyes open. I am either very afraid for no reason, or I am in a bad situation. If it is the second, I will need all my intelligence to get out. Soon after I decided this, I heard the big door below close. The Count was back. He did not come to the library right away. I went to my room. I found him making the bed. This was strange, but it proved what I had thought. There are no servants here. Later, I saw him setting the table in the dining room. I was sure then, if he is doing all the work, there is no one else. This scared me. If there are no servants, the Count must have been the driver of the carriage. This is a terrible thought. How could he control the wolves with just a wave of his hand? Why were the people in Bistritz so scared for me? Why did they give me a crucifix, garlic, wild rose, and mountain ash? I am so thankful for the good woman who gave me the crucifix. It gives me comfort and strength when I touch it. It is strange that something I was taught to dislike helps me now. I must figure this out later. For now, I need to learn about Count Dracula. It might help me understand. Tonight, I will try to get him to talk about himself. I must be careful not to make him suspicious. I had a long talk with the Count. I asked him about Transylvanian history. He became very excited. When he talked about people and battles, it was as if he had been there. He said that for a nobleman, his family's pride is his own pride. Their glory is his glory. He always said we like a king. I wish I could write down everything he said. It was so interesting. It was like the whole history of the country was in his words. He walked around the room, pulling his mustache and grabbing things as if he would crush them. He said one thing I will try to write down, as it tells the story of his people. We Sekeles have a right to be proud. We have the blood of brave people who fought like lions. Here, our people came from a fighting race. They came from Iceland. People thought they were werewolves. Here, they found the Huns, who were a warlike people. People said they had the blood of witches. What witch was as great as Attila, whose blood is in my veins? He held up his arms. Is it a surprise we were a conquering people? Is it strange that we fought back the thousands of men who came to our land? We guarded the border against the Turks for centuries. We were always ready to fight for the king. One of my own family, a voivode, crossed the river and beat the Turks. This was a true Dracula. It was a shame that his own brother betrayed him to the Turks. It was this Dracula who inspired another of his family. He fought the Turks again and again, even when he was alone. They said he only thought of himself. But what good are peasants without a leader? The Sekeles, with the Dracula as their heart and mind, have a history that families like the Habsburgs cannot match. The fighting days are over. Blood is too precious now. The great glories are like a story. It was almost morning. We went to bed. This diary is starting to seem like it has to stop every time the rooster crows. Let me start with facts. Just the facts. I cannot get them mixed up with my own thoughts. Last night, the Count came to me. He asked me questions about the law. I had spent the day reading. I went over some of the things I learned in London. The Count's questions were organized. I will write them down. The knowledge might be useful to me. First, he asked if a person in England could have more than one lawyer. I said yes, but it is not a good idea. Only one lawyer can work on a case at a time. He seemed to understand. He then asked if it would be difficult to have one lawyer for banking and another for shipping. I asked him to explain. He said, "Your friend Mr. Hawkins in Exeter buys my new place in London. I chose him because he is far away from London. No local people would be involved. A local lawyer might want to help his friends. Now, suppose I want to ship things to another city like Newcastle or Dover. Would it be easier to have a lawyer there?" I said yes, it would be easier. But I told him lawyers have a system. A lawyer can get help from a local lawyer. So a client only needs one lawyer to do everything for them. "But," he said, "I could do it myself, right?" "Of course," I said. Business people often do that. They do not want one person to know everything about their affairs. Good, he said. Then he asked about the rules for shipping things. He asked about problems that could happen. I explained everything. He would have been a great lawyer. He thought of everything. For a man who has never been to England, his knowledge was amazing. When I had answered all his questions, he stood up. Have you written to Mr. Hawkins since your first letter? He asked. I was a little angry. I said no, I had not had a chance to send any letters. Then write now, my young friend, he said, putting his heavy hand on my shoulder. Write to him and to anyone else. Tell them you will stay with me for another month. Do you want me to stay so long? I asked. The thought made me scared. I want it very much. I will not accept no. When Mr. Hawkins sent you, it was for my needs only. I have given you what you need. Is that not true? What could I do but agree? I had to think of Mr. Hawkins, not myself. And as the Count spoke, I remembered I was a prisoner. I had no choice. The Count saw he had won. He saw my fear. He started to use his power over me in his own smooth way. My friend, I ask you not to talk about other things in your letters. It will make your friends happy to know you are well and will be home soon. Is this not right? As he spoke, he gave me 3 thin sheets of paper and 3 envelopes. I looked at the paper, then at him. I saw his smile and his sharp teeth. I knew he would read my letters, so I decided to write only simple notes. I would write a longer letter to Mr. Hawkins later. I would also write a letter to Mina in shorthand. That way, the Count could not read it. When I finished my letters, I sat quietly and read. The Count wrote several notes. He used some books on the table. He took my letters and put them with his own. He put away his writing things. When he left the room, I looked at the letters on the table. I felt it was right to do this to protect myself. One letter was for a man in Whitby. Another was for a man in Varna. The third was to a bank in London. The fourth was to a bank in Budapest. The second and fourth were not sealed. I was about to look at them when I saw the door handle move. I quickly sat back down and grabbed my book. The Count came back in with another letter. He took the letters from the table and sealed them. Then he turned to me and said, I have much work to do tonight. I hope you will find everything you need. He turned at the door and said, Let me warn you. If you leave these rooms, do not sleep in any other part of the castle. It is old. There are bad dreams for those who do not sleep wisely. Be careful. If you feel sleepy, go to your room. Your rest will be safe there. If you are not careful, he said, and made a washing motion with his hands. I understood. I wondered if any dream could be worse than the real life I was in. I now agree with my last words. I will not be afraid to sleep where he is not. I have put my cross over my bed. I think my sleep is better now. It will stay there. After he left, I went to my room. After a while, I went out. I went up the stairs to look south. The view was wide and open, unlike the dark courtyard. Looking out, I felt like a prisoner. I wanted fresh air, even at night. This life at night is making me nervous. I get scared by my own shadow. I am full of bad thoughts. I have a good reason to be scared in this terrible place. I looked at the beautiful view. It was lit by a soft yellow moon. It was almost as bright as day. The distant hills looked soft. The valleys were dark. The beauty made me feel better. I felt peaceful. As I looked out the window, I saw something move below me. It was on the left, where the Count's room should be. I hid behind the stone of the window. I saw the Count's head come out of the window. I did not see his face, but I knew it was him from his hands. I had seen them many times. At first, I was interested. But then I felt fear. The whole man slowly climbed out of the window. He began to crawl down the castle wall, face down. His cloak was like big wings. I thought it was a trick of the moonlight, but I kept looking. It was real. I saw his fingers and toes grip the stones. He moved down the wall quickly, like a lizard. What kind of man is this? What kind of creature is this? I am so afraid. I am so scared. There is no escape. I am surrounded by horrors that I do not want to think about. I saw the Count crawl out like a lizard again. He went down and to the left. He disappeared into a hole or a window. When his head was gone, I looked out. I could not see him. The distance was too great. I knew he was gone. I decided to explore the castle. I went back to my room and got a lamp. I tried all the doors. They were all locked as I expected. I went down to the main hall. I could open the bolts and chains on the big door, but the door was locked. The key was gone. It must be in the Count's room. I must watch his door. Maybe I can get the key and escape. I looked at the stairs and halls. I tried the doors. A few small rooms were open. There was nothing in them but old, dusty furniture. Finally, I found a door at the top of a staircase. It seemed locked, but it moved a little when I pushed it. I pushed harder. It was not locked. The hinges had fallen. I had to force the door open. I was in a different part of the castle. It was on the right side. The rooms faced south and west. There was a big cliff on those sides. The castle was on a rock, so it was impossible to attack from 3 sides. The windows were big. It was light inside. This part of the castle must have been for ladies in the past. The furniture was comfortable. The windows had no curtains. The yellow moonlight came in. It made everything soft. My lamp did not seem bright, but I was happy I had it. This place was lonely and cold, but it was better than my rooms. I sat down at a small table. A lady probably sat here to write a love letter a long time ago. I am writing in my diary now. I am glad I know shorthand. The old times had their own powers. My modern ways cannot kill them. May 16th, morning. God, please keep me sane. I have no more hope. All I can do is hope I do not go mad. If I am sane, then it is crazy that I feel safest with the Count. I can only be safe as long as I am useful to him. My God, let me be calm. The Count's warning now frightens me even more. He has a terrible power over me. I am afraid to doubt what he says. After I wrote in my diary, I felt sleepy. The Count's warning came to mind, but I wanted to ignore it. The moonlight was soft. The view was wide. I felt free. I decided not to go back to my rooms. I would sleep here. I moved a couch and lay down. I did not care about the dust. I hoped I fell asleep. But what happened next was so real. Even now, in the daylight, I cannot believe it was a dream. I was not alone. The room was the same. I could see my footprints in the dust. In the moonlight, 3 young women stood in front of me. They did not cast shadows. They came closer and looked at me. They whispered. 2 had dark hair and dark eyes. They had noses like the Count. Their eyes looked red in the pale moonlight. The 3rd woman was fair. She had golden hair and blue eyes. I felt like I knew her face. It was connected to some fear I had. All 3 had white teeth that looked like pearls against their red lips. I felt a strange mix of desire and fear. I had a bad, burning desire for them to kiss me with those red lips. I do not want to write this down, in case Mina reads it. But it is the truth. They laughed. It was a beautiful laugh, but it was hard and cold. The fair woman shook her head. The others told her to go on. One said, "Go on. You are first. We will follow. You have the right to start. The other said, He is young and strong. There are kisses for all of us. I lay there looking through my eyelashes. I felt a terrible and wonderful feeling. The fair woman came and bent over me. I could feel her breath. It was sweet, like honey, but it had a bitter taste, like blood. I was afraid to open my eyes. I watched from under my eyelashes. The woman got on her knees and leaned over me. She licked her lips like an animal. I could see the moisture on her red lips and tongue in the moonlight. Her head went lower. Her lips were about to touch my throat. She stopped. I heard her tongue on her teeth and lips. I felt her hot breath on my neck. My skin tingled. I felt the soft touch of her lips. I felt two hard, sharp teeth. They were just touching my throat. I closed my eyes. My heart was beating. I waited. Suddenly, I felt a new feeling. I knew the Count was there. He was full of rage. My eyes opened on their own. I saw his strong hand grab the woman's neck. He pulled her back with great force. Her blue eyes were full of anger. Her teeth were grinding. Her cheeks were red. But the Count! I have never seen such rage. His eyes were like fire from hell. His face was pale. His eyebrows were like a hot metal bar. With a powerful motion, he threw the woman away. He made a motion to the others like he was pushing them back. It was the same motion he used to the wolves. In a low voice, almost a whisper, he said, "How dare you touch him? How dare you look at him? This man belongs to me. Be careful, or you will have to deal with me." The fair woman laughed and said, "You never loved. You never love." The other women joined her. They all laughed. It was a hard, soulless laugh that made me feel faint. The Count looked at my face. Then he whispered, "Yes, I can love. You know this from the past. When I am done with him, you can kiss him. Now go. I must wake him. There is work to be done." "Do we get nothing tonight?" one of them asked. She laughed and pointed to a bag on the floor. It moved like there was something alive inside. He nodded. One of the women opened the bag. I heard a gasp and a soft cry like a child. The women gathered around the bag. I was full of horror. Then they disappeared. The bag was gone too. They did not leave through a door. They seemed to fade into the moonlight and go out the window. I saw their dark forms for a moment before they vanished. Then the horror was too much for me. I passed out. Chapter 4. Jonathan Harker's Journal. I woke up in my own bed. If it was not a dream, the Count must have carried me here. I tried to remember, but I could not be sure. My clothes were folded in a way I would not fold them. My watch was not wound. I always wind it before bed. These little things are not proof. They could mean that my mind was not right. But I need to watch for proof. I am happy about one thing. If the Count did carry me here, he must have been in a hurry. My pockets were not touched. He would have taken or destroyed my diary. I now feel safer in my room. Nothing can be more terrible than those women who want to drink my blood. On May 18th, I went to look at that room again. I had to know the truth. The doorway at the top of the stairs was closed. It had been pushed so hard that the wood was broken. The lock was not in place, but the door was held from the inside. I am afraid it was not a dream. I must act on this. On May 19th, I am surely trapped. Last night, the Count asked me to write 3 letters. One said my work was almost done and I would be home soon. The second said I was leaving the next morning. The third said I had left the castle and arrived in Bistritz. I wanted to refuse, but I knew it would be crazy to fight him. He knows I know too much. He thinks I must not live. My only chance is to stay alive. Something might happen to let me escape. I saw the same anger in his eyes that I saw when he threw the fair woman away. He said the post was not reliable. He wanted to make my friends feel better. He said he would cancel the last 2 letters if I could stay longer. I had to agree. He asked me what dates to put on the letters. He thought for a minute and said, "The first should be June 12th, the second June 19th, and the third June 29th. I know the time I have left. God help me." On May 28th, there is a chance to escape or at least send a message. Some gypsies came to the castle. They are called Szgany. I have notes about them. They are like other gypsies. They are not scared and do not have a religion, only superstitions. They speak their own language. I will write some letters and try to get them to post them. I have talked to them through my window. They took off their hats and bowed, but I did not understand their words or their signs. I have written the letters. Mina's is in shorthand. I asked Mr. Hawkins to contact her. I told her my situation, but not the horrible parts. It would scare her too much. If the letters do not get there, the Count will not know my secret. I gave them the letters. I threw them through the bars of my window with a gold coin. I made signs to ask them to post them. The man who took them held them to his heart and bowed. He put them in his hat. I could do no more. I went back to the library to read. The Count did not come in, so I am writing here. The Count came in. He sat down next to me. He held 2 letters and said, "The gypsies gave me these. I will take care of them. See?" He looked at one. "One is from you, to my friend Peter Hawkins. The other, he saw the strange symbols as he opened it. His face became dark. His eyes were angry. The other is a bad thing, an insult. It is not signed. It does not matter." He held the letter in the lamp flame until it was gone. Then he said, "I will send the letter to Hawkins. Your letters are important to me. Forgive me for opening it. Will you put it in a new envelope?" He gave me a clean envelope. I put the address on it and gave it back to him. When he left the room, I heard the key turn in the lock. A minute later, I tried the door. It was locked. An hour or 2 later, the Count came back. I had fallen asleep on the sofa. He was kind and cheerful. He said, "You are tired, my friend? Go to bed. That is the best rest. I have much work to do, so I cannot talk tonight. But I hope you will sleep." I went to my room and to bed. I slept without dreaming. Despair has a way of making you feel calm. On May 31st, I woke up. I wanted to get some paper and envelopes from my bag to keep in my pocket. But I had another shock. All my paper was gone. My notes, my money, everything that would help me escape was gone. I sat and thought. I looked in my suitcase and in the closet. My clothes were gone. My coat and my blanket were gone. This must be part of some new evil plan. On June 17th, I was sitting on my bed, thinking. I heard the sound of whips and horses outside. I went to the window. 2 large wagons, each with 8 horses, were in the yard. The drivers were men with big hats, dirty clothes, and high boots. I ran to the door to go downstairs and talk to them, but my door was locked from the outside. I ran back to the window. I yelled at them. They looked at me and pointed. Just then, the leader of the gypsies came out. He saw them pointing at me. He said something and they laughed. After that, they would not look at me, no matter how much I begged. The wagons were full of large square boxes. The drivers handled them easily. The boxes must have been empty. When the boxes were unloaded, the gypsies gave the men some money. The men went to their horses. Soon I could not hear the whips anymore. On June 24th, before morning, the Count left me early. He locked himself in his room. I went to the window that faces south. I wanted to watch for the Count. Something is happening. The gypsies are in the castle. They are doing some kind of work. I can hear the sound of a shovel. This must be the end of some terrible crime. I had been at the window for less than an hour. I saw something come out of the Count's window. I moved back and watched. The whole man came out. He was wearing the clothes I had worn when I arrived. He had the terrible bag I had seen the women with. There was no doubt about what he was doing. He was wearing my clothes. This is his new evil plan. He will let people see him so they will think it is me. He will post my letters. People will blame me for the bad things he does. I am so angry. I am a prisoner, but I do not have the protection of the law. I decided to wait for the Count to come back. I sat at the window for a long time. I started to see small specks floating in the moonlight. They were like dust. They moved around. I watched them. I felt calm. I sat back to enjoy them. Then I heard something. It was a dog howling far away in the valley. The sound was loud. The dust motes seemed to change shape as they danced. I felt my soul trying to wake up. I felt like I was being put in a trance. The dust danced faster. The moonlight seemed to shake. The dust started to look like people. Then I jumped. I was fully awake. I screamed and ran from the room. The people I saw were the 3 women who had been there before. I ran to my room. It felt safer there. There was no moonlight, and my lamp was on. A couple of hours later, I heard something in the Count's room. It was like a loud cry. It was quickly stopped. Then there was a terrible silence. I tried the door, but it was locked. I was a prisoner. I sat down and cried. I heard a sound in the courtyard. It was the sad cry of a woman. I ran to the window. I looked out. A woman with wild hair was leaning against the gate. When she saw me, she yelled, "Monster! Give me my child!" She fell to her knees and cried the same words. She tore at her hair. She hit her chest. She cried and cried. I could not see her anymore, but I heard her hands hitting the door. I heard the Count's voice from high up on the tower. He was whispering in a harsh voice. The wolves answered him. In a few minutes, a pack of wolves ran into the courtyard. The woman did not cry out again. The wolves stopped howling. Soon they walked away one by one. They were licking their lips. I could not feel bad for the woman. I knew what had happened to her child. She was better off dead. What can I do? How can I get away from this evil place? On June 25th, in the morning, a man does not know how good morning is until he has suffered at night. The sun hit the top of the gate across from my window. It was like a dove had landed there. My fear disappeared. I must do something while I feel brave. Last night, one of my letters was sent. The first of the letters that will make it seem like I am gone. I must not think about it. I must act. It is always at night that I am in danger. I have not seen the Count in the daytime. Maybe he sleeps when others are awake and wakes when they sleep. I wish I could get into his room, but the door is always locked. There is no way for me. Yes, there is a way, if I am brave enough. Where his body went, why can't mine go? I saw him crawl out of his window. I can do it too. It is a big risk, but I must. The worst that can happen is death. A man's death is not like a calf's. Maybe I can still go to heaven. God help me. Goodbye, Mina, if I fail. Goodbye, my friend. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye, Mina. Tomorrow, my friend, we must part ways. You will go back to England. I must do some work. We may never meet again. Your letter has been sent. Tomorrow I will not be here, but everything will be ready for your trip. In the morning, the gypsies will come. Also, Some Slovaks will come. After they are gone, my carriage will take you to meet the coach. The coach will take you to Bistritz. I hope to see you again at my castle. I did not trust him. I wanted to see if he was telling the truth. I asked him directly, "Why can't I leave tonight?" "Because, dear sir, my driver and horses are away," he said, "but I will happily walk. I want to leave right away." He smiled a smooth, evil smile. I knew it was a trick. He said, "And your bags?" "I do not care about them. I can get them another time." The Count stood up. He spoke with a kind voice that seemed so real. "You English have a saying I like. Welcome the coming, send the guest on their way. Come with me, my friend. You will not stay here against your will, even though I am sad to see you go. Come." He led the way with a lamp. We went down the stairs and into the hall. He suddenly stopped. "Listen!" We heard the howling of many wolves. It was as if the sound came from his hand. He then went to the door. He pulled back the big bolts. He unhooked the chains. He began to open the door. I was shocked to see that it was not locked. I looked around, but I could not see a key. As the door opened, the howling of the wolves grew louder. I saw their red mouths and feet. I knew it was useless to fight the Count now. He had these wolves helping him. The door kept opening slowly. Only the Count stood in the way. It came to me that this might be my death. I was to be given to the wolves. I shouted, "Shut the door! I will wait until morning." I covered my face to hide my tears. With one powerful arm, the Count slammed the door shut. The bolts clanged loudly. We returned to the library. After a few minutes, I went to my room. The last thing I saw was the Count kissing his hand to me. There was a look of victory in his eyes and a smile that a demon would be proud of. When I was in my room, I heard whispering at my door. I went to it and listened. I heard the Count's voice. "Go back to your place. Your time has not come yet. Wait, tonight is mine. Tomorrow night is yours." I heard a laugh. I angrily opened the door. The 3 women were there, licking their lips. When they saw me, they all laughed and ran away. I went back to my room and fell to my knees. Is it so close to the end? Tomorrow. God help me and those I love. June 30th, morning. These might be the last words I write. I slept until dawn. When I woke, I knelt and prayed. I wanted death to find me ready. I felt a change in the air. Morning had come. I heard the rooster crow. I felt safe. I opened my door and ran to the hall. I had seen that the door was unlocked. Escape was so close. With shaking hands, I unhooked the chains and pulled back the bolts. But the door would not move. I was filled with despair. I pulled and pulled. I shook the door. I could see the bolt. It had been locked after I left the Count. I had a wild idea to get the key. I would climb the wall and go to the Count's room. He might kill me, but death seemed better than what was to come. I rushed to the east window. I climbed down the wall to the Count's room. It was empty. The key was not there, but the pile of gold was. I went through the door and down the stairs to the chapel. I knew where to find him. The large box was in the same spot. The lid was on it. It was not nailed down. The nails were ready. I had to get to his body to find the key. I lifted the lid. I saw something that filled me with horror. The Count was there. He looked younger. His hair was dark gray. His cheeks were full. His skin was red under the white. His mouth was redder than ever. There was fresh blood on his lips. His eyes seemed swollen. The creature was full of blood. He lay like a full leech. I was scared to touch him. My whole body did not want to. But I had to search. If I did not, I would be food for those women. I searched his body, but I could not find the key. I stopped and looked at the Count. There was a mocking smile on his face. This was the man I was helping to go to London. He would be there for centuries. He would get his fill of blood and make new creatures. The thought made me crazy. I wanted to kill him. There was no weapon. I grabbed a shovel the workers used. I raised it and hit his face. His head turned. His eyes looked at me. They were full of a terrible horror. I was frozen. The shovel hit his face and made a deep cut. The shovel fell from my hand. It hit the lid of the box and it closed. The last thing I saw was his face, full of blood and a terrible smile. I thought about what to do next. But my mind was on fire. I felt despair. I heard a song in the distance. It was the gypsies and Slovaks the Count had talked about. I heard the sound of wheels and whips. I took a last look at the box and ran to the Count's room. I would run out when the door opened. I listened. I heard the key turn in the lock downstairs. The door opened. Someone must have a key. I heard many feet coming into the hall. I turned to go back to the chapel, but a strong wind blew the door to the stairs shut. I tried to open it, but it was stuck. I was a prisoner again. My fate was getting closer. As I write, I hear many feet downstairs. I hear heavy things being put down. It must be the boxes of earth. I hear hammering. The box is being nailed shut. I hear feet again in the hall. The door closes. The chains rattle. I hear the key turn and be removed. Another door opens and closes. I hear the lock and bolt. Listen, I hear the wheels and whips outside. I hear the gypsies singing. They are leaving. I am alone in the castle with those 3 women. They are not like Mina. They are devils. I will not stay here with them. I will try to climb down the castle wall. I will take some gold with me. I might find a way out of this terrible place. Then I will go home. I will get on the first train. I will get away from this evil place. I will get away from this evil land, where the devil and his children still walk. Later the same day, I have tried to escape. God helped me, and I am back in my room. I must write down every detail. I went to the window on the south side. I went outside onto a stone ledge. The stones were big and rough. The mortar was gone. I took off my boots. I looked down once so I would not get dizzy. Then I looked away from the horrible depth. I knew where the Count's window was. I climbed toward it. I was so excited that I did not feel dizzy. I was at the window in a short time. I climbed in. I looked for the Count. I was happy and surprised. The room was empty. It was barely furnished. The furniture was dusty. I looked for the key. It was not in the lock. I could not find it anywhere. The only thing I found was a pile of old gold coins. They were covered in dust. There were also old chains and jewels. There was a heavy door in one corner. I tried it. It was open. It led to a stone passage and a circular staircase. I went down carefully. The stairs were dark. At the bottom there was a dark tunnel. It smelled like old earth. As I went through, the smell got stronger. At last I opened a heavy door that was a little open. I was in an old ruined chapel. The roof was broken. There were steps to vaults. The ground was freshly dug. The earth was in big wooden boxes. These were the boxes the Slovaks had brought. No one was there. I looked for another way out, but there was none. I went over every inch of the ground. I even went into the vaults. It was a terrifying experience. In 2 of them, I saw old coffins and dust. In the 3rd, I made a discovery. There, in one of the 50 big boxes on a pile of earth, was the Count. He was either dead or asleep. His eyes were open. but not like a dead person's. His cheeks were warm. His lips were as red as ever. But there was no sign of life, no breath, no heartbeat. He had not been there long. The smell of the earth would have been gone in a few hours. Next to the box was the lid. It had holes in it. I thought he might have the keys on him. I went to search him, but I saw his dead eyes. They had such a look of hate. I ran away. I went back to my room by climbing the castle wall. I threw myself on the bed. I tried to think. On June 29th, it is the date of my last letter. The Count is making sure it looks real. I saw him leave the castle from the same window. He was wearing my clothes. He was climbing like a lizard. I wished I had a gun to kill him, but I am afraid a normal weapon would not hurt him. I did not want to wait for him to come back. I was afraid of the 3 women. I went back to the library. I read until I fell asleep. The Count woke me. He looked at me with a grim face. At least God's mercy is better than these monsters. The cliff is steep and high. At its bottom, a man can rest as a man. Goodbye, everyone. Mina. Chapter 5. Letters. Lucy and Mina. May 9th. My dearest Lucy, I am sorry I have not written sooner. I have been very busy. Being an assistant teacher can be hard. I want to be with you by the sea. We can talk and dream together there. I have been working very hard to keep up with Jonathan's schoolwork. I have also been learning shorthand. When we are married, I want to help Jonathan with his work. I can take notes for him and then type them on a typewriter. I am practicing typing very hard. Jonathan and I sometimes write letters in shorthand. He is keeping a journal of his travels in shorthand. When I am with you, I will keep a diary like that. I do not mean a small one, but a real journal that I can write in whenever I want. I do not think it will be interesting to others. It is not for them. Maybe I will show it to Jonathan someday. I will try to do what women journalists do, interview people and remember conversations. They say that with practice, you can remember everything you hear in a day. We will see. I will tell you my plans when we meet. I just got a letter from Jonathan from Transylvania. He is well and will be back in a week. I am excited to hear his news. It must be nice to see other countries. I wonder if Jonathan and I will ever travel together. The 10 o'clock bell is ringing. Goodbye. Your loving friend, Mina. Please write and tell me all your news. You have not told me anything in a long time. I have heard rumors about a tall, handsome man with curly hair. From Lucy to Mina. Chatham Street, Wednesday, May 17th. My dearest Mina, I think you are wrong to say I am a bad writer. I wrote to you 2 times since we said goodbye, and this is only your second letter. Also, I have nothing to tell you. There is nothing interesting to you here. The town is nice now. We go to art museums and walk in the park. The tall, curly-haired man you ask about was with me at the last concert. Someone has been talking. He is Mr. Holmwood. He often comes to see us. He and my mother get along well. They have many things to talk about. We met a man recently who would be good for you if you were not with Jonathan. He is a good choice. He is handsome and rich. He is a doctor and very smart. He is only 29, and he runs a big mental hospital. Mr. Holmwood introduced him to me. He visits often now. I think he is one of the strongest men I have ever seen, but also the calmest. He is hard to excite. I think he must have a lot of power over his patients. He has a strange habit of looking you in the face, as if he is trying to read your mind. He does this a lot with me, but I think I am a difficult person to read. I know it from looking in a mirror. Do you ever try to read your own face? I do. It is a good thing to do. It is harder than you think. He says that I am an interesting person to study. I think so too. I do not like to talk about new clothes. Clothes are boring. That is a kind of slang, but never mind. Arthur says it every day. There, it is out. Mina, we have always told each other our secrets. We have slept and eaten and laughed and cried together. I have told you something, but I want to tell you more. Oh, Mina, can't you guess? I love him. I am blushing as I write this. I think he loves me, but he has not told me yet. But oh, Mina, I love him. I love him. I love him. That feels good to say. I wish I were with you, dear, sitting by the fire as we used to. I would try to tell you how I feel. I do not know how I am writing this, even to you. I am afraid to stop because I would tear up the letter. I do not want to stop because I want to tell you everything. Please write back right away. Tell me what you think. Mina, I must stop. Good night. Please pray for me and my happiness. Lucy. P.S. You must keep this a secret. Good night again. L. From Lucy to Mina. May 24th. My dearest Mina, thank you for your sweet letter. It was so nice to be able to tell you and have your support. My dear, good things happen all at once. The old sayings are true. I will be 20 in September, and I never had a proposal until today. Today I had 3. Just think, 3 proposals in one day. Isn't that awful? I feel sorry for 2 of the poor men. Oh, Mina, I am so happy I do not know what to do. And 3 proposals. But please do not tell any of the girls. They would get wild ideas. They would think they were not liked if they did not get 6 proposals on their first day back home. Some girls are so proud. You and I, Mina dear, are engaged. We will be married soon. We can forget about being proud. Well, I must tell you about the 3 men, but you must keep it a secret from everyone. You can tell Jonathan, of course. You would tell him if you were me, and I would tell Arthur. A woman should tell her husband everything, do you not think so, dear? I must be fair. Men like their wives to be as fair as they are. I am afraid women are not always as fair as they should be. Well, my dear, the first man came just before lunch. I told you about him. Dr. John Seward, the man from the mental hospital, with the strong jaw and a nice forehead. He was nervous, even though he looked calm. He had tried to plan things to say, but he almost sat on his silk hat, which men who are calm do not do. When he wanted to seem relaxed, he played with a knife. It almost made me scream. He spoke to me very directly. He told me how much I meant to him, even though he had only known me for a short time. He told me how much he wanted me to help him in his life. He was going to tell me how unhappy he would be if I did not like him. But when he saw me cry, he said he was a monster. He said he would not add to my problems. Then he stopped and asked me if I could love him later. When I shook my head, his hands shook. Then he asked if I cared for anyone else. He said it nicely. He said he did not want to force me to tell him. He only wanted to know because if a woman's heart is free, a man can have hope. Then, Mina, I felt I had to tell him that there was someone. I only told him that much. Then he stood up. He looked strong and serious. He took both my hands and said he hoped I would be happy. He said if I ever needed a friend, I should think of him as one of my best. Oh, Mina, dear, I cannot stop crying. You must forgive this letter for being so messy. Being proposed to is nice, but it is not happy when you have to watch a good man who loves you walk away with a sad look. It is hard to know that you are no longer a part of his life. My dear, I must stop here for now. I feel so sad, even though I am so happy. Evening. Arthur just left, and I feel better than before, so I can continue telling you about my day. Well, my dear, man number 2 came after lunch. He is a nice man, an American from Texas. He looks so young and new that it seems impossible he has been to so many places and had so many adventures. I feel for poor Desdemona when she heard such a dangerous story, even from a black man. I guess we women are so afraid that we think a man will save us from our fears, and we marry him. I know now what I would do if I were a man and wanted a girl to love me. No, I do not. Mr. Morris was telling us his stories, and Arthur did not tell any, and still... My dear, I am getting ahead of myself. Mr. Quincy P. Morris found me alone. It seems a man always finds a girl alone. No, he doesn't. Arthur tried twice to get me alone. I was helping him all I could. I am not ashamed to say that now. I must tell you that Mr. Morris does not always speak slang. He never does with people he does not know. He is well educated and has good manners, but he found out that I like to hear him talk in American slang. When I was there and no one would be upset, he said funny things. I am afraid, my dear, that he has to make it all up. It fits so well with what he says. But slang is like that. I do not know if I will ever speak slang. I do not know if Arthur likes it. I have not heard him use any yet. Well, Mr. Morris sat down next to me. He looked happy and fun, but I could see he was very nervous. He took my hand and said very nicely, "Miss Lucy, I know I am not good enough to do your shoes, but if you wait until you find a man who is, you will be with those 7 young women with the lamps when you go. Will you go with me down the long road together?" Well, he looked so funny and happy that it was not as hard to say no to him as it was to Dr. Seward. So I said, as lightly as I could, that I did not know anything about being with someone, and that I was not used to it yet. Then he said that he had spoken in a funny way, and he hoped I would forgive him for doing so on such a serious day for him. He looked serious when he said it. I couldn't help but feel a little serious, too. I know, Mina, you will think I am a terrible flirt, but I couldn't help feeling happy that he was the second man to ask me today. And then, my dear, before I could say a word, he started talking about love. He poured his heart out to me. He looked so serious when he said it. I will never think that a man must always be playful and never serious just because he is happy sometimes. I guess he saw something in my face that stopped him. He suddenly stopped and said with a manly passion that I would have loved him for if I had been free, "Lucy, I know you are an honest girl. I would not be here talking to you if I did not think you were a good person. Tell me, like a friend, is there anyone else you care for? If there is, I will never bother you again. But I will be a faithful friend if you let me." My dear Mina, why are men so good when we women are not worthy of them? Here I was, almost making fun of this kind, true man. I started to cry. I am afraid, my dear, you will think this is a very messy letter. I felt very bad. Why can't a girl marry 3 men, or as many as want her? It would save all this trouble. But this is a bad idea. I must not say it. I am glad to say that even though I was crying, I could look into Mr. Morris's brave eyes. I told him directly, "Yes, there is someone I love, even though he has not told me yet that he loves me." I was right to speak to him so openly. His face lit up. He put out both his hands and took mine. I think I put them into his. He said in a warm way, "That's my brave girl. It is better to be late for a chance to win you than to be on time for any other girl in the world. Do not cry, my dear. If it is for me, I am strong. I can take it. If that other man does not know he is happy, he had better find out soon. If not, he will have to deal with me. Little girl, your honesty and courage have made me a friend. That is more rare than a lover. It is not selfish. My dear, I am going to have a lonely walk between now and when I die. Will you give me one kiss? It will help to keep the sadness away sometimes. You can, you know, because that other good man, he must be a good man, or you could not love him, has not spoken yet." That won me over, Mina. It was brave and sweet of him. It was also good of him to say that to a rival, wasn't it? He was so sad. So I leaned over and kissed him. He stood up with my hands in his. As he looked down at my face, I think I was blushing a lot. He said, "Little girl, I hold your hand and you have kissed me. If these things do not make us friends, nothing ever will. Thank you for being honest with me. Goodbye." He squeezed my hand. He took his hat. He walked straight out of the room without looking back. He did not cry or shake or stop. And I am crying like a baby. Oh, why must a man like that be made sad when there are many girls who would love him? I know I would if I were free, but I do not want to be free. My dear, this made me very upset. I do not feel I can write about happiness right now. I do not want to tell you about man number 3 until it can be all happy. Your loving friend, Lucy. P.S. Oh, about man number 3. I do not need to tell you about him, do I? It was all so confusing. It seemed like only a moment from when he came into the room until he had his arms around me. And he was kissing me. I am very, very happy. I do not know what I did to be so lucky. I must only try in the future to show that I am thankful to God for being so good to me by sending me such a lover, a husband, and a friend. Goodbye. Dr. Seward's Diary from a voice recorder. May 25th. I do not feel like eating today. I cannot eat or rest, so I will write in my diary instead. Since my rejection yesterday, I feel empty. Nothing in the world seems important enough to do. I knew that the only way to feel better was to work. I went to see my patients. I chose one who has been very interesting to study. He is so strange that I want to understand him as much as I can. Today I felt closer to understanding his secret. I asked him more questions than I ever had before. I wanted to learn about his madness. I can see now that the way I did it was a little cruel. I seemed to want to keep him talking about his madness. I usually try to avoid that with my patients. It is like avoiding a bad place. Note, when would I not avoid a bad place? Everything has a price in Rome. A bad place has a price. It is clear. If there is a reason for this feeling, it will be good to find it later. So I should start to do that. R.M. Renfield, age 59, cheerful, very strong, gets upset easily, has sad times. They end in a fixed idea that I cannot figure out. I think that the cheerful nature and the upsetting things end in a mentally dangerous person. He is probably dangerous if he is not selfish. Selfish men are safe for their enemies and for themselves. What I think about is this. When a person is focused on themselves, the forces that pull them in are balanced with the forces that push them out. When a person is focused on a duty or a cause, the forces that push them out are stronger. Only a chance or many chances can balance it. From Quincy P. Morris to Arthur Holmwood. May 25th. My dear Art, we have told stories by the campfire. We have healed each other's wounds after landing at Marquesas. We have drunk to each other's health at Titicaca. There are more stories to tell, more wounds to heal, and another health to drink to. Will you come to my campfire tomorrow night? I am not afraid to ask you. I know a certain lady is going to a dinner party and you are free. There will be only one other person, our old friend from Korea, Jack Seward. He is coming too. We both want to cry together over a glass of wine. We want to drink to the happiest man in the world. He has won the best heart God has made. We promise you a warm welcome and a loving greeting. We will drink to you as a true friend. We will both swear to send you home if you drink too much to a certain pair of eyes. Come. Yours, always, Quincy P. Morris. Telegram from Arthur Holmwood to Quincy P. Morris, May 26th. I will be there every time. I have news that will make both your ears tingle. Article. Chapter 6. Mina Murray's Journal. 24th July. Whitby. Lucy met me at the station. She looked sweeter and prettier than ever. We drove to the house at the Crescent where they have rooms. This place is lovely. A small river, the Esk, runs in a deep valley. The valley becomes wide near the harbor. A great viaduct crosses it. The piers are high, and when you look through them, the view seems far away. The valley is very green. It is so steep that from the high land on either side, you look across it unless you stand close to the edge and look down. The houses of the old town, on the side away from us, have red roofs. They seem piled up one above another, like in pictures of Nuremberg. Over the town stands the ruin of Whitby Abbey. The Danes sacked it long ago. Part of Marmion is set there, where a girl was built into the wall. The ruin is very grand and very big. It has many beautiful and romantic parts. There is a legend that a white lady is seen in a window. Between the abbey and the town, there is the parish church. Around it is a big graveyard full of tombstones. To me, this is the nicest spot in Whitby. It is right over the town. It looks over the harbor and up the bay to the headland called Kettleness, which reaches into the sea. The bank is so steep here that some part has fallen away, and some graves were destroyed. In one place, the stonework of graves sticks out over the sandy path far below. There are walks with seats in the churchyard. People sit there all day and look at the fine view and enjoy the breeze. I will come and sit here often and work. I am writing now with my book on my knee. I listen to 3 old men talking beside me. They seem to do nothing all day but sit here and talk. The harbor lies below me. On the far side, a long granite wall goes into the sea. It curves outward at the end, and in the middle is a lighthouse. A heavy seawall runs outside it. On the near side, the seawall bends the other way, and it also has a lighthouse at the end. Between the 2 piers there is a narrow opening to the harbor. Inside it the water widens suddenly. It is nice at high tide, but when the tide is out the water becomes very shallow. Then only the stream of the Esk runs between banks of sand, with some rocks here and there. Outside the harbor on this side, there is a great reef for about half a mile. Its sharp edge runs straight out from behind the south lighthouse. At the end is a bell buoy. In bad weather it swings and sends a sad sound on the wind. There is a legend here that bells are heard at sea when a ship is lost. I must ask the old man about this. He is coming this way. He is a funny old man. His face is gnarled and twisted like tree bark, so he must be very old. He says he is almost 100. He was a sailor in the Greenland fishing fleet when the Battle of Waterloo was fought. I think he is very doubtful about old stories. When I asked him about bells at sea and the white lady at the abbey, he answered quickly. He said not to trouble myself about them. He said such things are worn out. Maybe they were true once, but not in his time. They are good for visitors and day trippers, but not for a nice young lady, he said. He said people from York and Leeds would believe anything, and even the newspapers are full of silly talk. I thought he could tell me interesting things, so I asked him about whale fishing in the old days. He began to answer, but the clock struck 6. He struggled to stand and said he must go home now. His granddaughter does not like to wait when tea is ready. He said it takes him time to climb the steps, for there are many. He said he needs his food by the clock. He hobbled away. I saw him hurry down the steps as fast as he could. The steps are an important thing here. They go from the town up to the church. There are hundreds of them. They wind in a soft curve. The slope is gentle. A horse could walk up and down. I think they first had to do with the abbey. I will go home too. Lucy went visiting with her mother. They were only duty calls, so I did not go. They will be home by now. 1st of August. I came here an hour ago with Lucy. We had an interesting talk with my old friend and the two men who always join him. He is clearly the leader. I think he was very bossy in his youth. He never admits he is wrong. If he cannot win an argument, he bullies the others and takes their silence as agreement. Lucy looked sweet in her white dress. She has a lovely color now. I saw that the old men came at once to sit near her. She is very kind to old people. I think they all fell in love with her at once. Even my old man gave way to her and did not contradict her. He gave me double scolding instead. I asked him about the old legends. He began a kind of speech at once. He said all such talk is foolish from start to finish. He said bans, ghosts, signs, and warnings are only to scare children and weak people. He said they are only empty air. He said such things are made by preachers and book writers and railwaymen to frighten simple people and to make them do what they would not want to do. He said it makes him angry. He said they print lies on paper, preach lies from pulpits, and even cut lies on tombstones. He told us to look around at the stones, standing proud. He said many are falling because of the weight of lies on them. They say, "Here lies the body," or "sacred to the memory," but in many of them there are no bodies at all, and people do not truly care about those memories. He said they are all lies. He laughed that it will be a strange sight on the day of judgment when people come up in their grave clothes, all crowded, trying to carry their tombstones to prove how good they were. He joked some will come shaking with hands made weak by the sea so they can hardly hold their stones. I could see he was showing off and wanted praise from his friends, so I spoke to keep him going. I said, "Mr. Swales, you cannot be serious. Surely the tombstones are not all wrong?" He said there may be a few that are not wrong, except where they make the people too good. He said the whole thing is lies. He told me I came as a stranger and saw this churchyard. He asked if I believed the stones were over the people buried there. I said yes. He said that is where the lie is. He said many graves are as empty as an old tobacco box. He joked with his friend and they laughed. Then he told me to read one stone. I read, "Edward Spensela, master mariner, murdered by pirates off the coast of Andries, April 1854, age 30. When I came back, he asked who brought him home to bury him here. He said the man was murdered off Andries, and yet people think his body lies here. He pointed north and said he could name many sailors whose bones lie in the Greenland seas or wherever the currents took them. He told me to read other stones. He said he knew the father of Braithwaite Lowry, lost in the Lively off Greenland in 1820, Andrew Woodhouse, drowned in the same seas in 1777, John Paxton, drowned off Cape Farewell a year later, and old John Rawlings, whose grandfather sailed with him, drowned in the Gulf of Finland in 1850. He laughed and asked if all these men must rush back to Whitby when the trumpet sounds. He said, "When they come, they will push and fight like the old days on the ice from daylight to dark, tying up their cuts by the light of the northern lights." His friends laughed loudly. I said, "But you think the dead must carry their tombstones on the day of judgment. Is that really needed?" He asked. "What else are tombstones for?" I said, "To please their families, I suppose." He scorned that. He asked how lies on stones please families when everyone knows they are lies. He pointed to a flat stone under our seat, near the cliff edge, and told us to read it. Lucy was opposite the letters, so she leaned over and read, "Sacred to the memory of George Cannon, who died in the hope of a glorious resurrection on July 29, 1873, falling from the rocks at Kettleness. This tomb was set by his sorrowing mother to her dear son. He was the only son of his mother, and she was a widow. Lucy said she saw nothing funny in it. He laughed and said Lucy did not know that the mother was cruel and the son was lame. He said the son hated his mother and killed himself so she could not get the life insurance she had made. He said the man shot himself with an old gun for scaring crows, and that is how he fell from the rocks. He said the son often said he hoped to go to hell because his mother was so pious she would go to heaven and he did not want to be near her. He hit the stone with his stick and asked if that stone was not a pack of lies, and if the angel Gabriel would not laugh when the man came up the steps with the tombstone on his hump and asked it to be taken as proof. I did not know what to say. Lucy changed the subject. She stood and said, "Why did you tell us this? This is my favorite seat, and now I must sit over the grave of a suicide." He said that would not harm her, and that maybe the poor man would be glad to have such a pretty girl sit on his lap. He said he had sat there for almost 20 years, and it did him no harm. He told us not to worry about who lies under us, or who does not lie there. He said to be afraid only if the tombstones all run away and the place is bare like a field after harvest. Then he heard the clock and said he must go. He bowed to us and hobbled off. Lucy and I sat for a while. It was all so beautiful that we held hands. She told me again about Arthur and their coming marriage. It made me a little heartsick, for I have not heard from Jonathan for a whole month. The same day, I came here alone because I am sad. There was no letter for me. I hope Jonathan is well. The clock has just struck 9. I see lights all over the town, sometimes in rows where the streets are, and sometimes alone. They run up the Esk and fade in the curve of the valley. To my left the view is cut off by the black roof line of the old house next to the abbey. The sheep and lambs bleat in the fields behind me. I hear a donkey's hooves on the paved road below. The band on the pier plays a rough waltz in good time. Further along the quay there is a Salvation Army meeting in a back street. The two bands do not hear each other, but up here I hear and see both. I wonder where Jonathan is, and if he thinks of me. I wish he were here. Dr. Seward's Diary. 5th of June. Renfield's case grows more interesting as I understand him better. He has some strong qualities: selfishness, secrecy, and purpose. I wish I knew his purpose. He seems to have a fixed plan, but I do not know it yet. His best side is a love of animals, but it has strange turns, so sometimes I think he is cruel. His pets are odd. Now he is busy catching flies. He has so many that I had to protest. To my surprise, he did not get angry. He thought and then said, "May I have 3 days? I will clear them away." I said yes. I must watch him. 18 June. Now he keeps spiders. He has several big ones in a box. He feeds them with his flies. The flies are fewer now, although he uses half his food to bring more flies into his room. 1st of July. Now the spiders are a nuisance like the flies. I told him to get rid of them. He looked sad, so I said to clear out some at least. He agreed cheerfully, and I gave him the same time as before to reduce them. He disgusted me today. A fat blowfly, full of some rotten food, buzzed into the room. He caught it, held it in joy for a moment, and before I knew it, he put it in his mouth and ate it. I scolded him. He said calmly it was very good and very healthy. He said it was life, strong life, and it gave life to him. This gave me an idea. I must watch how he gets rid of the spiders. He has a deep problem in his mind. He keeps a small notebook and writes in it always. Pages are full of numbers, added in groups, and then the totals added again, as if he were focusing an account, as auditors say. 8 July. There is method in his madness. My first idea is growing into a full idea. I kept away for a few days to see if there was change. Things are the same except he has lost some pets and got a new one. He has a sparrow and has partly tamed it. He tames it in a simple way. The spiders are fewer now. Those that remain are well fed, for he still brings in flies by tempting them with his food. 19th of July. We are progressing. He now has a whole group of sparrows. His flies and spiders are almost gone. When I came in, he ran to me. He asked a great favor, and he fawned like a dog. He asked for a kitten, a small, sleek, playful kitten to play with and teach and feed. I was not surprised. I saw his pets grew larger and more lively, but I did not want his tame sparrows to die like the flies and spiders. I said I would see. I asked if he wanted a cat instead. He became eager and said he would like a cat. He said he asked for a kitten only so I would not refuse a cat. He said no one would refuse a kitten. I shook my head and said it was not possible now, but I would see. His face fell. I saw danger in it. His look was fierce and sideways, a look that means killing. The man is an undeveloped homicidal maniac. I will test him with this desire and see how it works. Then I will know more. 10 p.m. I visited him again. He sat in a corner and brooded. He fell on his knees and begged me for a cat. He said his salvation depended on it. I was firm and said no. He stood without a word and went back to the corner. He sat and chewed his fingers. I will see him early in the morning. 20 July. I visited him very early, before the attendant went round. He was up and humming a tune. He spread the sugar he saved on the window. He was starting to catch flies again, and he was cheerful. I looked for his birds, but did not see them. I asked where they were. He said, without turning, that they had all flown away. There were a few feathers in the room. On his pillow was a drop of blood. I said nothing, but told the keeper to report anything odd. 11 a.m. The attendant came to say Renfield was very sick. He had thrown up many feathers. The attendant said he believed Renfield had eaten his birds raw. 11 p.m. I gave Renfield a strong opiate tonight, enough to make him sleep, and took his notebook. My thought is now complete, and my theory is proved. My homicidal maniac is a special kind. I must make a new class for him. He is a zoophagous or life-eating maniac. He wants to take in many lives. He plans to do it step by step. He gave many flies to one spider. He gave many spiders to one bird. Then he wanted a cat to eat the birds. What would be the next steps? It would almost be worth finishing the test. It might be done if there were a good reason. People laugh at cutting animals for science, yet look at its results. Why not advance science in the hardest and most vital part, the brain? If I had the secret of one such mind, I might push my science very far. It might make great work like Burton Sanderson's physiology or Ferrier's brain studies seem small, if only there were a strong cause. I must not think too much of this, or I may be tempted. A good cause might turn me, for maybe I too have an unusual brain from birth. The man reasons well. Lunatics do, within their own limits. I wonder at how many lives he values a man, or if it is only one. He closed the last account well, and today began a new record. How many of us begin a new record with each day? To me, it seems only yesterday that my old life ended with my new hope. Then I truly began a new record. So it will be until the great recorder closes my account with profit or loss. Oh, Lucy, Lucy, I cannot be angry with you, nor with my friend whose joy is yours. I must wait without hope and work. Work, work. If I only had a strong, unselfish cause like my poor mad friend, then work would be joy. Mina Murray's Journal, 26th July. I am anxious. It helps me to write here. It is like whispering to myself and listening at the same time. The shorthand also feels different from normal writing. I am unhappy about Lucy and Jonathan. I had not heard from Jonathan for some time and was worried. Yesterday, kind Mr. Hawkins sent me a letter from him. I had written asking if he had heard. He said the enclosed had just arrived. It was only a short line, dated from Castle Dracula. It said he was starting for home. That is not like Jonathan. I do not understand, and it makes me uneasy. Lucy is well, but she has begun to walk in her sleep again. Her mother told me, and we decided I will lock our door every night. Mrs. Westenra thinks sleepwalkers go out on roofs and along cliff edges, and then wake and fall with a cry that echoes. She is naturally anxious. She says Lucy's father had the same habit. He would get up at night, dress, and go out if none stopped him. Lucy is to be married in the autumn. She is planning her dresses in the house. I feel the same, but Jonathan and I will start simply. We must make ends meet. Mr. Holmwood, the Honourable Arthur. Holmwood, only son of Lord Godalming, is coming soon as he can leave town. His father is not well. Lucy counts the moments until he comes. She wants to take him to the seat on the churchyard cliff and show him Whitby's beauty. I think the waiting troubles her. She will be fine when he arrives. 27th July. No news from Jonathan. I am getting quite uneasy, though I do not know why. I wish he would write, even one line. Lucy walks more than ever. Each night I wake when she moves about the room. The weather is hot, so she does not get cold. But the worry and the broken sleep are hard for me. I am becoming nervous and wakeful too. Thank God Lucy's health is good. Mr. Holmwood was called to ring. His father is very ill. Lucy is sad about the delay, but she still looks well. She is a little stouter, with lovely rose-pink cheeks. The pale look has gone. I pray it lasts. 3rd of August. Another week and no news from Jonathan, not even to Mr. Hawkins. I do hope he is not ill. He would surely write. I look at his last letter, but it does not please me. It does not read like him, yet it is his hand. Lucy has not walked much in her sleep this week, but she has a strange focus. Even in sleep she seems to watch me. She tries the door, and when she finds it locked, she searches the room for the key. 6th of August. 3 more days and no news. This waiting is dreadful. If I only knew where to write or where to go, I would feel better. No one has heard a word since that last letter. I must pray for patience. Lucy is more excited than ever, but otherwise well. Last night was very threatening. The fishermen say a storm is coming. I will try to watch and learn the signs. Today is gray. As I write, the sun is hidden in thick clouds high over Kettleness. Everything is gray except the green grass, which looks like emerald. There are gray rocks and gray clouds. At the far edge, the clouds are lit by sun. They hang over the gray sea. Into it the sand points stretch like gray fingers. The sea tumbles over the shallows and sandy flats with a roar. Sea mist drifts inland and muffles the sound. The horizon is lost in gray mist. All is vast. The clouds pile up like giant rocks. There is a deep sound over the sea, like a warning of doom. Dark figures stand on the beach here and there. Sometimes the mist hides them. They look like men like trees walking. The fishing boats race for home. They rise and dip in the swell as they sweep into the harbor, bent to the scuppers. Here comes old Mr. Swales. He walks straight to me. He lifts his hat, so he wants to talk. I am touched by the change in him. He sat down beside me and spoke gently. He said he was afraid he had shocked me by his wicked talk about the dead. He said he did not mean it, and he wanted me to remember that when he is gone. He said old people like him do not like to think of death. They do not want to feel afraid of it, so he joked to cheer his own heart. He said he is not afraid of dying. He only does not want to die if he can help it. His time must be near, for he is old, and 100 years is too much to expect. He said the old man is already sharpening his scythe. He said he cannot stop talking about it at once, as his jaws wag by habit. He said someday soon the angel of death will call for him. He told me not to cry. If the angel came this very night, he would answer. He said life is waiting for something else than what we do, and death is the one sure thing. He said he is content, for it is coming to him, and coming fast. It may come while we look and wonder. Maybe it is in that wind over the sea. He said the wind brings loss and wreck and sad hearts. He cried, "Look, look!" He said something in the wind and in the cough beyond sounds and looks and tastes and smells like death. He said it is in the air and he feels it coming. He prayed that he may answer gladly when his call comes. He lifted his arms and his hat and moved his mouth in prayer. After a few minutes, he stood, shook my hand, blessed me, said goodbye, and hobbled off. It all touched me and upset me. I was glad when the Coast Guard came with his spyglass. He stopped to talk as he always does, but kept looking at a strange ship. He said he could not make her out. He said she looked Russian but moved in a strange way. He said she saw the storm coming but could not decide whether to run north in the open sea or to come into this harbor. He said she was steered oddly, not obeying the hand on the wheel, changing with every puff of wind. He said we will hear more of her before this time tomorrow. From a correspondent, Whitby. One of the greatest and most sudden storms on record has just happened here. Its results were strange and special. Before it, the weather was warm and heavy but not unusual for August. Saturday evening was as fine as anyone could remember. Many holiday people set out yesterday for Mulgrave Woods, Robin Hood's Bay, Rig Mill, Runswick, Staithes, and other trips near Whitby. The steamers Emma and Scarborough made runs up and down the coast, and there was an unusual amount of tripping to and from Whitby. The day kept fine until afternoon. Then some talkers who often sit in the East Cliff churchyard where they can see far over the sea to the north and east, pointed to a sudden show of mares' tails high in the northwest sky. The wind then blew from the southwest in a mild way, what barometer people call number. 2. Light breeze. The Coast Guard on duty made his report at once. One old fisherman, who has watched the weather signs from the East Cliff for more than 50 years, said very firmly that a sudden storm was coming. The sunset was very beautiful. Great groups of bright clouds filled the sky, and many people walked along the path by the old churchyard to enjoy it. Before the sun sank behind the black headland of Kettleness, which stood across the western sky, its way down was marked by countless clouds in every sunset color: flame, purple, pink, green, violet, and many kinds of gold. Here and there were small masses, dark as if completely black, in many shapes, sharp like giant shadows. The painters did not miss the sight. No doubt some sketches of this prelude to the great storm will hang on the RA and RI walls in May. More than one captain decided at once that his cobble, or his mule, as they call the different sorts of boats, would stay in harbor until the storm had passed. The wind fell away fully in the evening, and at midnight there was a dead calm, close heat, and that strong feeling which, before thunder, troubles people of a sensitive nature. There were few lights at sea. The coasting steamers, which usually hug the shore, kept well out, and only a few fishing boats were in sight. The only sail to notice was a foreign schooner with all sails set, apparently going west. While she was in sight, many people said her officers were foolish or ignorant. Signals were made to tell her to take in sail because of the danger. Before night quite fell, she was seen with sails loose and flapping as she rolled on the long swell of the sea, as idle as a painted ship upon a painted ocean. Shortly before 10 o'clock, the still air grew heavy to bear. The silence was so deep that one could hear a sheep bleat inland or a dog bark in the town. The band on the pier played a lively French tune, and it sounded like a wrong note in nature's great silence. A little after midnight, a strange sound came from the sea, and high overhead the air carried a faint, hollow booming. Then the storm broke without warning. So fast did it come that at the time it seemed not possible, and even later is hard to believe. All of nature changed at once. The waves rose in growing fury, each higher than the last, until in a very few minutes the smooth sea was like a roaring, eating monster. White-topped waves beat wildly on the level sands and rushed up the sloping cliffs. Others broke over the piers, and with their foam swept the lanterns of the lighthouses at the ends of the 2 piers of Whitby Harbor. The wind roared like thunder and blew so hard that even strong men could hardly keep their feet, or had to cling tightly to the iron rails. The whole length of the piers had to be cleared of the great crowd of onlookers, or many more would have died that night. To make the time still more hard and dangerous, masses of sea fog came drifting inland, white, wet clouds that swept by like ghosts. They were so wet and cold that it needed little fancy to think. The spirits of those lost at sea were touching the living with the cold, damp hands of death, and many people shuddered as the mist rolled by. At times the fog opened, and the sea for a distance could be seen in the bright light of the lightning. The lightning came thick and fast, and was followed at once by such sudden peals of thunder that the whole sky seemed to shake under the steps of the storm. Some sights were grand beyond measure and held the eye. The sea, running like high mountains, threw up with each wave huge white foam, which the storm wind seemed to seize and whirl away into the air. Here and there a fishing boat, with a rag of sail, ran madly for shelter before the blast. Now and then we saw the white wings of a seabird in the storm. On top of the east cliff, the new searchlight was ready for a test, but had not been tried. The officers in charge made it work, and in the short breaks of fog, they swept the light over the sea. Once or twice the light helped well, as when a fishing boat, with gunwale under water, rushed into the harbor. Guided by the kind beam, she could avoid crashing on the piers. As each boat reached the safety of the port, a shout of joy rose from the people on shore. For a moment the cry seemed to cut through the gale, and then it was swept away by the wind. Soon the searchlight found, some way off, a schooner with all sails set, likely the same ship seen earlier in the evening. By now the wind had backed to the east. The watchers on the cliff shuddered as they felt her terrible danger. Between her and the harbor lay the great flat reef that has wrecked many a good ship, and with the wind from this quarter, it would be quite impossible for her to reach the harbor mouth. It was near high tide, but the waves were so great that in their troughs, the shallows of the shore were almost bare to see. The schooner, with every sail set, rushed with such speed that, as one old sailor said, she must fetch up somewhere if it was only in hell. Then a greater sea fog than any before swept in, a thick wet mass that closed on all like a gray cloth, so that only hearing was left. The roar of the gale, the crash of the thunder, and the boom of the mighty waves came through the damp dark louder than before. The searchlight beam was kept fixed on the harbor mouth across the east pier, where the crash was looked for, and men waited without breath. The wind suddenly shifted to the northeast, and what was left of the fog melted in the blast. Then, mirabile dictu, between the piers, leaping from wave to wave, came the strange schooner. She rushed at full speed before the blast, with all sails set, and won the safety of the harbor. The searchlight followed her, and a shudder went through all who saw. For at the helm a dead man was lashed. His head hung down and swung horribly to and fro with each motion of the ship. No other person could be seen on deck. Great awe fell on all as they felt that the ship, as if by a wonder, had found the harbor, steered by no hand but that of a dead man. All this happened faster than these words can be written. The schooner did not stop, but ran across the harbor and threw herself on the heap of sand and gravel that many tides and storms have piled in the southeast corner of the pier under the east cliff, known here as Tate Hill Pier. Of course there was a strong shock when the vessel struck the sand. Each spar, rope, and stay was strained, and some top hammer fell, crashing down. But stranger than all, the very moment the shore was touched, a huge dog sprang up on deck from below, as if the shock had thrown it up. It ran forward, jumped from the bow to the sand, and made straight for the steep cliff. The churchyard hangs over the narrow way to the east pier so steeply that some of the flat tombstones, thruffsteins, or throughstones, as the Whitby folk say, actually stick out where the supporting cliff has fallen away. There the dog vanished into the dark, which seemed even darker just beyond the searchlight's reach. By chance, at that moment, there was no one on Tate Hill Pier. The people who lived near were in bed or up on the heights. So the Coast Guard on the east side, who ran down at once, was the first to climb on board. The men at the searchlight, after sweeping the harbor mouth and seeing nothing, turned the beam on the derelict and kept it there. The Coast Guard ran aft, and when he reached the wheel, he bent to look, then jumped back at once as if shocked. This stirred the crowd's curiosity, and many people began to run. It is a long way from the West Cliff by the drawbridge to Tate Hill Pier, but your correspondent runs fairly well and came ahead of the many. When I arrived, a crowd had already gathered on the pier, and the Coast Guard and police would not let them come on board. By the kindness of the chief boatman, I was allowed, as your correspondent, to climb on deck. I was one of a small group who saw the dead seaman while he was still lashed to the wheel. No wonder the Coast Guard was amazed, even awed, for such a sight is rare. The man's hands were simply fastened one over the other to a spoke of the wheel. Between the inner hand and the wood was a crucifix. The string of beads that held it went round both wrists and the wheel, and binding cords held all fast. The poor fellow may have sat at first, but the flapping and beating of the sails had worked the rudder through the wheel and dragged him to and fro, so that the cords cut his flesh to the bone. Careful notes were taken. A doctor, Surgeon J.M. Caffin of 33 East Elliott Place, who came just after me, examined the body and said the man must have been dead for quite 2 days. In his pocket was a bottle, well corked, empty but for a small roll of paper. This proved to be an addendum to the log. The Coast Guard said the man must have tied his own hands and pulled the knots tight with his teeth. Because a Coast Guard was first on board, some later trouble in the Admiralty Court may be saved. Coast Guards cannot claim the salvage prize that goes to the first civilian who enters a derelict. But the lawyers are already talking. One young law student loudly says the owner's rights are already lost, the property being held against the statutes of Mortmain, since the tiller, as emblem of control, if not proof of it, is held in a dead hand. The dead steersman has, of course, been taken with honor from the place where he kept his brave watch till death, a faithfulness as noble as young Casabianca's, and placed in the mortuary to await the inquest. Already the sudden storm was passing, and its anger was less. The crowds went homeward, and the sky began to redden over the Yorkshire wolds. I shall send, in time for your next issue, more details of the derelict that found harbor so wonderfully in the storm. Whitby, 9th August. The follow-up to the strange arrival of the derelict last night is almost more startling than the thing itself. The schooner turns out to be Russian from Varna and is named the Demeter. She is almost all in ballast of silver sand with only a little cargo, a number of great wooden boxes filled with mold. This cargo was sent to a Whitby solicitor, Mr. S.F. Billington of 7 the Crescent. He went aboard this morning and formally took the goods. The Russian consul, acting for the charter party, also took formal possession of the ship and paid all harbor dues. Today, nothing is talked of here but this strange event. The Board of Trade officers were very strict to see that every rule was kept. As the matter is sure to be a 9 days' wonder, they mean to leave no cause for later complaint. Many people were interested in the dog that landed when the ship struck, and some members of the SPCA, strong in Whitby, tried to make friends with the animal, but to the disappointment of all, it could not be found. It seems to have vanished from the town. Perhaps fear drove it onto the moors, where it still hides. Some people dread this, lest it later becomes a danger, for it is clearly a fierce brute. Early this morning, a large dog, a half-bred mastiff owned by a coal merchant near Tate Hill Pier, was found dead in the road outside the yard. It had been fighting, and it had a savage opponent. Its throat was torn away, and its belly was slit as if by a savage claw. Later, by the kindness of the Board of Trade inspector, I was allowed to look over the logbook of the Demeter. It was in order up to within 3 days, but it told nothing special except the facts of missing men. The greatest interest is in the paper found in the bottle, which was shown at the inquest today. The two together tell a tale more strange than any I have seen. As there is no reason to hide anything, I may use them, and so I send you a copy, leaving out only the technical details of sailing and cargo. It almost seems that the captain was taken by a kind of madness before he had sailed far into the open sea, and that it grew all through the voyage. Of course you must take my words cum grano, for I write from the dictation of a clerk of the Russian consul, who kindly translated for me as time was short. Log of the Demeter, Varna to Whitby. Written 18th July. Things so strange are happening that I shall keep exact notes from now on until we land. On the 6th of July, we finished taking in cargo, silver sand and boxes of earth. At noon, we set sail, east wind, fresh, crew, 5 hands, 2 mates, cook, and myself, captain. On the 11th of July at dawn, we entered the Bosphorus. Turkish customs officers boarded us. Bakshish. All correct. Underway at 4 p.m. On 12th July, we passed through the Dardanelles. More customs officers and a flag boat of the guarding squadron. Bakshish again. Their work was thorough but quick. They wished us gone soon. At dark, we passed into the archipelago. On the 13th of July, we passed Cape Matapan. The crew were not pleased about something. They looked afraid, but would not say why. On the 14th of July, I felt a little anxious about the men. They are all steady fellows. They have sailed with me before. The mate could not find out what was wrong. The men only told him there was something, and they made the sign of the cross. The mate lost his temper with one man that day and struck him. I expected a hard quarrel, but all was quiet. On the 16th of July, the mate told me in the morning that one of the crew, Petrovsky, was missing. We could not explain it. He took the larboard watch at 8 bells last night. Abramov relieved him, but Petrovsky did not go to his bunk. The men are more sad than ever. They all say they expected something like this, but they will not say more than that there is something on board. The mate is getting very impatient with them. He fears trouble ahead. On July 17th, yesterday, one man, Ulgarin, came to my cabin. In a scared way, he told me he thought there was a strange man on the ship. He said that in his watch there was a rainstorm and he was sheltering behind the deckhouse. He then saw a tall, thin man, not like any of the crew, come up the companionway, walk along the deck toward the bows, and disappear. He followed step by step, but when he reached the bows, he found no one, and all hatchways were closed. He was in a panic of superstitious fear. I am afraid the fear may spread. To calm them, I will today search the whole ship carefully from stem to stern. Later the same day, I called the whole crew together. I told them that since they thought someone was on the ship, we would search from end to end. The first mate was angry. He said it was folly, and to give in to such fearful ideas would break the men's spirit. He said he would keep them out of trouble with a handspike. I let him take the helm while the rest of us began a full search. We kept in a line with lanterns. We left no place unsearched. There were only the big wooden boxes, so there were no odd corners for a man to hide. The men were much relieved when the search was over, and they went back to work cheerfully. The first mate scowled, but said nothing. 22nd July. For 3 days we had rough weather, and all hands were busy with the sails. They had no time to be afraid. The men seemed to have forgotten their fear. The mate is cheerful again, and all are on good terms. He praised the men for their work in bad weather. We passed Gibraltar and went out through the straits. All well. 24th July. There seems to be some doom over this ship. We are already one hand short, and we are entering the Bay of Biscay with wild weather ahead. Last night another man was lost, disappeared. Like the first, he came off his watch and was not seen again. The men are in a panic of fear. They sent a round robin, asking for double watch as they fear to be alone. The mate is angry. I fear there will be trouble, for either he will do some violence, or the men will. 28th July. 4 days in hell. We were tossed about in a kind of whirlpool, and the wind was a tempest. No one had sleep. The men are worn out. I hardly know how to set a watch, for no one is fit to go on. The second mate offered to steer and keep watch, and so let the men snatch a few hours' sleep. The wind is falling, the seas are still terrible, but we feel them less, as the ship is steadier. 29th July. Another tragedy. We had a single watch tonight, as the crew were too tired to double it. When the morning watch came on deck, they could find no one except the steersman. We raised an outcry, and all came on deck. We searched fully, but no one was found. We are now without the second mate, and the crew are in a panic. The mate and I agreed to go armed from now on and wait for any sign of the cause. 30 July. Last night. We were glad, for we are nearing England. The weather is fine, all sails are set. I went to bed worn out and slept soundly. I woke when the mate told me that both the man of the watch and the steersman were missing. Only I and the mate and 2 hands are left to work the ship. August 1st. 2 days of fog, and we have not sighted a sail. I had hoped that when we got into the English Channel we could signal for help or get into some port. We have not the power to work the sails, so we must run before the wind. We dare not lower them, for we could not raise them again. We seem to be drifting to a terrible doom. The mate is now more broken than the men. His stronger nature seems to turn in on itself and fight him. The men are beyond fear. They work stolidly and patiently, their minds set to meet the worst. They are Russian, he is Romanian. 2 August midnight. I woke from a few minutes' sleep when I heard a cry, as if it were outside my port. I could see nothing in the fog. I rushed on deck and ran against the mate. He told me he had heard the cry and had run, but there was no sign of the man on watch. One more is gone. Lord, help us. The mate says we must be past the Straits of Dover. In a moment when the fog lifted, he saw North Foreland, just as he heard the man cry out. If so, we are now in the North Sea, and only God can guide us in the fog, which seems to move with us, and God seems to have left us. 3rd of August. At midnight I went to relieve the man at the wheel. When I got there, no one was at it. The wind was steady, and as we ran before it, there was no yawing. I dared not leave the helm, so I shouted for the mate. After a few seconds, he rushed up on deck in his flannels. His eyes were wild, and he looked haggard. I fear his reason is gone. He came close and whispered hoarsely in my ear, as if the very air might hear, "It is here. I know it now. On the watch last night I saw it, like a man, tall and thin and very pale. It stood in the bows and looked out. I crept behind it and struck with my knife, but the knife went through it, empty as the air." As he spoke, he took his knife and stabbed the empty air. Then he went on, "But it is here, and I will find it. It is in the hold, maybe in one of those boxes. I will unscrew them one by one and see. You work the helm." With a warning look and his finger on his lip, he went below. A choppy wind was rising, and I could not leave the helm. I saw him come on deck again with a tool chest and a lantern and go down the forward hatchway. He is mad, stark mad, and I cannot stop him. He cannot harm those big boxes. They are invoiced as clay, and to pull them about is the least harm he can do. So here I stay and mind the helm, and write these notes. I can only trust in God, and wait until the fog clears. Then, if I cannot steer to a harbor with the wind we have, I shall cut down the sails and lie by and signal for help. It is nearly over now. I had begun to hope that the mate would come out calmer, for I heard him knocking at something in the hold, and work is good for him. Then there came up the hatch a sudden, fearful scream that made my blood run cold, and up on deck he came as if shot from a gun. He was a raging madman, with rolling eyes and a face stiff with fear. "Save me! Save me!" he cried. Then he looked round at the blanket of fog. His horror turned to despair, and in a steady voice he said, "You had better come too, Captain, before it is too late." He is there. I know. The secret now. The sea will save me from him, and it is all that is left. Before I could speak or move to seize him, he sprang on the bulwark and threw himself into the sea. I suppose I know the secret now, too. It was this madman who got rid of the men, one by one, and now he has followed them. God help me! How am I to answer for all these horrors when I reach port? When I reach port, will that ever be? 4th of August. Still fog. The sunrise cannot break it. I know the sun has risen because I am a sailor, but I do not know how else. I did not dare to go below. I did not dare to leave the helm. So I stayed here all night, and in the dim night I saw it, him. God forgive me, but the mate was right to jump overboard. It is better to die like a man. To die like a sailor in blue water no man can blame. But I am captain. I must not leave my ship. Still I shall beat this fiend, this monster. When my strength begins to fail, I shall tie my hands to the wheel, and with my hands I shall tie that which it, dare not touch. Then, come good wind or foul, I shall save my soul and my honor as a captain. I am growing weaker, and night is coming. If he can look me in the face again, I may not have time to act. If we are wrecked, maybe this bottle will be found, and those who find it will understand. If not, well, all men shall know that I have been true to my trust. God and the Blessed Virgin and the saints help a poor, ignorant soul trying to do his duty. Of course, the verdict was open. There is no proof to show, and whether the man himself killed the others, there is now none to say. The people here mostly think the captain is a hero, and he is to have a public funeral. It is already arranged that his body will be taken with a train of boats up the River Esk for a way, then brought back to Tate Hill Pier and up the Abbey steps. He is to be buried in the churchyard on the cliff. The owners of more than 100 boats have given their names as wishing to follow him to the grave. No trace has ever been found of the great dog. Many are sad at this, for with feelings so warm now, I believe the town would adopt him. Tomorrow will be the funeral, and then this will end as one more mystery of the sea. Mina Murray's Journal. 8 August. Lucy was very restless all night, and I could not sleep either. The storm was fearful, and as it boomed loud among the chimney pots, it made me shudder. When a sharp gust came, it sounded like a far-off gun. Strange to say, Lucy did not wake, but twice she got up and dressed herself. Both times I woke in time and undressed her, without waking her, and I got her back to bed. Sleepwalking is a very strange thing. When her will is stopped in any bodily way, her plan, if there is one, seems to fade, and she gives herself almost exactly to her daily habits. Early in the morning we both got up and went down to the harbor to see if anything had happened in the night. There were very few people about. The sun was bright and the air clear and fresh, yet the big, grim waves, dark under the white tops like snow, pushed in through the narrow mouth of the harbor like a bullying man pushing through a crowd. I felt glad that Jonathan was not on the sea last night, but on land. But oh, is he on land or sea? Where is he, and how is he? I am getting terribly anxious about him. If I only knew what to do, and could do anything. 10 August. The funeral of the poor sea captain today was very touching. Every boat in the harbor seemed to be there, and captains carried the coffin all the way from Tate Hill Pier up to the churchyard. Lucy came with me, and we went early to our old seat while the line of boats went up the river to the viaduct and came down again. We had a lovely view and saw the procession almost all the way. The poor man was laid to rest quite near our seat, so we stood on it when the time came and saw everything. Poor Lucy seemed very upset. She was restless and uneasy all the time, and I cannot help thinking that her dreams at night are hurting her. She is odd in one thing. She will not admit that there is a cause for her being restless, or if there is, she does not know it herself. There was more sorrow. Poor old Mr. Swales was found dead this morning on our seat, his neck broken. The doctor said he had fallen back on the seat in some kind of fright, for there was a look of fear and horror on his face that made the men shudder. Poor dear old man. Perhaps he saw death with his dying eyes. Lucy is so sweet and so sensitive that she feels things more than other people. Just now she was quite upset by a small thing I did not much notice, though I love animals. One of the men who comes up here, often to look for the boats, was followed by his dog. The dog is always with him. They are both quiet. I never saw the man angry, nor heard the dog bark. During the service, the dog would not come to its master, who was on the seat with us, but stayed a few yards off, barking and howling. The master spoke to it gently, then sharply, then angrily, but it would not come or be quiet. It was in a kind of fury, with savage eyes, and every hair stood out like a cat's tail when puss is on the warpath. At last the man, too, grew angry. He jumped down and kicked the dog, then took it by the scruff of the neck and half dragged and half threw it on the tombstone on which the seat is fixed. The moment it touched the stone, the poor thing went quiet and began to tremble. It did not try to get away, but crouched down, shaking and cowering, and was so full of fear that I tried, though without success, to comfort it. Lucy pitied it too, but she did not try to touch the dog. She looked at it in a pained, scared way. I greatly fear she is too sensitive to go through the world without trouble. I am sure she will dream of this tonight. The whole lot of things, the ship steered into port by a dead man, his body tied to the wheel with a crucifix and beads, the moving funeral, the dog that was first wild and then full of terror, will all give stuff for her dreams. I think it will be best for her to go to bed tired in her body, so I will take her for a long walk by the cliffs to Robin Hood's Bay and back. Then she should not feel much wish to sleepwalk. Chapter 8. Mina Murray's Journal. Oh, I'm so tired. I almost didn't write in my diary tonight. We had a lovely walk. Lucy was in a good mood. Some cows in a field by the lighthouse came close and scared us. We forgot everything else for a moment. We had a great tea at a small old inn in Robin Hood's Bay. We ate a lot. Then we walked home. Lucy was very tired. We wanted to go to bed quickly, but a young church assistant came. Lucy's mother asked him to stay for dinner. We were so tired. I think church assistants should know when people are tired. Lucy is sleeping now. She is breathing softly. Her cheeks have more color than usual. She looks so sweet. I am happy tonight. Lucy seems better. I think her sleepwalking trouble is over. I would be completely happy if I knew about Jonathan. God bless him. August 11th, 3 a.m. I'm awake again. I can't sleep. I'm too nervous. We had a scary experience. I fell asleep after writing in my diary. I woke up suddenly. I was so scared. I felt like something was missing. The room was dark. I felt for Lucy's bed. It was empty. I lit a match. She was not in the room. The door was closed, but not locked. I did not want to wake her mother. She has been very sick. I put on some clothes. I looked for her. Her night clothes were the only things gone. I thought she was not far. I looked in all the rooms. I got more and more scared. The front door was open. I knew she had gone out. I grabbed a warm scarf and ran out. The clock said 1 o'clock. There was no one on the street. I ran to the west cliff. I looked at the east cliff. I was hoping to see Lucy. The moon was full. Heavy clouds were moving. They made shadows and light on the ground. For a moment I could not see the church. Then the light came back. I saw the church and the churchyard. I saw a white figure on our favorite seat. It was Lucy. A cloud came fast. I did not see much, but I thought I saw something dark behind her. It was bending over her. I didn't know if it was a man or an animal. I ran down the steps to the pier. I ran toward the bridge to get to the east cliff. The town was empty. I was happy no one saw Lucy. The distance felt very long. My legs felt heavy. When I got close to the top, I could see the seat. There was something long and black bending over the white figure. I called out, "Lucy! Lucy!" Something lifted its head. I saw a white face and red, glowing eyes. Lucy did not answer. I ran to the churchyard entrance. When I came out, the cloud was gone. The moonlight was bright. I saw Lucy on the seat. She was alone. There was no one else. I went to her. She was still asleep. Her lips were open. She was breathing hard. When I got close, she put her hand to her throat. She pulled her nightdress close. She shivered. I put the warm shawl around her. I fastened it with a big pin. I think I hurt her. She moaned and put her hand on her throat again. I put my shoes on her feet. Then I started to wake her up gently. At first, she did not move. Then she started to sigh. I shook her harder. She opened her eyes. She did not seem surprised. She was cold. She was not worried about being in the churchyard. She clung to me. I told her to come home. She got up without a word. My feet hurt from the gravel. She noticed it. She wanted me to take my shoes back. I would not. When we were on the path, I put mud on my feet. If we saw someone, they would not see my bare feet. We got home without seeing anyone. We washed our feet. We prayed. I put her in bed. She asked me not to tell anyone, not even her mother. I did not want to promise, but her mother is sick. The story could be bad if people heard it. So I promised. I hope I did the right thing. I locked the door. The key is on my wrist. Lucy is sleeping. Same day, noon, everything is fine. Lucy slept until I woke her. She looks better this morning. She looks healthier than she has in weeks. I was sad to see I hurt her. The skin on her throat was pierced. There were 2 tiny red dots. There was a drop of blood on her nightdress. I was sorry. She laughed and said she didn't feel it. It is so small, it won't leave a scar. Same day, night. We had a happy day. The air was clear. The sun was bright. We had a cool breeze. We went to Mulgrave Woods for lunch. Mrs. Westenra drove. Lucy and I walked by the cliff. I was a little sad. I thought about how happy I would be if Jonathan were with me, but I must be patient. In the evening, we went to the casino terrace. We listened to music. Then we went to bed early. Lucy seems more peaceful. She fell asleep right away. I locked the door and tied the key to my wrist. I don't think there will be any trouble tonight. August 12th. I was wrong. I woke up 2 times. Lucy was trying to get out. She was not happy the door was locked. She went back to bed. I woke up at dawn. The birds were chirping. Lucy woke up too. She was even better than yesterday. She was happy again. She came and lay next to me. She told me all about Arthur. I told her I was worried about Jonathan. She tried to make me feel better. It helped a little. August 13th. Another quiet day. I went to bed with the key on my wrist. I woke up at night. Lucy was sitting up in bed. She was pointing at the window. I got up quietly. I looked outside. It was bright moonlight. The sea and the sky were beautiful. A big bat flew back and forth. It came close to the window. It saw me and flew away. When I came back, Lucy was sleeping peacefully. She did not move again all night. August 14th. We spent all day on the East Cliff. Lucy loves it as much as I do. It is hard to get her to leave. This afternoon she said something strange. We were walking home. We stopped to look at the view. The sun was setting. It was a red light over the East Cliff and the Abbey. Everything looked pink. We were silent for a moment. Lucy said, "His red eyes again. They are just the same. It was so strange. It scared me." I looked at her. She looked dreamy. I followed her eyes. She was looking at our seat. There was a dark figure there. For a moment it looked like the stranger had red burning eyes. But then I saw it was the red light from the sun shining on the windows of the church. I showed Lucy. She woke up. She looked sad. Maybe she was thinking of the scary night. We don't talk about it. We went home. Lucy had a headache and went to bed early. I went for a walk. I was thinking of Jonathan. When I came home, it was bright moonlight. I looked at our window. I saw Lucy's head looking out. I thought she was looking for me. I waved my handkerchief. She did not move. The moonlight came on the window. I saw that her eyes were closed. She was fast asleep. Beside her was a large bird. I was afraid she would get cold. I ran upstairs. When I came into the room, she was going back to her bed. She was still asleep. She was breathing hard. She was holding her hand to her throat. I did not wake her. I put her in bed. I locked the door. I closed the window. She looks so sweet when she sleeps. But she is paler than usual. There are dark circles under her eyes. I am afraid she is worried about something. August 15th. We woke up late. Lucy was tired. We had a happy surprise at breakfast. Arthur's father is better. He wants them to get married soon. Lucy is happy. Her mother is both happy and sad. Later, her mother told me why. She is sad to lose Lucy, but she is happy Lucy will have a man to protect her. My poor, sweet lady. She told me she is going to die soon. She has not told Lucy. She made me promise not to tell her. Her doctor said her heart is weak. Any shock could kill her. We were right not to tell her about the sleepwalking night. It's August 17th. I have not written in my diary for 2 days. I am so sad. It feels like something dark is covering our happiness. Jonathan has not written to me. Lucy is getting weaker, and her mother is dying. I do not understand why Lucy is getting weak. She eats and sleeps well. She likes being outside, but her cheeks are not pink anymore. She gets weaker every day. At night, I can hear her trying to breathe. I keep the key to our door on my wrist at night, but she gets up and walks around the room. She sits at the open window. Last night, I found her leaning out of the window. I tried to wake her up, but I could not. She had fainted. When I woke her up, she was very weak. She cried, and it was hard for her to breathe. I asked her why she was at the window. She shook her head and did not answer. I hope she is not sick from the safety pin prick on her neck. I looked at her neck while she was sleeping. The 2 small wounds are still open. They are bigger now. The edges are white. They look like small white dots with red centers. If they do not heal soon, I will ask a doctor to look at them. This letter is from Samuel F. Billington and Son, a law firm in Whitby. It is for Carter, Patterson and Company in London. The date is August 17th. Dear Sirs, we are sending you a list of goods sent by train. Please deliver them to Carfax near Purfleet. The house is empty. We are sending you the keys. All the keys have labels. You will put the 50 boxes in a ruined building. It is a part of the house. It is marked A on the map we have sent. Your worker will see it. It is the old chapel. The boxes will leave by train at 9:30 tonight. They will arrive in London at 4:30 tomorrow afternoon. Our client wants the boxes to arrive as soon as possible. Please have your teams ready at King's Cross Station to take the boxes to the house. We have sent a check for £10. Please let us know you got it. If the cost is less, you can return the rest of the money. If it is more, we will send you another check. When you leave, please put the keys in the main hall of the house. Sincerely, Samuel F. Billington and Son. This letter is from Carter, Patterson and Company in London. It is for Billington and Son in Whitby. The date is August 21st. Dear Sirs, we received your check for £10. We are sending you a check for £1 17 shillings, 9d. The goods were delivered as you asked. The keys were left in the main hall. Sincerely, Carter, Patterson and Company. This is Mina Murray's diary. It is August 18th. I am happy today. I am writing this while sitting on a bench in the churchyard. Lucy is much better. She slept well last night. She did not wake me up. The pink color is coming back to her cheeks. She is still a little pale. She is in a good mood and happy. She is not shy anymore. She told me that she remembers the night I found her here. She tapped the stone with her foot. She said, "My poor feet didn't make much noise." Old Mr. Swales would have said it was because I didn't want to wake up Geordie. She was talking a lot. So I asked her if she had a dream that night. Before she answered, she looked thoughtful. Then she started talking in a dreaming way, as if she was trying to remember. She said, "I didn't really dream. It felt real. I wanted to be in this place. I don't know why. I was scared of something. I remember walking through the streets and over the bridge. A fish jumped in the water. I heard dogs barking. The whole town seemed full of dogs. Then I went up the steps. I remember something long and dark with red eyes. It was like the sunset. I remember something sweet and something bitter around me. I felt like I was sinking into deep green water. I heard a singing in my ears. It's the sound drowning men hear. Everything felt like it was going away. My soul felt like it left my body and was floating in the air. I think the West Lighthouse was below me. Then I felt a terrible feeling, like an earthquake. Then I came back. I saw you shaking me before I felt you. Then she started to laugh. It felt strange to me. I did not want her to think about it anymore. So we talked about other things. Lucy was like herself again. We went home. The fresh air made her feel better. Her pale cheeks were now a little pink. Her mother was happy to see her. We had a nice evening together. It is August 19th. I have good news about Jonathan. The dear man has been sick. That is why he did not write. I am not afraid to say it now that I know. Mr. Hawkins sent me the letter. He wrote a very kind letter, too. I will leave in the morning. I will go to Jonathan and take care of him if he needs it. Mr. Hawkins says it would be a good idea for us to get married there. I have been crying while holding the good sister's letter. It is wet from my tears. The letter is about Jonathan. It must be next to my heart. He is in my heart. My trip is planned. My suitcase is ready. I will only take one change of clothes. Lucy will take my big bag to London and keep it for me. Maybe I must stop writing. I must save it to tell Jonathan, my husband. The letter that he has seen and touched must keep me happy until we meet. This letter is from Sister Agatha. She works at the Hospital of St. Joseph and St. Mary in Budapest. It is for Miss Wilhelmina Murray. The date is August 12th. Dear Miss Murray, Mr. Jonathan Harker asked me to write to you. He is not strong enough to write. He is getting better, thanks to God. He has been here for almost 6 weeks. He had a bad brain fever. He wants me to send you his love. He wants me to tell you he has written to Mr. Peter Hawkins in Exeter. He is sorry for the delay. He says all his work is done. He will need a few weeks of rest at our hospital in the hills. Then he will return home. He wants me to tell you that he does not have enough money. He wants to pay for his stay here. This way, others who need help will not be turned away. Sincerely, with love, Sister Agatha. P.S. My patient is sleeping. I am adding to this letter. He told me all about you. He said you will be his wife soon. All the best to you both. Our doctor says he has had a terrible shock. When he was sick, he talked about wolves, poison, and blood. He also talked about ghosts and demons. Please be careful. Do not talk about these things with him. He was very sick. The bad feelings from this kind of sickness do not go away easily. We would have written sooner, but we did not know his friends. He came on the train from Klausenburg. The station master there said he ran into the station and yelled for a ticket home. The station master saw he was English. They gave him a ticket for the last station on the way home that the train stopped at. He is being taken care of well. Everyone likes him. He is getting better. I am sure he will be back to his old self in a few weeks. But be careful with him. May you both have many happy years. This is Dr. Seward's diary. It is August 19th. Renfield changed last night. Around 8 o'clock, he started to act like a dog. The worker was surprised. He told Renfield to talk. Renfield is usually respectful, but tonight he was rude. He would not talk to the worker. He only said, "I don't want to talk to you. You don't matter now. The master is here." The worker thinks Renfield has a new religious problem. A strong man who is crazy and thinks he is religious can be dangerous. This is a scary mix. At 9 o'clock, I went to see him. He acted the same way with me. He was very proud. He did not see a difference between me and the worker. He seems to have a religious problem. He will soon think he is God. He doesn't see small differences between people. God watches over a small bird. But the God a man makes does not see a difference between an eagle and a bird. If only people knew. For half an hour, Renfield became more and more excited. I pretended not to watch him, but I did. All of a sudden, his eyes changed. They looked like a crazy person who has an idea. He also moved his head and back in a way that people who work at the hospital know well. He became very quiet. He sat on the edge of his bed. He looked into space. I wanted to know if he was really quiet or just pretending. I tried to talk to him about his pets. He always liked to talk about them. At first, he did not say anything, but then he said, "I don't care about them." I said, "What? You don't care about spiders?" He likes spiders now. His notebook is full of small numbers. He gave a strange answer. He said, "The girls who help the bride are happy to see her. But when the bride comes, the girls are not as beautiful to the eyes that are full." He did not explain. He stayed on his bed the whole time I was with him. I am tired tonight and I feel sad. I am thinking about Lucy and how things could have been different. If I don't sleep, I will take some medicine. I must be careful not to get used to it. No, I will not take any tonight. I have thought of Lucy. I will not dishonor her by mixing the two. If I must, I will not sleep tonight. Later. I am happy I did not take the medicine. I had only heard the clock strike 2 times when the guard came to me. He said Renfield had escaped. I put on my clothes and ran down to the ward. My patient is too dangerous to be outside. His ideas could be bad for strangers. The worker was waiting for me. He said he had seen Renfield sleeping in his bed 10 minutes ago. He looked through the small window in the door. Then he heard the window being taken out. He ran back and saw Renfield's feet going out the window. He sent for me right away. Renfield was only in his pajamas. He cannot be far away. The worker thought it was better to watch where he went. He could lose sight of him if he went out the door. The worker is big and cannot fit through the window. I am thin, so with his help, I got out. I landed without getting hurt. The worker told me Renfield went to the left. He ran in a straight line, so I ran as fast as I could. I saw a white figure climb the high wall. The wall is between our grounds and the empty house. I ran back and told the guard to get 3 or 4 men to come with me to the grounds of Carfax. I got a ladder. I went over the wall. I saw Renfield go behind the corner of the house. I ran after him. On the other side of the house, I found him standing very close to the old chapel door. He was talking to someone. I was afraid to go near him. I did not want to scare him. Following a crazy person is hard. After a few minutes, I saw that he did not see anything around him, so I went closer. The men had climbed the wall and were close to him now. I heard him say, "I am here to do what you tell me, master. I am your slave. You will give me a reward because I will be faithful. I have worshipped you from far away for a long time. Now you are close. I am waiting for what you want me to do. You will not forget me, will you, dear master?" He is a selfish man. He thinks about food and money, even when he thinks he is with God. His craziness is a strange mix. When we got close to him, he fought like a tiger. He is very strong. He was more like a wild animal than a man. I have never seen a crazy person so angry. I hope I never do again. It is a good thing we found out how strong and dangerous he is. With his strength, he could have done bad things. He is safe now. No one can get out of the special jacket he is in. He is tied to the wall in a soft room. His cries are terrible, but the quiet times after are even more deadly. He wants to kill someone. Just now he said something that made sense for the first time. "I will be patient, master. It is coming, coming, coming." So I left. I was too excited to sleep, but writing in this diary has made me calm. I think I will get some sleep tonight. Chapter 9. Mina Murray's Journal. It's August 24th in Budapest. My dearest Lucy, I know you want to hear what has happened. I got to Hull and took the boat to Hamburg. Then I took the train here. I don't remember much about the trip. I only knew I was going to see Jonathan. I knew I had to take care of him, so I should get all the sleep I could. I found my dear Jonathan so pale and thin. He looks so weak. He does not look strong anymore. He does not remember what happened to him. He wants me to believe that. I will never ask him about it. He had a terrible shock. It might hurt his brain if he tries to remember. Sister Agatha is a good nurse. She told me that he was talking about bad things when he was sick. I wanted to know what he said, but she would not tell me. She said that what sick people say is a secret from God. A nurse must respect that secret. She is a very nice and kind person. The next day, she saw I was worried. She talked about it again. She said she would never say what Jonathan talked about. But she added, "I can tell you this much. It was not about anything he did wrong. You, as his future wife, do not have to worry. He has not forgotten you. He was afraid of great and terrible things, things that no human can talk about. I think the dear woman thought I was jealous, as if I would be jealous of Jonathan. But I will whisper this to you. I felt happy when I knew no other woman was the cause of his problem. I am sitting next to his bed now. He is sleeping. He is waking up." When he woke up, he asked for his coat. He wanted something from his pocket. Sister Agatha brought all his things. I saw his notebook. I was going to ask him to let me look at it. I thought it might have a clue to what happened. I think he saw my wish in my eyes. He sent me to the window. He said he wanted to be alone for a minute. Then he called me back. He had his hand over the notebook. He said to me in a serious way, "Wilhelmina." I knew he was very serious. He has not called me that name since he asked me to marry him. He said, You know my ideas about trust between a husband and wife. There should be no secrets. I have had a big shock. When I try to think about it, my head hurts. I don't know if it was real or if it was the dream of a madman. I have had a brain fever. That is being crazy. The secret is in this book. I don't want to know it. I want to start my life here with our marriage. We decided to get married as soon as we could. He said, "Wilhelmina, do you want to share my ignorance? Here is the book. Take it and keep it. Read it if you want, but never let me know what it says. Only if I must go back to those bad hours, sleeping or awake, sane or mad, written in this book." He fell back, tired. I put the book under his pillow and kissed him. I asked Sister Agatha to ask the head of the hospital if we can be married this afternoon. I am waiting for her answer. She has come back. She told me that the priest from the English church has been called. We will be married in 1 hour, or as soon as Jonathan wakes up. Lucy, the time has come and gone. I feel very serious, but also very happy. Jonathan woke up after the hour. Everything was ready. He sat up in bed, on some pillows. He said, "I will," in a firm and strong way. I could barely talk. My heart was so full. The words seemed to choke me. The sisters were so kind. I will never forget them. I will also never forget the serious and sweet things I have promised. I must tell you about my wedding present. The priest and the sisters left me alone with my husband. Oh, Lucy, this is the first time I have written the words. My husband. I took the book from under his pillow. I wrapped it in white paper. I tied it with a small blue ribbon that was around my neck. I put wax over the knot. For my seal, I used my wedding ring. Then I kissed it and showed it to my husband. I told him that I would keep it like that. I said it would be a sign for our whole lives that we trust each other. I would never open it unless it was for his sake, or for some important duty. Then he took my hand. Oh, Lucy, it was the first time he took his wife's hand. He said that it was the most precious thing in the world. He would go through the past again to get it if he had to. He meant to say a part of the past, but he cannot think of time yet. I won't be surprised if he mixes up the month or the year at first. Well, my dear, what could I say? I could only tell him that I was the happiest woman in the world. I told him that I had nothing to give him but myself, my life, and my trust, and that my love and duty would go with them for all the days of my life. And, my dear, when he kissed me and held me with his weak hands, it was a very serious promise between us. Lucy, dear, do you know why I am telling you all this? It is not just because it is sweet to me. It is because you have been and are very dear to me. I was your friend and guide when you left school to get ready for the world. I want you to see now, through the eyes of a very happy wife, where my duty has led me, so that in your own married life you can be as happy as I am. My dear, I pray to God that your life will be as good as it promises to be. A long day of sunshine, with no bad winds, no forgetting duty, no distrust. I cannot wish you no pain. That can never be. But I do hope you will always be as happy as I am now. Goodbye, my dear. I will mail this letter right away. Maybe I will write to you again soon. I have to stop. Jonathan is waking up. I must take care of my husband. Your loving Mina Harker. This is a letter from Lucy Westenra to Mina Harker. It is August 30th from Whitby. My dearest Mina, I am sending you lots of love and kisses. I hope you will be in your own home with your husband soon. I wish you could come home soon enough to stay with us here. The strong air would make Jonathan feel better. It has made me feel much better. I eat a lot now. I am full of life, and I sleep well. You will be happy to know that I have stopped walking in my sleep. I have not gotten out of bed for a week. Arthur says I am getting fat. Oh, I forgot to tell you that Arthur is here. We take walks, go on drives, ride horses, go rowing, play tennis, and fish together. I love him more than ever. He tells me that he loves me more, but I don't believe that. At first he told me that he couldn't love me more than he did then. But this is silly. There he is calling to me. So no more for now from your loving Lucy. P.S. Mother sends her love. She seems better, the poor dear. P.P.S. We will be married on September 28th. This is Dr. Seward's diary. It's August 20th. Renfield's case is more interesting now. He is more quiet. His angry moments have stopped. For the first week after he was sick, he was always violent. Then, one night, when the moon rose, he became quiet. He kept saying to himself, "Now I can wait. Now I can wait." The worker told me, so I ran down to see him. He was still in the jacket. He was in the soft room, but the angry look was gone from his face. His eyes had their old, soft look. I was happy with his state. I told the workers to take the jacket off him. They did not want to, but they did it. He was smart enough to see that they did not trust him. He came close to me and whispered while looking at them, "They think I could hurt you. Imagine me hurting you. The fools." It felt good to know that he saw me as different from the other workers, but I do not understand what he thinks. Does he think we are the same? Or does he think he can get something from me? Something so great that he needs me to be well? I must find out later. Tonight he will not talk. Even if I offer him a kitten or a cat, he will not talk. He will only say, "I don't care about cats. I have more to think about now, and I can wait. I can wait." After a while, I left him. The worker told me that he was quiet until just before the sun came up. Then he became nervous and then violent. He had an attack that made him so tired that he passed out. The same thing has happened for 3 nights. He is violent all day. Then he is quiet from when the moon rises until the sun rises. I wish I could find out why. It is like there is an influence that comes and goes. I have an idea. We will play sane wits against mad ones. He escaped before without our help. Tonight he will escape with our help. We will give him a chance. We will have men ready to follow him in case we need them. August 23rd. The unexpected always happens. How well Disraeli knew life. Our bird would not fly when we opened the cage, so our plans were useless. But we did learn one thing. The quiet times last for a while. Now we can take off his jacket for a few hours each day. I have told the night worker to just shut him in the soft room when he is quiet. He will stay there until 1 hour before the sun comes up. The poor man's body will feel better, even if his mind does not. Listen, the unexpected again. I am being called. The patient has escaped again. Later. Another night adventure. Renfield waited until the worker was coming into the room to check on him. Then he ran past him and down the hall. I sent a message for the workers to follow. Again, he went into the grounds of the empty house. We found him in the same place. He was against the old chapel door. When he saw me, he became very angry. If the workers had not held him in time, he would have tried to kill me. As we were holding him, something strange happened. He suddenly tried harder to get away. Then he suddenly became calm. I looked around. I could not see anything. Then I looked at where the patient was looking. I could not see anything in the moonlit sky except a big bat. It was flying silently to the west. Bats usually fly and move around, but this one seemed to go in a straight line. As if it knew where it was going, the patient became calmer. He said, "You don't have to tie me. I will go quietly." We came back to the house without trouble. I feel that there is something bad about his calm. I will not forget this night. This is Lucy Westenra's diary. It is August 24th from Hillingham. I must be like Mina and keep writing things down. Then we can have long talks when we see each other. I wonder when that will be. I wish she were with me again. I feel so unhappy. Last night I seemed to be dreaming again, just like I was in Whitby. Maybe it is the change of air, or being home again. It is all dark and scary. I cannot remember anything, but I am full of a strange fear. I feel so weak and tired. When Arthur came for lunch, he looked sad when he saw me. I did not have the energy to be happy. I wonder if I can sleep in my mother's room tonight. I will make an excuse and try. August 25th. Another bad night. Mother did not seem to like my idea. She does not seem well herself. She probably does not want to worry me. I tried to stay awake. I did for a while. But when the clock struck 12, it woke me from a light sleep. There was a kind of scratching or flapping at the window, but I did not mind. I do not remember anything else. I must have fallen asleep. More bad dreams. I wish I could remember them. This morning I am so weak. My face is pale. My throat hurts. It must be something with my lungs. I cannot seem to get enough air. I will try to be happy when Arthur comes. I know he will be sad to see me like this. This is a letter from Arthur Holmwood to Dr. Seward. It is August 31st from the Albemarle Hotel. My dear Jack, I want you to do me a favor. Lucy is sick. She does not have a special disease, but she looks terrible. She is getting worse every day. I have asked her if something is wrong. I do not want to ask her mother. It would be very bad to worry her. Mrs. Westenra told me she is going to die soon. She has a disease of the heart. Poor Lucy does not know it yet. I am sure that something is bothering my dear girl. I get very upset when I think of her. It hurts to look at her. I told her I would ask you to see her. She did not want to at first. I know why, my friend, but she finally said yes. It will be hard for you, my friend, but it is for her. I must ask, and you must do it. You are to come to Hillingham for lunch tomorrow at 2 o'clock. This way, Mrs. Westenra will not be worried. After lunch, Lucy will find a time to be alone with you. I will come for tea. We can leave together. I am very worried. I want to talk with you alone as soon as you have seen her. You must come. Arthur. This is a telegram from Arthur Holmwood to Seward. It is September 1st. I have to go see my father. He is worse. I am writing. Please write to me completely by tonight's mail to ring. Wire me if you need to. This is a letter from Dr. Seward to Arthur Holmwood. It is September 2nd. My dear old friend, about Miss Westenra's health, I want you to know right away that I do not think she has a physical illness. At the same time, I am not happy with how she looks. She is very different from the last time I saw her. Of course, you must remember that I did not have a full chance to check her. Our friendship makes it a little difficult. I should tell you exactly what happened. You can make your own conclusions. Then I will tell you what I did and what I plan to do. I found Miss Westenra in a happy mood. Her mother was there. In a few seconds, I knew she was trying to make her mother not worry. I am sure she knows what she needs to be careful about. We had lunch alone. We all tried to be happy. As a reward, we all felt a little happy. Then Mrs. Westenra went to lie down. Lucy was left with me. We went into her sitting room. She was still happy because the workers were coming and going, but as soon as the door was closed, Her happy face was gone. She sat in a chair with a big sigh. She hid her eyes with her hand. When I saw that she was not happy, I started to check her. She said to me in a sweet way, "I hate talking about myself." I told her that a doctor's trust is important, but I also told her that you were very worried about her. She understood me right away. She said, "Tell Arthur everything you want. I don't care about myself, I only care about him. So I am free to tell you everything." I could see that she did not have enough blood, but I could not see the normal signs of a lack of blood. I was able to check the quality of her blood. A window was stuck, a cord broke, and she cut her hand a little with the glass. It was a small thing, but it gave me a chance. I took a few drops of her blood and checked it. The blood is normal. It shows that she is in good health. I was happy with her other physical health, but there must be a reason for her illness, so I think it is something mental. She says it is hard for her to breathe sometimes. She says she has heavy, sleepy dreams that scare her, but she cannot remember them. She says that as a child she used to walk in her sleep. She says that when she was in Whitby, she started to do it again. She said she walked out one night. She went to East Cliff, where Miss Murray found her, but she says she has not walked in her sleep lately. I am not sure what is wrong, so I have done the best thing I know to do. I have written to my old friend and teacher, Professor Van Helsing, in Amsterdam. He knows more about strange diseases than anyone in the world. I have asked him to come here. You told me that you would pay for everything. So I told him who you are and what your relationship is to Miss Westenra. My dear friend, I did this because you asked me to. I am happy to do anything I can for her. I know Van Helsing would do anything for me for personal reasons, so it does not matter why he comes. We must accept his wishes. He seems like a difficult man, but that is because he knows what he is talking about better than anyone else. He is a wise man and a scientist. He is one of the most modern scientists of his time. He has an open mind. He also has a strong mind, a cool temper, a strong will, and self-control. He is very kind. These are his tools for the good work he is doing for people. He works in both theory and practice. His ideas are as wide as his kindness. I am telling you these things so you know why I trust him so much. I have asked him to come at once. I will see Miss Westenra again tomorrow. She is to meet me at the stores. This way, I will not worry her mother by coming to the house again too soon. Yours always, John Seward. This is a letter from Abraham Van Helsing, a doctor, to Dr. Seward. It is September 2nd. My good friend, when I got your letter, I was already coming to you. It is good luck that I can leave at once. I am not doing anything wrong to those who trusted me. If it were different, it would be bad for those who trusted me. I come to my friend when he asks me to help those he holds dear. Tell your friend that when you sucked the poison out of my wound so quickly, you did more for him than all his money could do. But it is a pleasure to help him. It is to you that I come. Please get a room for me at the Great Eastern Hotel. I want to be close by. Please make sure we can see the young lady not too late tomorrow. It is likely that I will have to return home that night. But if I need to, I will come again in 3 days. I will stay longer if I must. Until then, goodbye, my friend John. Van Helsing. This is a letter from Dr. Seward to Arthur Holmwood. It is September 3rd. My dear Art, Van Helsing has come and gone. He came with me to Hillingham. Lucy made sure her mother was out for lunch. So we were alone with her. Van Helsing checked the patient very carefully. He will report to me. I will tell you, I was not there the whole time. I am afraid he is worried. But he says he must think. When I told him about our friendship and how you trust me, he said, "You must tell him everything you think. Tell him what I think, if you can guess it." No, I am not joking. This is not a joke. This is life and death. Maybe more. I asked him what he meant by that. He was very serious. This was when we were back in town. He was having a cup of tea before leaving for Amsterdam. He would not tell me anything more. You must not be angry with me, Art. His quietness means that he is using all his brain for her good. He will speak plainly when the time is right. So I told him that I would just write about our visit, like I was writing a special story for the Daily Telegraph. He did not seem to notice. He just said that the dirty air in London was not as bad as it was when he was a student here. I am to get his report tomorrow if he can make it. In any case, I will get a letter. So, about the visit. Lucy was happier than the day I first saw her. She looked better. She did not have the pale look that upset you. Her breathing was normal. She was very sweet to the professor. She tried to make him feel comfortable. I could see that the poor girl was trying hard to do it. I think Van Helsing saw it too. I saw the quick look under his thick eyebrows that I know so well. Then he began to talk about everything except us and diseases. He was so friendly. I could see that Lucy's false happiness became real. Then, without seeming to change, he gently brought the talk to his visit. He said smoothly, "My dear young miss, I am so happy because you are so loved." "That is good, my dear. They told me you were sad. They told me you were very pale. To them I say, poof!" And he snapped his fingers at me and went on, "But you and I will show them how wrong they are. How can he—" And he pointed at me with the same look he used to point me out to his class. He always reminds me of that time. He said, "Know anything about young ladies? He has his crazy people to play with. He helps them be happy again and helps those who love them. It is a lot to do, and, oh, there are rewards in that we can give such happiness. But young ladies, he has no wife or daughter. Young people do not tell things to other young people. They tell them to old people like me. Old people have known many sorrows and their causes. So, my dear, we will send him away to smoke a cigarette in the garden, while you and I have a little talk." I understood. I went outside. Soon the professor came to the window and called me in. He looked serious, but he said, "I have made a careful check. But there is no physical reason. I agree with you that she has lost a lot of blood. It was, but it is not now. But she is not missing blood. I have asked her to send me her maid. I want to ask her 1 or 2 questions, so that I do not miss anything. I know what she will say, and yet there is a reason. There is always a reason for everything. I must go home and think. You must send me a telegram every day. If there is a reason, I will come again. The disease, because not being well is a disease, interests me. And the sweet young dear, she interests me too. She charms me. For her, if not for you or the disease, I will come. As I told you, he would not say another word, even when we were alone. So now, Art, you know all I know. I will watch her closely. I hope your poor father is getting better. It must be a terrible thing for you, my dear friend. You are in a hard position. You care for 2 people who are so dear to you. I know you think it is your duty to your father. You are right to stick to it. But if you need to, I will send you a word to come to Lucy at once. So do not worry too much unless you hear from me." This is Dr. Seward's diary. It's September 4th. The patient who eats live things is still interesting to us. He had only 1 violent time. It was yesterday at a strange time. Just before noon, he started to get nervous. The worker knew the signs. He called for help right away. The men came quickly. They were just in time. At noon, he became so violent that it took all their strength to hold him. In about 5 minutes, he started to get quieter. Finally, he became sad. He has been in this state until now. The worker tells me that his screams were very scary. My hands were full when I came in. I had to take care of the other patients who were scared by him. I can understand why. His sounds even bothered me, and I was far away. It is after dinner time for the asylum. My patient is still sitting in a corner. He looks sad and unhappy. I cannot quite understand it. Later, another change in my patient. At 5 o'clock I looked in on him. He seemed as happy as he used to be. He was catching flies and eating them. He was keeping track of how many he caught. He was making marks with his nails on the door. When he saw me, he came over and said he was sorry for his bad behavior. He asked me in a humble way to be taken back to his own room. He also wanted his notebook again. I thought it was a good idea to let him have what he wanted. So he is back in his room. The window is open. He has spread the sugar from his tea on the windowsill. He is catching a lot of flies. He is not eating them now. He is putting them in a box, like he used to. He is already looking in the corners of his room to find a spider. I tried to get him to talk about the last few days. Any clue to his thoughts would help me a lot. But he would not talk. For a moment he looked very sad. He said in a far-away voice, as if he was talking to himself, "It is all over, all over. He has left me. No hope for me now unless I do it for myself." Then he turned to me in a strong way. He said, "Doctor, would you be very good to me and let me have a little more sugar? I think it would be good for me." "And the flies?" I said. "Yes." "The flies like it too, and I like the flies, so I like it. And there are people who think crazy people do not argue. I got him a double amount of sugar. I left him as happy as anyone in the world. I wish I could understand his mind." Midnight. Another change in him. I had been to see Miss Westenra. I found her much better. I had just come back. I was standing at our gate. I was looking at the sunset. I heard him yelling again. His room is on this side of the house, so I could hear it better than in the morning. It was a shock to me. I had been looking at the beautiful sunset over London. It had red lights and black shadows. It had wonderful colors on the bad clouds. Then I had to think about my own cold stone building, with all the sadness inside, and my own sad heart to deal with it all. I got to him just as the sun was going down. From his window I saw the red circle sink. As it sank, he became less and less angry. Just as it went out of sight, he slid from the hands that were holding him. He was a still lump on the floor. But it is amazing how much crazy people can get better. Within a few minutes, he stood up calmly. He looked around him. I told the workers not to hold him. I wanted to see what he would do. He went straight to the window. He brushed the sugar crumbs out. Then he took his fly box. He emptied it outside. He threw the box away. Then he shut the window. He went and sat down on his bed. All this surprised me. So I asked him, "Are you not going to keep flies anymore?" "No," he said. "I am tired of all that trash." He is a very interesting study. I wish I could understand his mind. Or the reason for his sudden anger. Wait, there might be a clue after all. If we can find out why his angry moments came at high noon and at sunset today. Could it be that the sun has a bad influence on some people sometimes, like the moon does on others? We will see. This is a telegram from Seward in London to Van Helsing in Amsterdam. It is September 4th. Patient is still better today. This is a telegram from Seward in London to Van Helsing in Amsterdam. It is September 5th. Patient is much better. He eats well. He sleeps well. He is happy. His color is coming back. This is a telegram from Seward in London to Van Helsing in Amsterdam. It is September 6th. A terrible change for the worse. Come at once. Do not lose an hour. I am waiting to send a telegram to Holmwood until I have seen you. Chapter 10. Mina Murray's Journal. It is September 6th. My dear Art, my news today is not very good. Lucy is not doing as well this morning, but there is one good thing that came from it. Mrs. Westenra was worried about Lucy. She asked me for my professional opinion about her. I used this chance to tell her that my old teacher Van Helsing is coming to stay with me. I told her that we would both take care of Lucy. Now we can come and go without worrying her too much. A shock would kill her. This could also be very bad for Lucy since she is so weak. We are all facing problems, my poor friend, but I hope that we will get through them. If there is a need, I will write to you. If you don't hear from me, it means I am just waiting for news. In a hurry, yours always, John Seward. This is Dr. Seward's diary. It is September 7th. The first thing Van Helsing said to me when we met was, "Have you told our young friend, the one who loves her?" "No," I said. "I waited until I saw you. I told you that in my telegram. I wrote him a letter. I just told him that you were coming. I said that Miss Westenra was not so well, and I would let him know if there was a need." "Right, my friend," he said. "That is good. It is better that he does not know yet. Maybe he will never know. I hope so. But if he needs to know, then he will know everything. My good friend John, let me warn you, you work with crazy people. All people are crazy in some way. You work with your crazy people with care. So, also work with God's crazy people, the rest of the world. You do not tell your crazy people what you do or why you do it. You do not tell them what you think. So you will keep knowledge in its place, where it can rest, where it can bring more of its kind and grow. You and I will keep what we know here and here. He touched my heart and my head. Then he touched himself in the same way. I have my own thoughts right now. Later, I will explain them to you." "Why not now?" I asked. "It might do some good. We might make a decision." He stopped and looked at me. He said, "My friend John, when the corn is growing before it is ready, the farmer will pull the ear. He will rub it with his hands, he will blow away the green pieces, and he will say, 'Look, it's good corn. It will make a good crop when the time comes.'" I did not understand. I told him so. He reached over and took my ear. He pulled it playfully, like he used to do in lectures. He said, "The good farmer tells you so because he knows." But not until then. But you don't see the good farmer digging up his planted corn to see if it grows. That is for children who play at farming, not for those who do it as their life's work. Do you understand now, friend John? I have planted my corn. Nature has her work to do to make it grow. If it grows at all, there is some promise, and I will wait until the ear begins to swell." He stopped. He saw that I understood. Then he went on, very seriously. "You are always a careful student. Your case notebook was always full. You were only a student then. Now you are a master. I hope that good habit has not gone away. Remember, my friend, that knowledge is stronger than memory. We should not trust the weaker one. Even if you have not kept the good habit, let me tell you that this case of our dear Miss may be, I say, may be, of such interest to us and others. Nothing is too small. I advise you to write down even your doubts and guesses. Later, it might be interesting for you to see how right you were. We learn from failure, not from success." When I told him about Lucy's symptoms, the same as before but much worse, he looked very serious. But he said nothing. He brought a bag with many tools and medicines. He once called them the terrible tools of our good work in one of his lectures. When we were let in, Mrs. Westenra met us. She was worried, but not as much as I thought she would be. Nature has made it so that even death has a cure for its own terrors. In this case, where any shock could be deadly, things are made so that the things that are not personal do not affect her. This is like how nature puts a layer of protection around something foreign. This can protect what it would otherwise harm. If this is a kind of selfishness, then we should be careful before we judge anyone for being selfish. There might be a deeper reason for it than we know. I used what I know about this kind of mind problem. I made a rule that she should not be with Lucy or think about her illness more than she had to. She agreed easily, so easily that I saw nature was fighting for life again. Van Helsing and I were taken to Lucy's room. I was shocked when I saw her yesterday. I was horrified when I saw her today. She was pale, a ghostly white. The red color was gone from her lips and gums. The bones of her face stood out. Her breathing was hard to see or hear. Van Helsing's face became like stone. His eyebrows came together. Lucy lay still. She did not seem to have the strength to speak. So we were all silent for a while. Then Van Helsing waved to me. We went out of the room quietly. As soon as the door was closed, he walked quickly down the hall to the next door. It was open. He quickly pulled me in with him and closed the door. "My God," he said, "this is terrible." "There is no time to lose. She will die from not having enough blood to keep her heart working. We must transfer blood at once. Is it you or me?" "I am younger and stronger, Professor. It must be me." "Then get ready at once." "I will get my bag. I am ready." I went downstairs with him. As we were going, someone knocked on the front door. When we got to the hall, the maid had just opened the door. Arthur was stepping in quickly. He ran up to me. He whispered, "Jack, I was so worried. I read your letter and was so anxious. My dad was better, so I came here to see for myself. Is that Dr. Van Helsing? I am so thankful to you, sir, for coming." Well, when the professor first saw him, he was angry about the interruption. But now, as he saw his strong build and young manhood, his eyes lit up. He said to him seriously as he held out his hand, "Sir, you have come in time. You are the lover of our dear miss. She is very, very bad. No, my child, don't act like that." He suddenly became pale and sat down in a chair, almost fainting. "You must help her. You can do more than anyone alive. Your courage is your best help." "What can I do?" Arthur asked in a rough voice. "Tell me, and I will do it. My life is hers. I would give the last drop of blood in my body for her." The professor has a good sense of humor. I could see it in his answer. "My young sir, I do not ask for so much as that. Not the last drop." "What shall I do?" Fire was in his eyes. His nose moved. Van Helsing hit him on the shoulder. "Come," he said. "You are a man. And it is a man we want. You are better than me, better than my friend John." Arthur looked confused. The professor explained kindly, "The young miss is very bad. She needs blood. She must have blood or she will die. My friend John and I have talked about it. We are going to do what we call a blood transfusion. We will move blood from the full veins of one person to the empty veins of the one who needs it. John was going to give his blood. He is younger and stronger than me. Here," Arthur took my hand and squeezed it hard without saying anything. "But now that you are here, you are better than us. Old or young, who work hard in the world of thought, our nerves are not as calm and our blood not as good as yours." Arthur turned to him and said, "If you only knew how happy I would be to die for her, you would understand." He stopped. His voice was choked up. "Good boy," said Van Helsing. Soon you will be happy that you have done everything for the one you love. Come now and be quiet. You shall kiss her once before we do it. But then you must go, and you must leave when I tell you. Don't say a word to the lady. You know how it is with her. There must be no shock. This knowledge would be a shock. Come. We all went up to Lucy's room. Arthur stayed outside. Lucy turned her head and looked at us. She said nothing. She was not asleep. She was just too weak to try. Her eyes spoke to us. That was all. Van Helsing took some things from his bag. He put them on a small table. He mixed a medicine. He came to the bed and said happily, "Now, little miss, here is your medicine. Drink it like a good child. See, I will lift you so it is easy to swallow." Yes, she drank it successfully. I was surprised how long the medicine took to work. This showed how weak she was. The time seemed endless until she started to fall asleep. At last, the medicine started to work. She fell into a deep sleep. When the professor was happy with her, he called Arthur into the room. He told him to take off his coat. Then he added, "You can give her that one little kiss while I bring the table. My friend John, help me." So neither of us looked while he bent over her. Van Helsing turned to me. He said, "He is so young and strong. His blood is so pure. We do not need to take out the fibers." Then, quickly but very carefully, Van Helsing did the operation. As the blood was given, life seemed to come back to Lucy's cheeks. Arthur became pale, but the joy on his face seemed to shine. After a while, I started to worry. The loss of blood was affecting Arthur. He was a strong man. This made me think how much of a strain Lucy's body must have been under. What made Arthur weak only partially made her better. But the professor's face was serious. He stood there with his watch in his hand. He looked at the patient and then at Arthur. I could hear my own heart beating. Soon he said in a soft voice, "Do not move for an instant. It is enough. You take care of him. I will look at her." When it was all over, I could see how much Arthur was weakened. I took care of his wound. I took his arm to take him away. Van Helsing spoke without turning around. The man seems to have eyes in the back of his head. The brave lover, I think, deserves another kiss, which he shall have soon. He had finished the operation. He put the pillow under the patient's head. As he did, the narrow black velvet band she always wears around her throat moved up a little. It was held by a small diamond buckle that her lover had given her. It showed a red mark on her throat. Arthur did not see it, but I could hear the deep hiss of air that Van Helsing makes when he is feeling something strong. He said nothing at the moment. He turned to me and said, "Now, take our brave young lover. Give him some wine. Let him lie down for a while. He must then go home and rest. He must sleep a lot and eat a lot, so that he can get back what he has given to his love. He must not stay here. Wait. One moment. I can guess, sir, that you are worried about the result. Then take with you that the operation was a success in every way. You have saved her life this time, and you can go home and rest. Knowing that all that can be done has been done, I will tell her everything when she is well. She will love you even more for what you have done. Goodbye." When Arthur had gone, I went back to the room. Lucy was sleeping quietly. Her breathing was stronger. I could see the cover move as her chest went up and down. Van Helsing sat by the bed. He was looking at her. The velvet band covered the red mark again. I asked the professor in a whisper, "What do you think of that mark on her throat?" "What do you think of it?" "I have not checked it yet," I answered. I went to loosen the band. Right over the main neck vein there were 2 small holes. They were not big, but they did not look healthy. There was no sign of disease, but the edges were white and looked worn, as if they were rubbed. It came to my mind that this wound might be the reason for her blood loss, but I stopped thinking about it. That could not be. The whole bed would have been red with blood. The girl must have lost a lot of blood to be so pale before the blood transfusion. "Well," said Van Helsing. "Well," I said, "I can't make sense of it." The professor stood up. "I must go back to Amsterdam tonight," he said. "There are books and things there that I want. You must stay here all night. You must not take your eyes off her." "Should I get a nurse?" I asked. "We are the best nurses, you and I. You will watch all night. Make sure she is fed well, and that nothing bothers her. You must not sleep at all tonight. Later we can sleep, you and I. I will be back as soon as I can, and then we can begin." "Begin?" I said. "What on earth do you mean?" "We will see," he answered. He hurried out. He came back a moment later. He put his head inside the door. He held up a finger and said, "Remember, she is your responsibility. If you leave her and something bad happens, you will not sleep well ever again." This is Dr. Seward's diary, continued. It is September 8th. I stayed up all night with Lucy. The medicine wore off around evening. She woke up naturally. She looked very different from before the operation. She was even in a good mood. She was full of happy energy, but I could still see signs of how weak she had been. When I told Mrs. Westenra that Dr. Van Helsing told me to stay up with her, she laughed at the idea. She pointed out her daughter's new strength and good spirits. But I was firm. I got ready for my long night watch. After her maid got her ready for bed, I came in. I had already had supper. I sat down by the bed. She did not mind at all. She looked at me with thanks whenever I met her eyes. After a while, she seemed to be falling asleep, but with effort she seemed to pull herself together and stop it. This happened several times. She was trying harder each time, and the pauses were shorter. It was clear that she did not want to sleep. So I talked to her about it. "You don't want to go to sleep?" "No, I am afraid." "Afraid to go to sleep? Why?" "It is what we all want." "Oh, not if you were like me. If sleep was a sign of horror to you?" "A sign of horror? What in the world do you mean?" "I don't know. Oh, I don't know. And that is what is so terrible. All this weakness comes to me in sleep. I am scared of even the thought of it." "But, my dear girl, you can sleep tonight. I am here watching you. I promise that nothing will happen." "You will? Oh, will you really? You are so good to me. Then I will sleep." As she said the word, she let out a big sigh of relief. She fell back, asleep. I watched her all night. She did not move at all. She slept on in a deep, peaceful, life-giving, health-giving sleep. Her lips were a little bit open. Her chest moved up and down like a clock. There was a smile on her face. It was clear that no bad dreams had come to bother her peace of mind. In the early morning, her maid came. I left her in her care. I went back home. I was worried about many things. I sent a short message to Van Helsing and to Arthur. I told them about the good result of the operation. I spent the whole day catching up on my own work. It was dark when I was able to ask about my patient. The report was good. He had been very quiet for the past day and night. A telegram came from Van Helsing in Amsterdam while I was at dinner. He suggested that I should be at Hillingham tonight. It might be good to be there. He said he was leaving by the night mail. He would join me early in the morning. It is September 9th. I was very tired and worn out when I got to Hillingham. I had hardly slept for 2 nights. My brain was starting to feel numb. Lucy was up and in a good mood. When she shook my hand, she looked at my face and said, "You are not sitting up tonight. You are worn out. I am completely well again. I really am. If anyone is going to sit up, it will be me with you." I did not argue with her. I went and had my supper. Lucy came with me. Her charming presence made me feel better. I had a great meal and 2 glasses of the excellent wine. Then Lucy took me upstairs. She showed me a room next to hers. A fire was burning in the fireplace. "Now," she said, "you must stay here. I will leave this door open, and my door too. You can lie on the sofa. I know that none of you doctors will go to bed while a patient is awake. If I need anything, I will call out. You can come to me at once." I had to agree. I was very tired. I could not have stayed awake even if I tried. So she promised again that she would call me if she needed anything. I lay on the sofa and forgot about everything. This is Lucy Westenra's diary. It is September 9th. I feel so happy tonight. I have been so weak. It feels like sunshine after a long time of cold wind. I feel so close to Arthur. I feel his presence with me. I guess that being sick and weak makes us think only of ourselves. But health and strength let love go where it wants to go. I know where my thoughts are. If only Arthur knew. My dear, your ears must be burning as you sleep, just like mine are as I am awake. Oh, the peaceful rest of last night! How I slept, with that dear good doctor, Seward watching me, and tonight I will not be afraid to sleep. He is close by. Thank everyone for being so good to me. Thank God. Good night, Arthur. This is Dr. Seward's diary. It is September 10th. I was aware of the professor's hand on my head. I woke up right away. That is one thing we learn in an asylum. And how is our patient? Well, she was fine when I left her. Or when she left me, I answered. "Come, let us see," he said. We went into the room together. The window cover was down. I went to gently raise it. Van Helsing went quietly to the bed. As I raised the cover and the morning light filled the room, I heard the professor's small sound of surprise. I knew this was rare for him. A deadly fear went through me. As I walked to him, he moved back. His horror, Gott in Himmel, did not need his pained face to show how he felt. He raised his hand and pointed to the bed. His face was pale and hard. I felt my knees start to shake. There on the bed lay poor Lucy. She looked more horribly white than ever. Even her lips were white. Her gums looked like they had gone back from her teeth. We sometimes see this in a dead body after a long illness. Van Helsing raised his foot to stomp in anger, but his life's training stopped him. He put it down quietly. "Quick!" he said. "Bring the brandy." I ran to the dining room. I came back with the bottle. He wet her pale lips with it. We rubbed her hands, wrists, and heart. He felt her heart. After a few moments of terrible waiting, he said, "It is not too late. Her heart is beating, but it is weak. All our work is undone. We must start again. There is no young Arthur here now. I have to ask you, friend John, to help this time." As he spoke, he was getting the tools for the blood transfusion from his bag. I had taken off my coat and rolled up my shirt sleeve. There was no way to give her medicine to sleep now, and there was no need for it. So, we started the operation right away. After a while, it did not seem short, because it is a terrible feeling to have your own blood taken. Van Helsing held up a warning finger. "Do not move," he said. "I am afraid that as she gets stronger, she may wake up. And that would be a danger. Oh, so much danger. But I will take a precaution. I will give her an injection of medicine." He then quickly and carefully did what he wanted to do. The effect on Lucy was not bad. The fainting seemed to turn into a sleepy state. I felt a sense of personal pride as I could see a small bit of color come back to her cheeks and lips. No man knows what it is like to feel his own life's blood go into the veins of the woman he loves until he has done it. The professor watched me closely. "That will do," he said. "Already?" I said. "You took much more from art." He gave a sad smile as he replied, "He is her lover, her future husband. You have work, much work, to do for her and for others. The amount you have given is enough for now." When we stopped the operation, he took care of Lucy. I put pressure on my own cut. I lay down while I waited for him to take care of me. I felt faint and a little sick. Soon he bandaged my wound. He sent me downstairs to get a glass of wine for myself. As I was leaving the room, he came after me. He whispered, "Remember, nothing must be said about this. If our young lover shows up like before, don't say a word to him. It would scare him at once, and it would also make him jealous. There must be no jealousy." So! When I came back, he looked at me carefully. He then said, "You are not much worse. Go into the room and lie on your sofa, rest for a while, then have a big breakfast, and come here to me." I did what he said. I knew he was right and wise. I had done my part. Now my next duty was to stay strong. I felt very weak. In my weakness, I was not so amazed at what had happened. I fell asleep on the sofa. I kept wondering how Lucy had gotten so bad again, and how she could have lost so much blood with no signs of it. I think I must have kept wondering in my dreams. My thoughts, sleeping and waking, always went back to the small holes in her throat. The edges looked torn and tired. They were so tiny. Lucy slept well into the day. When she woke up, she was fairly well and strong, but not as much as the day before. When Van Helsing had seen her, he went for a walk. He left me in charge. He told me not to leave her for a moment. I could hear his voice in the hall. He was asking for the way to the nearest place to send a telegram. Lucy talked with me freely. She seemed to not know that anything had happened. I tried to keep her happy and interested. When her mother came up to see her, she did not seem to notice any change. But she said to me with thanks, "We owe you so much, Doctor Seward, for all you have done. But you really must not work too hard. You look pale yourself. You need a wife to take care of you. You really do." As she spoke, Lucy's face became red, but only for a moment. Her weak veins could not handle so much blood in her head for long. She became very pale. She looked at me with a pleading look. I smiled and nodded. I put my finger on my lips. With a sigh, she lay back on her pillows. Van Helsing came back in a couple of hours. He said to me, "Now you go home. Eat a lot and drink enough. Make yourself strong. I will stay here tonight. I will sit up with the little miss myself. You and I must watch this case. No one else must know. I have serious reasons. No, do not ask me what they are. Think what you want. Do not be afraid to think even the most unlikely things. Good night." In the hall, 2 of the maids came to me. They asked if they could sit up with Miss Lucy. They begged me to let them. When I said that Dr. Van Helsing wanted either him or me to sit up, they asked me to please talk to the foreign gentleman. I was very touched by their kindness. Maybe it is because I am weak right now, and maybe because it was for Lucy. Their loyalty was clear. I have seen many times when women were so kind. I got back here in time for a late dinner. I went on my rounds. Everything was good. I wrote this down while waiting to sleep. It is coming. It is September 11th. This afternoon I went to Hillingham. I found Van Helsing in a very good mood. Lucy was much better. Soon after I arrived, a big package for the professor came from another country. He opened it with a serious face. He showed us a big bunch of white flowers. "These are for you, Miss Lucy," he said. "For me?" "Oh, Dr. Van Helsing." "Yes, my dear, but not for you to play with. These are medicine." "Here," Lucy made a face. "No, but you do not have to drink them, so you do not have to make that nice nose look so bad. Or I will tell my friend Arthur what problems he may have to deal with, seeing so much beauty that he loves so much look so bad." "Aha, my pretty miss. That makes your nice nose straight again. This is medicine, but you do not know how. I will put them in your window. I will make a nice circle of flowers. I will hang it around your neck, so you can sleep well. Oh yes, they are like the lotus flower. They make you forget your problems. They smell like the waters that make you forget. They also smell like the fountain of youth that the Spanish explorers looked for in Florida and found too late." While he was speaking, Lucy had been looking at the flowers and smelling them. Now she threw them down. She was half laughing and half disgusted. "Oh, Professor, I think you are just playing a joke on me. These flowers are just common garlic." To my surprise, Van Helsing stood up. He was very serious. His jaw was set. His eyebrows came together. "No joking with me. I never joke. There is a serious reason for everything I do. I warn you not to stop me. Be careful, for the sake of others if not for your own." Then he saw that poor Lucy was scared. She had a good reason to be. He went on more gently. "Oh, little miss, my dear, do not be afraid of me. I am only doing this for your own good. But there is a lot of power in those common flowers for you. See, I will put them in your room myself. I will make the circle of flowers that you are to wear. But be quiet. Do not tell others who ask questions. We must obey. And being quiet is part of obedience. And obedience is to bring you strong and well to the loving arms that wait for you. Now sit still for a while. Come with me, friend John. You will help me decorate the room with my garlic. It is all the way from Haarlem. My friend Vanderpool grows herbs in his greenhouses all year. I had to send a telegram yesterday, or they would not be here." We went into the room. We took the flowers with us. The professor's actions were certainly strange. You would not find them in any medical book I have ever heard of. First, he closed the windows and locked them safely. Next, he took a handful of the flowers. He rubbed them all over the window frames, as if to make sure that any air that came in would smell like garlic. Then he rubbed the bunch of flowers all over the door frame, above, below, and on each side. He did the same around the fireplace. It all seemed strange to me. I said, "Well, Professor, I know you always have a reason for what you do. But this really confuses me. It is good that we do not have a doubter here, or he would say that you are doing some magic to keep out a bad spirit." "Maybe I am," he answered quietly as he started to make the circle of flowers that Lucy was to wear around her neck. We then waited while Lucy got ready for the night. When she was in bed, he came and put the garlic wreath around her neck himself. The last words he said to her were, "Be careful not to move it. And even if the room feels warm, do not open the window or the door tonight." "I promise," said Lucy. "And thank you both 1,000 times for all your kindness to me. Oh, what have I done to be so lucky to have such friends?" As we left the house, Van Helsing said, "Tonight I can sleep peacefully." And I want to sleep. 2 nights of travel, a lot of reading in the day, a lot of worry the next day, and a night of staying awake without closing my eyes. Tomorrow morning you will call for me. We will come together to see our pretty miss. She will be so much stronger from my magic that I have worked. Ho! Ho! He seemed so confident. I remembered my own confidence 2 nights before and the terrible result. I felt a sense of fear. It must have been my weakness that made me not want to tell my friend. But I felt it even more, like tears that had not been cried. Chapter 11. Lucy Westenra's Diary. Lucy Westenra's Diary. September 12th. I am so happy. Everyone is so good to me. I love Dr. Van Helsing. He was so worried about the flowers. He was so fierce that he scared me. But he was right. I feel much better now. I am not scared to be alone tonight. I can go to sleep without fear. I won't mind any noises at the window. I have had so many sleepless nights. It was so painful not to sleep or to be scared to sleep. I always had unknown fears. Some people are so lucky. They have no fears. They can sleep every night and have good dreams. I am in my bed now, hoping for sleep. I am like Ophelia. I never liked garlic before, but tonight it is wonderful. I feel peaceful. I can already feel sleep coming. Good night, everyone. Dr. Seward's Diary. September 13th. I met Van Helsing at the Berkeley Hotel. He was on time as usual. A car from the hotel was waiting for us. Van Helsing took his bag. He always brings it now. Van Helsing and I arrived at Hillingham at 8 o'clock. The morning was beautiful. The sun was bright. The leaves were turning beautiful colors. When we went inside, we saw Mrs. Westenra. She is always an early riser. She said, "You will be happy to know that Lucy is better." She is still asleep. I looked in her room. I did not go in, so I would not wake her. Van Helsing smiled. He was very happy. He rubbed his hands and said, "I knew my idea was right. My treatment is working." Mrs. Westenra said, "You must not take all the credit, doctor. Lucy is better this morning because of me, too." The professor asked, "What do you mean, ma'am?" "Well, I was worried about the dear child last night." I went into her room. She was sleeping well. I did not wake her, but the room was stuffy. There were many flowers with a strong smell. She even had a bunch of them around her neck. I was afraid the smell would be too much for her, so I took them all away. I opened the window a little to let in fresh air. You will be happy with her. I am sure she went into her room. I watched Van Helsing's face. It turned gray. He did not show his feelings to the lady. He smiled at her and opened the door for her. But as soon as she was gone, he pulled me into the dining room. He closed the door. For the first time, I saw Van Helsing cry. He put his hands on his head. He was in despair. He sat on a chair. He put his hands on his face and started to cry. He sobbed. Then he raised his arms and said, "God, God, God, what have we done? What has this poor girl done? Why are we so troubled? Does fate still control us? This poor mother, she does not know what she did. She thinks she is helping, but she may lose her daughter. We cannot tell her, or she will die. Then they will both die. The powers of evil are against us." Suddenly he stood up. "Come," he said. "We must act. It does not matter if there are devils. We will fight him anyway." He went to get his bag. We went to Lucy's room together. I opened the blind. Van Helsing went to the bed. He looked at her face. It was white. He looked sad. "As I thought," he said. He locked the door. Then he put instruments on a small table. We had to give her blood again. I took off my coat, but he stopped me. "No," he said. "You must do the work. I will give the blood. You are weak." He took off his coat and rolled up his shirt sleeve. We did the operation again. She became better. The color returned to her cheeks. She was breathing normally. This time I watched while Van Helsing rested. He told Mrs. Westenra she must not take anything from Lucy's room. He said the flowers were medicine. He said that the smell was part of the cure. Then he decided to take care of her himself. He said he would watch her that night and the next. He would tell me when to come. After an hour, Lucy woke up. She was fresh and bright. She was not much worse for what had happened. What does this all mean? I am beginning to think I am going crazy. Lucy Westenra's diary. September 17th. 4 days and nights of peace. I am so strong now. I feel like I woke up from a long nightmare. The sun is beautiful. The air is fresh. I remember a long time of waiting and being scared. There was darkness. I felt like a diver coming up through water. But since Dr. Van Helsing has been with me, all the bad dreams have gone away. The noises at the window that scared me have stopped. The voices are gone. I go to bed now without any fear. I don't try to stay awake. I really like the garlic. I get a box of it every day. Dr. Van Helsing is going away tonight. He has to go to Amsterdam for a day. But I do not need to be watched. I am well enough to be alone. Thank God for my mother, and Arthur, and all our friends. I will not feel a change because Dr. Van Helsing was already sleeping a lot in his chair last night. I found him asleep twice when I woke up, but I was not afraid to go to sleep again. Even though the branches or bats hit the window. The Pall Mall Gazette, September 18th. The Escaped Wolf. I looked for the keeper of the wolf part of the zoo. His name is Thomas Builder. He lives in a house behind the elephant house. He was just about to have tea when I found him. Thomas and his wife are nice people. They are old and have no children. The keeper would not talk about business until after dinner. Then, when the table was clean and he had his pipe, he said, "Now, sir, you can ask what you want. I do not talk about work before meals. I ask the wolves and the hyenas questions after they eat." "How do you mean, ask them questions?" I asked. I wanted him to talk. "I hit them on the head with a pole. That is one way. I scratch their ears. That is another way. I do not mind the hitting before dinner, but I wait until they have had their coffee, so to speak, before I scratch their ears. There is a lot of the same nature in us and them. You come here and ask me questions about my work. I was so grumpy. I would not answer you if you had not given me money. Without money, I would have told you to go to hell." "You did say that," I said. "And when you said you would report me for bad language, that was like hitting me on the head. But the money made it all right. I did not want to fight. So I waited for the food. I did with my dinner what the wolves and lions do. But now that the old woman has given me cake and tea, and I have my pipe, you can scratch my ears all you want. You won't get a growl out of me. Ask your questions. I know what you are here for, the escaped wolf." "Exactly." "I want you to tell me how it happened, and then tell me what you think will happen." "All right, sir." Here is the whole story. The wolf was called Berserker. He was one of 3 gray ones from Norway. We bought him 4 years ago. He was a nice wolf. He never made any trouble. I am more surprised that he escaped than any other animal. But you can't trust wolves, no more than women. "Don't listen to him, sir," Mrs. Tom said. "He has been with the animals so long he is like a wolf himself, but he is a good man." "Well, sir, it was about 2 hours after feeding yesterday when I first heard a noise. I was in the monkey house, but when I heard the howling, I came right away. Berserker was trying to break the bars. There were not many people around. There was only one man. He was tall and thin. He had a hooked nose and a pointed beard. He had white hairs in it. He had a cold look and red eyes. I did not like him, He had white gloves on his hands. He pointed to the animals and said, "Keeper, these wolves seem upset." "Maybe it's you," I said. I did not like him. He did not get angry. He smiled. He had white, sharp teeth. "Oh no, they would not like me," he said. "Yes, they would," I said, like him. "They always like a bone to clean their teeth on. You have a bag full." It was strange. When the animals saw us talking, they lay down. When I went to Berserker, he let me stroke his ears. The man came over and stroked the wolf's ears too. "Be careful," I said. "Berserker is fast." "Never mind," he said. "I am used to them." "Are you in the business?" I said. I took off my hat. "No," he said. "Not exactly, but I have had several as pets." He took off his hat and walked away. Old Berserker watched him until he was out of sight. Then he lay down in a corner. He would not come out all evening. Last night, as soon as the moon was up, the wolves started to howl. There was no one around, except for someone calling a dog in the park. I went out once or twice to check on them. Everything was fine. Then the howling stopped. Just before midnight, I took a look around. When I went past Berserker's cage, I saw the bars were broken. The cage was empty. That is all I know for sure. Did anyone else see anything? One of our gardeners was coming home. He saw a big gray dog coming out of the hedges. At least, that is what he says. But I do not believe him. He never said a word to his wife about it. He only remembered seeing it after the wolf had escaped. My own belief is that he was drunk. Now, Mr. Builder, can you say why the wolf escaped? "Well, sir," he said, "I think I can. But I don't know if you will like my idea." "Yes, I will. You know the animals. You can guess. Who else can?" "Well then, sir, I think the wolf escaped because he wanted to get out." Both Thomas and his wife laughed. The story was a joke. I could not argue with him. I thought I knew a better way to get him to talk. So I said, "Now, Mr. Builder, we will say that the first money is for that story. Here is some more money for what you think will happen." "All right, sir," he said. "I will tell you. You will forgive my joke." The old woman winked at me, telling me to go on. "My opinion is this. The wolf is hiding somewhere. The gardener said he was running north, but I do not believe him. Wolves do not run like dogs. Wolves are good in a story. When they are in a pack, they can make a lot of noise. But in real life, a wolf is a simple animal. They are not as clever as a dog. They do not fight as much. This one has not fought or found food for himself. He is probably somewhere around the park, hiding and shaking. He is wondering where to get his breakfast. Or maybe he is in a basement. Some cook will be surprised when she sees his green eyes in the dark. If he cannot find food, he will look for it. Maybe he will find a butcher shop. If he does not, and a nursemaid leaves a baby in a stroller, well then I would not be surprised if there is one less baby. I was giving him the money when something hit the window. Mr. Builder looked very surprised. "Oh my God," he said, "Berserker is back." He went and opened the door. I thought this was not a good idea. I have always thought it's better to have a strong thing between me and a wild animal. But Builder and his wife did not think about it. They acted as if the wolf was a dog. The wolf was calm and well-behaved. It was funny and sad at the same time. The wolf had made all the children in London scared. Now it was like a lost son who had returned home. Mr. Builder looked at the wolf. He was worried about it. When he finished, he said, "I knew the poor animal would get into trouble. I said it all along. His head is cut and full of glass. He has been going over a wall. It is a shame that people put broken bottles on their walls. This is what happens. Come on, Berserker." He took the wolf and locked it in a cage. He gave it a piece of meat. Then he went to tell someone. I also left to write about the story. Dr. Seward's Diary. September 17th. I was in my study after dinner. I was working on my books. I had a lot of work and had to visit Lucy many times. Suddenly, a patient came into my study. His face was angry. I was shocked. A patient never comes into my study on their own. He came straight at me. He had a dinner knife. He was dangerous. I tried to keep the table between us, but he was too fast and strong. He cut my left wrist. It was a bad cut. My wrist was bleeding. A little pool of blood went on the carpet. I saw that he was not going to attack again. I tied up my wrist. I kept an eye on him. When the workers came, what he did next made me feel sick. He was on the floor like a dog. He was drinking the blood from my wrist. The workers took him away easily. He went calmly. He just kept saying, "The blood is the life. The blood is the life." I cannot lose blood right now. I have lost too much already. Lucy's illness has been difficult for me. I am tired and worried. I need rest. Van Helsing has not called me, so I can get some sleep tonight. I need it. Telegram from Van Helsing, Antwerp to Seward, Carfax. Sent to Carfax, Sussex, as no county was given. It arrived late. September 17th. You must go to Hillingham tonight. If you are not watching her, visit her often. Make sure the flowers are in the right place. This is very important. Do not fail. I will be with you as soon as I arrive. Dr. Seward's Diary. September 18th. I am leaving for the train to London. Van Helsing's telegram made me upset. A whole night was lost. I know what can happen in one night. Maybe everything is fine. But what if it is not? It feels like we are cursed. Everything goes wrong. I will take this recorder with me. I will complete my entry on Lucy's phonograph. Memorandum left by Lucy Westenra. September 17th. Night. I am writing this so that no one gets into trouble because of me. This is what happened tonight. I feel I am dying. I am very weak, but I have to write this. I went to bed as usual. I made sure the flowers were where Dr. Van Helsing said. I fell asleep quickly. I woke up because of the noise at the window. It was the same noise as before. I was not scared, but I wished Dr. Seward was in the next room. I tried to sleep, but I could not. I was afraid to be alone, so I opened my door and called out, "Is there anybody there?" There was no answer. I was afraid to wake my mother, so I closed my door again. Then outside, I heard a sound like a dog howling, but it was deeper. I went to the window. I could not see anything. I only saw a big bat. It was hitting the window. I went back to bed. I did not want to go to sleep. My mother opened the door. She saw that I was awake. She came in and sat by me. She said, "I was worried about you, darling. I came to see if you were okay." I was afraid she would get cold. I asked her to come and sleep with me. She came into bed with me. She did not take off her clothes. She said she would only stay for a little while. As she was in my arms, the noise at the window came again. She was scared. She cried out, "What is that?" I tried to calm her. She finally was calm, but I could still hear her heart beating fast. After a while, the howl came again from the bushes. Then there was a crash at the window. Glass broke and fell on the floor. The wind blew in. A large gray wolf's head was in the window opening. My mother cried out. She sat up. She grabbed anything to help her. She grabbed the flowers that Dr. Van Helsing told me to wear around my neck. She tore them away from me. She sat up for a moment. She pointed at the wolf. There was a horrible sound in her throat. Then she fell over. Her head hit my forehead. I was dizzy for a moment. The room seemed to spin. I looked at the window. The wolf pulled its head back. Many small specks came in through the window. They flew around like dust in the desert. I tried to move, but I could not. My mother's body was on me. She was cold. Her heart had stopped. I do not remember anything after that for a while. The time felt very long. I woke up. A bell was ringing nearby. The dogs in the neighborhood were howling. A nightingale was singing. I was weak and scared. The nightingale's song sounded like my mother's voice. It seemed to want to comfort me. The sound woke up the maids. I heard their feet outside my door. I called to them. They came in. When they saw what had happened, they screamed. The wind came through the broken window. The door closed. They lifted my mother's body off me. They covered her with a sheet and put her on the bed. They were all so scared. I told them to go to the dining room and have some wine. The door opened for a moment and then closed again. The maids screamed. They all went to the dining room. I put the flowers I had on my mother's chest. I remembered what Dr. Van Helsing had told me, but I did not want to take them off. I wanted the servants to stay with me. I was surprised that the maids did not come back. I called them. There was no answer. I went to the dining room to look for them. My heart sank when I saw what happened. They were all on the floor. They were breathing heavily. The bottle of sherry was half full on the table. It had a strange, bitter smell. I looked at the bottle. It smelled of medicine. I saw that the bottle my mother's doctor used was empty. What should I do? What should I do? I am back in the room with my mother. I cannot leave her. I am alone. The servants are asleep. Someone drugged them. I am alone with the dead. I cannot go out. I can hear the wolf howling through the broken window. The air is full of flying specks. The lights are blue and dim. What should I do? God protect me tonight. I will hide this paper in my shirt. They will find it when they dress my body. My mother is gone. It is time for me to go too. Goodbye, dear Arthur. I may not live through this night. God keep you, dear, and God help me. Chapter 12. Dr. Seward's Diary. September 18th. I drove to Hillingham and arrived early. I left my taxi at the gate. I went to the house alone. I knocked and rang the bell quietly. I did not want to disturb Lucy or her mother. I hoped a servant would come. No one answered. I knocked and rang again. Still no answer. I was angry at the servants for being lazy. It was 10 o'clock. I knocked and rang again, harder. Still no answer. I started to get a terrible fear. Was this another bad thing to happen to us? Was I too late? I knew that a few minutes could mean danger for Lucy. I went around the house to look for a way in. I could not find a way. Every window and door was locked. I went back to the front door. As I did, I heard a car. It stopped at the gate. A few seconds later, I saw Van Helsing running to the house. When he saw me, he said, "It was you. You just got here. How is she? Are we too late? Did you not get my telegram?" I told him that I got his telegram this morning. I came as fast as I could. I could not get anyone to answer me. He paused. He took off his hat and said, "Then I am afraid we are too late. God's will be done." He quickly went on, "Come. If we cannot get in, we must make a way. Time is very important now." We went to the back of the house. There was a kitchen window. The professor took a small saw from his bag. He gave it to me and pointed to the iron bars. I started to cut them. I quickly cut through 3 bars. Then with a long, thin knife, we opened the window. I helped the professor get in. I went in after him. No one was in the kitchen or the servants' rooms. We went to all the rooms. In the dining room, we found 4 women on the floor. They were breathing loudly. There was a bad smell of medicine in the room. There was no doubt they were drugged. Van Helsing and I looked at each other. He said, "We can help them later." Then we went up to Lucy's room. We stopped at the door to listen. We could not hear anything. Our faces were white. Our hands were shaking. We opened the door slowly and went into the room. It is hard to describe what we saw. On the bed were two women, Lucy and her mother. Her mother was on the far side. She was covered with a white sheet. The wind from the broken window blew the sheet back. I could see her face. It was white and scared. Next to her was Lucy. Her face was also white. The flowers that were around her neck were on her mother's chest. Her throat was bare. We could see the two small wounds. They were very white and looked bad. The professor bent over the bed. His head was almost touching Lucy's chest. Then he turned his head quickly. He was listening. He jumped up and yelled to me, "It is not too late! Quick! Quick! Bring the brandy!" I ran downstairs. I came back with the brandy. I made sure to smell and taste it. I did not want it to be drugged like the sherry. The maids were still breathing. They were moving a little. The medicine was wearing off. I did not stay. I went back to Van Helsing. He rubbed the brandy on Lucy's lips, gums, wrists, and hands. He said to me, "I can only do this now. You go wake those maids. Hit them in the face with a wet towel. Hit them hard. Make them get a fire and a warm bath. This poor girl is almost as cold as her mother. She needs to be warm before we can do anything else." I went to the maids. It was not hard to wake 3 of them. The 4th was a young girl. The medicine had affected her more. I put her on the couch to sleep. The other women were confused at first. Then they started to remember. They cried and sobbed. I was strict with them. I told them we had already lost 1 life. If they were slow, we would lose Lucy too. They went to get fire and water. They were crying. The kitchen and boiler fires were still hot. We had a lot of hot water. We got a bath. We put Lucy in it. We were rubbing her arms and legs. There was a knock at the door. One of the maids ran off. She put on more clothes and opened it. She came back and told us a man was there. He had a message from Mr. Holmwood. I told her to tell him to wait. We could not see anyone now. She left with the message. I forgot about him. I have never seen the professor work so hard. I knew we were fighting death. I told him this. He answered me in a way I did not understand. He had a serious look on his face. If that were all, I would stop here. I would let her die in peace. I do not see any good in her future. He worked even harder. Soon we felt that Lucy was getting warmer. Her heart was beating a little louder. Her lungs were moving. Van Helsing's face was happy. We lifted her from the bath. We wrapped her in a hot sheet. He said to me, "The first win is ours. Checkmate." We took Lucy to another room. We laid her in bed. We put a few drops of brandy in her mouth. I saw that Van Helsing tied a soft silk scarf around her throat. She was still unconscious. She was as bad as, if not worse, than we had ever seen her. Van Helsing called one of the women. He told her to stay with Lucy and not take her eyes off her. Then he told me to leave the room. "We must talk about what to do," he said as we went downstairs. In the hall, he opened the dining room door. We went in. He closed the door carefully. The windows were open, the shades were down. It was dark, but it was light enough to see. Van Helsing looked confused. He was thinking hard. I waited. He said, "What do we do now? Where can we get help? She needs more blood. She will not last an hour without it. You are tired? I am tired. I do not trust those women. I do not know if they would have the courage to do it. Where can we find someone to give her blood?" "What's wrong with me anyway?" a voice said from the couch. The voice was Quincy Morris. I was so happy. Van Helsing looked angry at first, but his face softened. He looked happy when I said, "Quincy Morris?" I ran to him with my hands out. "What brought you here?" I asked him. "I guess Arthur," he said. He gave me a telegram. "I have not heard from Seward in 3 days. I am very worried. I cannot leave. My father is still sick. Please send me a message about how Lucy is. Do not be slow. Arthur. I think I came at the right time. Just tell me what to do. Van Helsing went to him. He took his hand. He looked him in the eyes. He said, "A brave man's blood is the best thing on earth when a woman is in trouble. You are a man. The devil can work against us, but God sends us men when we need them." We did the operation again. I do not want to talk about the details. Lucy was badly affected. Her body did not react as well as before. It was terrible to see and hear her fight for life, but her heart and lungs got better. Van Helsing gave her medicine again. It worked. Her unconscious state turned into a deep sleep. The professor watched her. I went downstairs with Quincy Morris. I told a maid to pay the taxi drivers. I told Quincy to lie down and have some wine. I told the cook to make breakfast. Then I had an idea. I went back to Lucy's room. I found Van Helsing with some paper. He had read it. He was thinking. He looked satisfied. It was as if a problem had been solved. He gave me the paper. He said, "It fell from Lucy's chest when we carried her to the bath." I read it. I looked at the professor. I asked him, "What does it all mean? Is she crazy? Or what kind of danger is this?" I was so confused. Van Helsing took the paper. He said, "Do not worry about it now. You will know everything later. Now, what did you want to tell me?" This brought me back to reality. I came to talk about the death certificate. If we do not do this right, there may be a police investigation. We would have to show that paper. I hope we do not have an investigation. It would surely kill Lucy. I know, and you know, and the other doctor knows that Mrs. Westenra had a heart disease. We can say she died of it. Let's write the certificate now. I will take it to the person who registers deaths. I will also go to the funeral home. Good, my friend John. That is a good idea. Lucy is sad with her enemies, but she is happy with her friends. 1, 2, 3 men open their arms for her, and an old man too. Ah, yes, I know, friend John. I am not blind. I love you more for it. Now go in the hall. I met Quincy Morris. He had a telegram for Arthur. It told him that Mrs. Westenra was dead. It said that Lucy was sick but was doing better. It said that Van Helsing and I were with her. I told him where I was going. He hurried me out. As I was leaving, he said, "When you come back, Jack, can I talk to you alone?" I said yes and left. I had no problems with the registration. I arranged for the funeral home to come in the evening to measure for the coffin. When I got back, Quincy was waiting. I told him I would see him after I checked on Lucy. I went to her room. She was still sleeping. The professor was in his chair beside her. He put his finger to his lips. He thought she would wake up soon. He did not want to disturb her. So I went back to Quincy. I took him to the breakfast room. The shades were not down. It was a little more cheerful. When we were alone, he said, "Jack Seward, I do not want to be in the way. But this is not a normal case. You know I loved that girl. I wanted to marry her. That is over now. But I still worry about her. What is wrong with her? The Dutchman said you and he were tired. He said she needed more blood. I know you doctors keep things private, but this is not a normal situation. I did my part. Did I not?" "That is true," I said. He went on, "I think you and Van Helsing had already given her blood today. Is that true?" "That is true. And I guess Arthur was involved too. When I saw him 4 days ago, he looked strange. I have not seen anyone get so weak so quickly. I was in the country. I had a horse I liked. It was fine one day. The next morning it was weak. A big bat had been on it. It had lost so much blood. The horse could not stand up. I had to shoot it. Jack, can you tell me? Was Arthur the first? Is that true?" He looked very worried. He was worried about the woman he loved. He did not know what was happening. His heart was hurting. He tried to stay calm. I waited before I answered. I did not want to tell him anything the professor wanted to keep secret, but he already knew a lot, so there was no reason not to answer. I said, "That is true. How long has this been happening?" "About 10 days. 10 days. Then I guess, Jack, that this girl we all love has had the blood of 4 strong men in her. Her whole body would not hold it." Then he came close to me. He whispered, "What took the blood out?" I shook my head. "That," I said, "is the big problem. Van Helsing is going crazy about it. I have no idea. There have been things that have stopped us from watching Lucy, but this will not happen again. We will stay here until she is well or dead." Quincy put out his hand. "Count me in," he said. "You and the Dutchman will tell me what to do." "I will do it." When Lucy woke up, she felt for the paper in her shirt. She found it. She looked surprised. Van Helsing had put it back. He did not want her to be scared. She saw Van Helsing and me. She looked happy. Then she looked around the room. She was scared. She cried loudly. She put her hands over her face. We knew she remembered her mother's death. We tried to comfort her. She was still sad. She cried for a long time. We told her that one of us would stay with her all the time. This seemed to make her feel better. At sunset, she fell asleep. A strange thing happened. While she was asleep, she took the paper from her chest. She tore it in two. Van Helsing took the pieces from her, but she kept acting like she was tearing the paper. Finally, she opened her hands as if she was throwing the pieces away. Van Helsing looked surprised. He was thinking. He did not say anything. All last night she slept a little at a time. She was afraid to sleep. She was weaker when she woke up. The professor and I took turns watching her. We were with her all the time. Quincy Morris did not say what he was doing, but I knew he walked around the house all night. When it was morning, we could see how weak Lucy was. She could barely turn her head. The food she ate did not help. Sometimes she slept. Van Helsing and I noticed a difference in her when she was asleep and when she was awake. When she was asleep, she looked stronger, but her face was thin, her breathing was soft, her mouth was open, her gums were pale, her teeth looked longer and sharper. When she woke up, her eyes changed. She looked like herself, but she was dying. In the afternoon, she asked for Arthur. We sent him a message. Quincy went to meet him at the train station. He arrived around 6 o'clock. The sun was setting. The red light came in the window. It made her cheeks look a little more colorful. When he saw her, Arthur was very sad. We could not speak. In the last few hours, she had been sleeping more often, so there was less time to talk. But Arthur's presence seemed to help her. She was a little better. She talked to him more brightly. He also tried to be cheerful. So we made the best of everything. It is almost 1 o'clock now. He and Van Helsing are with her. I will go and watch her in 15 minutes. I am writing this on Lucy's voice recorder. They will rest until 6 o'clock. I am afraid that tomorrow our watching will end. The shock was too much for her. She cannot get better. God help us all. A letter from Mina Harker to Lucy Westenra. September 17th. My dearest Lucy, it has been a long time since I heard from you. I know you will forgive me when you hear my news. I got my husband back. We arrived at Exeter. A car was waiting for us. Mr. Hawkins was in it. He took us to his house. It was a beautiful old house. We had a nice dinner. After dinner, Mr. Hawkins said, "My dears, I want to wish you health and success. May you both be happy. I have known you since you were children. I have seen you grow up with love and pride. I want you to make your home here with me. I have no children. I have left you everything in my will. I cried, Lucy dear. Jonathan and the old man shook hands. We had a very happy evening. So here we are, in this old house. From my room, I can see the big trees. I can hear the birds. I am busy making the house a home. Jonathan and Mr. Hawkins are busy all day. Jonathan is a partner now. Mr. Hawkins wants to tell him about the clients. How is your mother? I wish I could go to the city for a day to see you. But I cannot go yet. Jonathan still needs me. He is getting better. But his long illness made him weak. He still wakes up sometimes, shaking. I have to calm him down. But thank God this happens less and less. It will stop completely soon. Now that I have told you my news, tell me yours. When are you getting married? Where? Who will do the ceremony? What will you wear? Is it a big wedding or a small one? Tell me everything. Jonathan sends his love. Goodbye, my dearest Lucy. Your loving, Mina Harker. A report from Dr. Patrick Hennessy to Dr. John Seward. September 20th. My dear sir, I am sending you my report. The patient Renfield had another problem. It could have been terrible, but nothing bad happened. This afternoon, a cart with 2 men came to the empty house next to us. The men stopped at our gate. They asked the guard for directions. I was looking out my study window. I was smoking after dinner. I saw one of the men come to the house. As he passed Renfield's room, the patient yelled at him. He called him bad names. The man seemed like a good person. He just told Renfield to be quiet. Our patient said the man was robbing and wanting to kill him. He said he would stop him. I opened my window. I told the man to ignore him. The man said, God bless you, sir. I would not mind what was said to me in a madhouse. I feel sorry for you. You have to live in the house with a wild animal like that. He asked for directions again. I told him where the gate to the empty house was. He left. Renfield kept yelling at him. I went to see why Renfield was so angry. He is usually well behaved. I found him calm. I tried to talk to him about it. He pretended he did not know what I was talking about. I am sad to say it was just another example of his cleverness. A half-hour later, I heard from him again. This time he broke out of his window. He was running down the street. I told the workers to follow me. I ran after him. I was afraid he would do something bad. My fear was right. The same cart was coming down the road. It had some big wooden boxes on it. The men were sweating. They looked like they had been working hard. Before I could get to him, the patient ran at them. He pulled one man off the cart. He started hitting his head on the ground. If I had not grabbed him, I think he would have killed the man. The other man jumped down. He hit Renfield over the head with his whip. It was a terrible hit, but Renfield did not seem to mind it. He grabbed the other man too. He fought all 3 of us. He pulled us around like we were little cats. I am not a small person. The other 2 men were strong. At first he was silent, but as we got control of him and the workers put a special coat on him, he started to yell, I'll stop them! They won't rob me! They won't kill me a little at a time! I'll fight for my lord and master! It was hard to get him back to the house. We put him in a special room. One of the workers, Hardy, broke a finger. I fixed it. He is doing well. The 2 men who brought the boxes were angry at first. They said they would sue us, but they also made excuses for being beaten by a weak madman. They said they were tired from carrying the heavy boxes. They also said they were thirsty. I understood what they meant. I gave them each a glass of rum and some money. They stopped being angry. They said they would be happy to meet another madman for the fun of meeting such a good person as me. I took their names and addresses. They are Jack Smollett and Thomas Snelling. They both work for a moving company in London. I will write to you if anything interesting happens. I will send a telegram if anything important happens. Sincerely, Patrick Hennessy. A letter from Mina Harker to Lucy Westenra. September 18th. My dearest Lucy, we have had a sad thing happen to us. Mr. Hawkins died very suddenly. Some people might not think it is so sad, but we loved him like a father. I never knew my father or mother, so his death is a real blow to me. Jonathan is very sad. He feels a deep sadness for the good man who helped him all his life. Mr. Hawkins treated him like his own son. He left him a lot of money. It is more than we could ever dream of. But Jonathan is sad for another reason. He says that all the responsibility makes him nervous. He is starting to doubt himself. I try to cheer him up. My belief in him helps him believe in himself. But the shock he went through still affects him. It is so hard that a good and strong person like him should be so hurt. It is a nature that helped him go from a clerk to a boss in a few years. Now, his strength is gone. Forgive me for bothering you with my troubles. But, Lucy dear, I have to tell someone. It is hard for me to pretend to be brave for Jonathan. I do not have anyone here to talk to. I do not want to go to London, but we have to go the day after tomorrow. Mr. Hawkins wanted to be buried with his father. Jonathan will be the main person at the funeral. I will try to visit you for a few minutes. Forgive me for bothering you. With love, Mina Harker. Dr. Seward's Diary, September 20th. I can only write this tonight because of my habit. I am too sad. I do not care if I die right now. The angel of death has been here a lot lately. Lucy's mother, Arthur's father, and now... Let me get to my work. I took over the watch from Van Helsing. We wanted Arthur to rest, but he refused. He only agreed when I told him that we needed him to help us during the day. He had to rest so Lucy would not suffer. Van Helsing was kind to him. "Come, my child," he said. "Come with me. You are sick and weak. You have had a lot of sadness and pain. You must not be alone. To be alone is to be full of fears. Come to the living room. There is a big fire. There are 2 sofas. You will lie on one, and I will lie on the other. Our being together will be a comfort, even if we do not speak, even if we sleep." Arthur went with him. He looked at Lucy's face. It was almost whiter than the white bedsheet. She was very still. I looked around the room. I wanted to make sure everything was in its place. I saw that the professor had used garlic. The window frame smelled of it. Around Lucy's neck, over the scarf, was a necklace of garlic flowers. Lucy was breathing loudly. Her face was at its worst. Her mouth was open. Her gums were pale. Her teeth seemed longer and sharper than they were this morning. Her canine teeth looked longer and sharper than the others. I sat by her. She moved a little. At the same time, I heard a sound at the window. I went to it quietly. I looked out. The moon was full. I could see that a big bat was making the noise. It was flying around the window. It hit the window with its wings. When I came back to my seat, I saw that Lucy had moved. She had taken the garlic flowers off her neck. I put them back as best I could. I sat and watched her. She woke up. I gave her some food as Van Helsing had said. She ate a little. It seemed she was no longer fighting for her life. It was strange. When she woke up, she held the garlic flowers close to her. But when she was in a deep sleep, she pushed the flowers away. It was clear that she did this many times. At 6 o'clock, Van Helsing came to take my place. Arthur had fallen asleep. He let him sleep. When he saw Lucy's face, I could hear him breathe in sharply. He said to me in a low voice, "Open the window cover. I want light." He bent down. His face was almost touching Lucy's. He looked at her carefully. He took off the flowers and the scarf. When he did, he moved back. I could hear him say, "My God!" I bent over to look too. I felt a strange coldness. The wounds on her throat were gone. Van Helsing stood and looked at her for 5 minutes. He was very serious. Then he turned to me and said calmly, "She is dying. It will not be long. It will be very different if she dies while she is awake or in her sleep. Wake that poor boy. Let him come and see the end. He trusts us." We promised him I went to the dining room. I woke him up. He was confused at first, but when he saw the light, he thought he was late. I told him Lucy was still asleep, but I told him as gently as I could that the end was near. He covered his face with his hands. He knelt by the sofa. He stayed there for a minute, praying. His shoulders were shaking. I took his hand and helped him up. "Come," I said, "be strong. It will be best and easiest for her." When we went into Lucy's room, I saw that Van Helsing had made everything nice. He had even brushed Lucy's hair. When we came into the room, she opened her eyes. She saw Arthur. She whispered softly, "Arthur, oh my love, I am so glad you have come." He bent to kiss her. Van Helsing told him to wait. "No," he whispered, "not yet. Hold her hand. It will comfort her more." So Arthur took her hand and knelt beside her. She looked her best. Her eyes were beautiful. Then her eyes slowly closed. She went to sleep. Her chest moved softly. She breathed like a tired child. Then the strange change came. Her breathing became loud. Her mouth opened. Her pale gums pulled back. Her teeth looked longer and sharper than ever. She opened her eyes. They were dull and hard. She said in a soft, strange voice, "Arthur! Oh, my love, I am so glad you have come. Kiss me." Arthur leaned in to kiss her, but at that moment Van Helsing grabbed him. He pulled him back with a lot of strength. He threw him almost across the room. "Not for your life," he said. "Not for your soul and hers." He stood between them like a lion. Arthur was so surprised. He did not know what to do, but then he remembered where he was. He waited silently. I looked at Lucy. So did Van Helsing. We saw a look of anger on her face. Her sharp teeth made a noise. Then her eyes closed. She breathed loudly. She opened her eyes again. They were soft. She put out her hand. She took Van Helsing's hand. She pulled it to her. She kissed it. "My true friend," she said in a weak voice. "My true friend and his. Oh, guard him and give me peace." "I promise," he said. He knelt beside her. He held up his hand. Then he turned to Arthur. "Come, my child," he said. "Take her hand. Kiss her on the forehead." Only once they looked at each other instead of kissing, and so they said goodbye. Lucy's eyes closed. Van Helsing took Arthur's arm. He pulled him away. Then Lucy's breathing became loud again. It stopped all at once. "It is all over," said Van Helsing. "She is dead." I took Arthur by the arm. I led him to the living room. He sat down. He covered his face with his hands. He sobbed. It made me feel sad. I went back to the room. I found Van Helsing looking at Lucy. His face was more serious than ever. Something had changed in her body. Death had made her beautiful again. Her face had some of its soft lines back. Even her lips were not as pale. It was as if the blood had gone back to make death less harsh. We thought she was dying while she slept, and sleeping when she died. I stood by Van Helsing. I said, "Well, poor girl, she has peace now. It is the end." He turned to me. He said seriously, "No, not so. It is only the beginning. When I asked him what he meant, he just shook his head. He said, "We can do nothing yet. Wait and see." Chapter 13. Doctor. Seward's Diary. The funeral was planned for the next day. Lucy and her mother would be buried together. I took care of all the things that needed to be done. The funeral director was very polite. Even the woman who prepared the bodies told me, "She is a very beautiful body, sir. It is a privilege to work on her. She will be a credit to our business." I saw that Van Helsing always stayed close. This was easy because the house was a mess. There were no family members there. Arthur had to go to his father's funeral the next day, so we could not invite anyone. Van Helsing and I decided to look at the papers. He wanted to look at Lucy's papers himself. I asked him why. I was worried that he, a foreigner, did not know English laws. He said, "I know. I am also a lawyer, but this is not about the law. You know that. You avoided the police. I must avoid more than them. There may be other papers like this." As he spoke, he took out the paper from Lucy's shirt, the one she tore up. "When you find anything from Mrs. Westenra's lawyer, seal all her papers. Write to him tonight. I will watch in this room and in Lucy's room all night. I will look for anything else. It is not good for her thoughts to be in the hands of strangers." I continued my work. In half an hour, I found the lawyer's name and address. I wrote to him. The dead lady's papers were in order. She had given clear directions for her burial. I had just sealed the letter when Van Helsing came in. He said, "Can I help you, my friend John?" "I am free. If I can, I will help you." "Did you find what you were looking for?" I asked. He said, "I was not looking for a specific thing. I hoped to find something, and I did. Only a few letters and notes, and a new diary. I have them here. We will not talk about them now. I will see that poor boy tomorrow night. With his permission, I will use some of them." When we finished our work, he said to me, "And now, friend John, I think we can go to bed. We both need sleep and rest. We will have a lot to do tomorrow. But tonight we are not needed. It is a sad night. Before we went to bed, we went to see Lucy. The funeral director had done a good job. The room was full of beautiful white flowers. Death was made to look less scary. A cloth was over her face. The professor lifted it gently. We were both shocked by the beauty. The tall candles showed her face well. All of Lucy's beauty had returned to her in death. The hours that had passed had not ruined her face. They had made her beautiful again. I could not believe I was looking at a dead person. The professor looked serious. He did not love her as I did. He did not have tears in his eyes. He said to me, "Stay here until I return." He left the room. He came back with a handful of garlic from a box. He put the flowers around her and on the bed. Then he took a small gold cross from his neck. He put it on her mouth. He put the cloth back over her face. We left the room. I was getting ready for bed. He knocked on my door and came in. He said, "Tomorrow I want you to bring me a set of knives." "Must we do an operation?" I asked. "Yes and no. I want to operate, but not in the way you think. Let me tell you now. Do not tell anyone else. I want to cut off her head and take out her heart. You are a doctor and you are shocked. You have done operations that would make others feel sick. But I must not forget, my dear friend John, that you loved her. I have not forgotten. I will do the operation. You must only help. I would like to do it tonight. But for Arthur, I must not. He will be free tomorrow after his father's funeral. He will want to see her, to see it. Then, when she is in the coffin and ready for the next day, you and I will come. We will come when everyone is asleep. We will unscrew the coffin lid. We will do our operation, and then we will put everything back, so no one will know except us. But why do this? The girl is dead. Why ruin her body? There is nothing to gain from it. No good for her, for us, for science. Why do it? It is a terrible thing to do. He put his hand on my shoulder. He said with a lot of kindness, "Friend John, I feel sorry for your sad heart. I love you more because of it. If I could, I would take your sadness. But there are things you do not know, but you will know them. You will be happy to know them, even if they are not pleasant. John, you have been my friend for many years. Have I ever done anything without a good reason? I may make a mistake, but I believe in what I do. Was it not for these reasons that you called me when the big problem happened? Yes. Were you not shocked when I did not let Arthur kiss her, even though she was dying, and I used all my strength to pull him away? Yes. And did you not see how she thanked me with her beautiful eyes? Her voice was so weak. She kissed my hand and blessed me? Yes. I have a good reason for what I want to do. You have trusted me for many years. You have believed me for weeks, even when things were so strange. Believe me a little longer, friend John. If you do not trust me, I must tell you what I think, and that is not good. If I work without my friend trusting me, I will work with a heavy heart. I will feel so alone when I want all the help I can get." He stopped for a moment. He went on seriously, "Friend John, there are strange and terrible days ahead of us. Let us not be two, but one, so we can work to a good end. Will you not have faith in me?" I took his hand and promised him. I held my door open as he left. I watched him go into his room and close the door. I stood there. I saw one of the maids walk by. Her back was to me. She did not see me. She went into the room where Lucy was. This touched my heart. It is rare to see such devotion. We are thankful to those who show it to the people we love. Here was a poor girl. She was putting aside her fear of death. She was going to watch over her mistress. So the poor body would not be alone until she was buried. I must have slept for a long time. It was morning when Van Helsing woke me. He came to my bed and said, "You do not need to worry about the knives. We will not do it." "Why not?" I asked. The night before, he was so serious. "Because," he said sternly, "it is too late, or too early. Look," he held up the small gold cross. "This was stolen in the night." "How can it be stolen?" I asked. "You have it now." "Because I got it back from the worthless person who stole it, the woman who robbed the dead and the living. Her punishment will come, but not from me. She did not know what she was doing. She only stole. Now we must wait." He left. I was left with a new problem, a new puzzle. The morning was long and sad. The lawyer, Mr. Marquand, came at noon. He was friendly. He was happy with what we had done. He took care of all the details. During lunch, he told us that Mrs. Westenra had expected to die suddenly from her heart problem. She had put her affairs in order. All her property was left to Arthur Holmwood. The lawyer said, "To be honest, we did our best to stop her. We told her that her daughter might not have any money. She might not be free to marry. We were very firm with her. She asked us if we would do what she wanted. Of course, we had to agree. We were right. 99 times out of 100 we would be right. But honestly, I must admit that in this case any other plan would have made it impossible for her wishes to come true. Because if she had died before her daughter, Lucy would have had the property. If Lucy had only lived for 5 more minutes, her property would have gone to her family. not to Lord Godalming, even though he was a dear friend. The family would not have given up their rights. I assure you, my dear sirs, I am very happy with the result. Perfectly happy. He was a good man. But his happiness at this small part of such a big tragedy showed how little he understood. He did not stay long. He said he would come back later to see Lord Godalming. His visit was a comfort. It meant we did not have to worry about people criticizing us. Arthur was expected at 5. So we went to the death room before then. The undertaker had done his job well. The room had a feeling of death. It made us feel sad. Van Helsing told him to change it back. He said that Arthur would not want to see his fiancée with all the other things. The undertaker looked shocked. He'd changed the room back to how it was the night before, so when Arthur came he would not be as sad. Poor Arthur. He looked very sad and broken. He seemed to have gotten smaller. He was very attached to his father. To lose him at a time like this was a bitter blow. He was as kind as ever to me. He was polite to Van Helsing, but I could see he was holding something back. The professor saw it too. He told me to take him upstairs. I did. I left him at the door of the room. I thought he would want to be alone with her, but he took my arm and brought me in. He said, "You loved her too, old friend." She told me everything. No friend was closer to her heart than you. I do not know how to thank you for all you have done for her. I cannot think yet. He started to cry. He put his arms around me. He put his head on my chest. He cried, "Oh, Jack! Jack! What will I do? My whole life seems to be gone at once. There is nothing in the world for me to live for." I comforted him as best I could. Men do not need a lot of words. A handshake, an arm on the shoulder, a shared cry is enough. I stood still and quiet until he stopped crying. Then I said softly to him, "Come and look at her." We went to the bed. I lifted the cloth from her face. God, she was so beautiful. She seemed to get more beautiful every hour. It scared and amazed me. Arthur started to shake. He was full of doubt. After a long time he whispered, "Jack, is she really dead?" I told him sadly that she was. I told him that sometimes faces become more beautiful after death. This happens when the person has suffered a lot. It seemed to help his doubt. He knelt beside the bed for a while. He looked at her with love. Then he turned away. I told him that this had to be goodbye. The coffin had to be prepared. He went back and took her dead hand. He kissed it. He bent over and kissed her forehead. He left the room looking back at her. I left him in the living room. I told Van Helsing that he had said goodbye. Van Helsing went to the kitchen. He told the men to get the coffin ready. When he came back, I told him about Arthur's question. He said, "I am not surprised. Just now, I doubted for a moment myself." We all ate dinner together. I could see that Arthur was trying to be strong. Van Helsing was quiet during dinner, but when we lit our cigars, he said, "Lord?" But Arthur stopped him. "No, not that, for God's sake, not yet. Forgive me, sir. I did not mean to be rude. It is just that my loss is so new." The professor answered sweetly, "I only used that name because I was not sure. I cannot call you Mister. I have grown to love you. Yes, my dear boy, to love you as Arthur." Arthur held out his hand. He took the old man's hand warmly. "Call me what you want," he said. "I hope I can always be your friend. I cannot find the words to thank you for your kindness to my poor dear." He paused for a moment. He went on, "I know she understood your kindness better than I do. If I was rude or not kind when you acted that way, you remember?" The professor nodded. "You must forgive me." He answered with a kind seriousness, "I know it was hard for you to trust me then. You did not understand my actions. I believe you do not understand now. And there may be more times when you will have to trust me without understanding. But the time will come when your trust will be complete. You will understand. Then you will thank me. For your own sake. For the sake of others. And for her dear sake, I promised to protect her. And I will trust you in every way, said Arthur. I know you have a noble heart. You are Jack's friend, and you were hers. You can do what you want. The professor cleared his throat. He was about to speak. He finally said, May I ask you something now? Certainly. You know that Mrs. Westenra left you all her property? No, poor dear. I never thought about it. And since it is all yours, you have the right to do what you want with it. I want you to let me read all of Miss Lucy's papers and letters. Believe me, I am not just curious. I have a reason. I am sure she would approve. I have them all here. I took them before we knew everything was yours. I did not want a stranger to see them. I did not want a stranger to look into her soul. I will keep them if I can. Even you cannot see them yet. But I will keep them safe. Not a word will be lost. At the right time, I will give them back to you. It is a hard thing I am asking, but you will do it, will you not, for Lucy's sake? Arthur said in a strong voice, Doctor Van Helsing, you can do what you want. I feel that in saying this, I am doing what my dear one would have wanted. I will not bother you with questions until the time is right. The old professor stood up and said, And you are right. There will be pain for all of us, but it will not be all pain, and this pain will not be the last. We, and you most of all, my dear boy, will have to go through hard times before we reach the good times. But we must be brave. We must not be selfish. We must do our duty, and everything will be well. I slept on a couch in Arthur's room that night. Van Helsing did not go to bed at all. He walked around the house. He was always in sight of the room where Lucy was in her coffin. The wild garlic flowers were all over the coffin. They smelled very strong, mixed with the smell of the lilies and roses. Mina Harker's Journal, September 22nd. I am on the train to Exeter. Jonathan is sleeping. It feels like I just wrote in this journal yesterday. So much has happened. I was in Whitby. Jonathan was away. I had no news of him. Now I am married to Jonathan. Jonathan is a lawyer and a partner. He is rich. Mr. Hawkins is dead. Jonathan has had another sickness that may hurt him. Someday he may ask me about it. I will write it all down. My shorthand is not very good anymore. I will practice it again. The funeral was very simple and serious. Only we and the servants were there. One or two of Mr. Hawkins's old friends were there. His London agent was there, and a man who represented a law group was there. Jonathan and I stood hand in hand. We felt that our best and dearest friend was gone. We came back to the city quietly. We took a bus to Hyde Park Corner. Jonathan thought I would like to walk for a while, so we sat down. But there were few people there. It was sad to see so many empty chairs. It made us think of the empty chair at home. So we got up and walked down Piccadilly. Jonathan held my arm. He used to do that before I went to school. I felt it was not right. I had been teaching other girls to be proper for years. But it was Jonathan. He was my husband. We did not know anyone who saw us, and we did not care if they did. I was looking at a very beautiful girl. She had a big hat on. She was sitting in a carriage outside a shop. I felt Jonathan grab my arm so hard it hurt me. He said in a low voice, "My God, I am always worried about Jonathan. I am afraid he will have another nervous fit. So I turned to him quickly. I asked him what was wrong. He was very pale. His eyes seemed to be sticking out. He was half scared and half amazed. He was looking at a tall, thin man. The man had a hooked nose and a black mustache and a pointed beard. The man was also looking at the beautiful girl. He was looking so hard that he did not see us, so I had a good look at him. His face was not a good face. It was hard, cruel, and mean. His big white teeth looked whiter because his lips were so red. His teeth were pointed like an animal's. Jonathan kept staring at him. I was afraid the man would notice. I was afraid he would be angry. He looked so mean. I asked Jonathan why he was upset. He answered as if I knew who the man was. "Do you see who it is?" "No, dear," I said. "I do not know him." "Who is it?" His answer shocked and scared me. He said it as if he did not know he was talking to me, Mina. "It is the man himself." My poor dear husband was very, very scared. I believe that if I had not been there, he would have fallen down. He kept staring. A man came out of the shop with a small package. He gave it to the lady. She drove away. The dark man kept his eyes on her. When the carriage went up Piccadilly, he followed her. He got a taxi. Jonathan kept looking after him. He said to himself, "I think it is the Count, but he has become young. My God, if this is true, oh my God, if I only knew, if I only knew." He was so upset that I did not ask him any questions. I did not want to make him more upset, so I stayed quiet. I slowly pulled him away. He came easily. We walked a little farther. Then we sat for a while in the green park. It was a hot day. There was a comfortable seat in a shady spot. After a few minutes of staring, Jonathan's eyes closed. He fell asleep with his head on my shoulder. I thought it was the best thing for him. I did not bother him. In about 20 minutes, he woke up. He said cheerfully, "Why, Mina, was I asleep? Oh, forgive me for being rude. Let's go have a cup of tea somewhere." He had forgotten all about the dark stranger. In his sickness, he had forgotten everything that this moment reminded him of. I do not like this forgetting. It might be hurting his brain. I must not ask him about it. I might do more harm than good, but I have to find out what happened on his trip. I am afraid the time has come. I have to open that package and read what is inside. Oh, Jonathan, I know you will forgive me if I do something wrong, but I am doing it for you. Later, it is a sad return home. The house is empty of the dear soul who was so good to us. Jonathan is still pale. He is a little sick again. And now a telegram from Van Helsing, whoever he may be. "You will be sad to hear that Mrs. Westenra died 5 days ago, and that Lucy died the day before yesterday. They were both buried today." Oh, so much sadness in a few words. Poor Mrs. Westenra, poor Lucy, they are gone, they will never come back to us. And poor, poor Arthur, to have lost so much goodness from his life. God help us all with our troubles. Dr. Seward's Diary, September 22nd. It is all over. Arthur has gone back home. He took Quincy Morris with him. Quincy is a good man. I truly believe he was as sad about Lucy's death as any of us, but he handled it like a hero. If America can make men like that, it will be a strong country. Van Helsing is resting before his trip. He is going to Amsterdam tonight, but he says he will be back tomorrow night. He only needs to do some things that he must do in person. He will stay with me then, if he can. He says he has work to do in London that may take some time. Poor old man. I am afraid the last week has broken his strong spirit. At the funeral, I could see he was holding himself back. When it was all over, we were standing next to Arthur. He was talking about the operation where he gave his blood to Lucy. I could see Van Helsing's face turn white and then purple. Arthur was saying that he felt like they were truly married. He said she was his wife in the eyes of God. None of us said anything about the other operations, and none of us ever will. Arthur and Quincy went to the train station together. Van Helsing and I came here. When we were alone in the car, he started to act strangely. He has told me since that it was not strange. He says it was just his sense of humor coming out during a terrible time. He laughed until he cried. I had to pull down the window covers. I did not want anyone to see us and misunderstand. Then he cried until he laughed again. He laughed and cried at the same time, just like a woman. I tried to be serious with him, but it had no effect. Men and women are so different when they are nervous. When his face became serious again, I asked him why he was laughing, and why at a time like this. His answer was strange. It was also smart and mysterious. He said, "Ah, you do not understand, friend John. Do not think that I am not sad, even though I laugh. See, I cried even when the laugh came. But do not think that I am all sad when I cry. The laugh comes just the same. Remember that laughter that knocks at your door and says, 'May I come in?' is not true laughter. No, he is a king. He comes when and how he wants. He does not ask anyone. He does not choose a good time. He says, 'I am here.' For example, my heart is so sad for that sweet young girl. I gave my blood for her, even though I am old and tired. I gave my time, my skill, my sleep. I let my other patients wait so she could have everything, and yet I can laugh at her grave. I laugh when the dirt from the shovel drops on her coffin and says, 'Thud, thud,' to my heart. My heart bleeds for that poor boy, that dear boy. He is the age of my own boy if he had lived. He has the same hair and eyes. There, now you know why I love him so much. And yet when he says things that touch my heart so deeply and make my father's heart feel for him like no other man, not even you, friend John, because we have more the same experiences than a father and son. But even at that moment, King Laugh comes to me. He yells in my ear, 'Here I am! Here I am!' until the blood comes back to my cheeks and brings some of the sunshine that he carries with him. Oh, friend John, it is a strange world, a sad world, a world full of sadness and problems, and yet when King Laugh comes, he makes them all dance to the song he plays. Sad hearts, and dry bones from the churchyard, and tears that burn when they fall, all dance together to the music he makes with that mouth that does not smile. And believe me, friend John, he is good to come, he is kind. Ah, we men and women are like ropes pulled tight in different directions. Then tears come, and like rain on the ropes, they hold us together, until maybe the rope breaks. But King Laugh comes like the sunshine, and he takes away the pressure, and we can continue to do our work, whatever it may be. I did not want to hurt him by pretending not to understand, but I did not understand why he was laughing. I asked him. When he answered me, his face became serious. He said in a different voice, "Oh, it was the dark humor of it all. This lovely lady, covered in flowers, she looked so alive. We wondered if she was really dead. She was placed in that beautiful tomb, in that lonely cemetery, where so many of her family rest. She was laid there with the mother who loved her, and whom she loved. And that holy bell went, toll, toll, toll. I'm so sad and slow. And those holy men in the white clothes of an angel pretended to read books, but their eyes were never on the page. And all of us with our heads bowed. And all for what? She is dead, right? I cannot see anything to laugh at in all that, Professor, I said. Your explanation makes it a harder puzzle than before. But even if the funeral was funny, what about poor Arthur and his trouble? His heart was breaking. Exactly. Did he not say that giving his blood to her had made her truly his wife? Yes, and it was a sweet idea for him to have. That is true. But there was a problem, friend John. If that is true, what about the others? Ha, ha. Then this sweet girl has many husbands, and me with my poor wife dead to me, but she is still alive by the Church's law, even though her mind is gone. Even I, who am a faithful husband to this woman, am a man with 2 wives. I do not see where the joke is in that either, I said. I was not happy with him for saying such things. He put his hand on my arm. He said, Friend John, forgive me if I cause you pain. I did not show my feelings to others when it would hurt them. Only to you, my old friend, whom I can trust. If you could have looked into my heart when I wanted to laugh. If you could have done so when the laugh came. If you could do so now, when King Laugh has gone far, far away from me, maybe you would feel sorry for me the most. I was touched by his kind voice. I asked him why. Because I know. And now we are all separated. For a long time we will be lonely. Lucy is in her family's tomb. It is a big tomb in a lonely cemetery. It is away from the city. The air is fresh. The sun rises over Hampstead Hill. Wild flowers grow there by themselves. So I can finish this diary. God only knows if I will ever start another one. If I do, or if I even open this one again, it will be about different people and different things. For here at the end, where the good times of my life are told, before I go back to my work, I say sadly and without hope, the end. The Westminster Gazette, September 25th. A Hampstead Mystery. The area of Hampstead is confused by a series of events. These events are similar to what was known as the Kensington Horror, or the Stabbing Woman, or the Woman in Black. In the last 2 or 3 days, several cases have happened. Young children have wandered from their homes, or they have not returned from playing on the heath. The children were too young to explain what happened, but they all said they were with a bloofer lady. They were always missing late in the evening. On 2 occasions, the children were not found until early in the morning. People in the area think that the first child said a bloofer lady asked him to come for a walk. The others then used the same phrase. This is more likely because the favorite game of the little children now is to pretend to lure each other away. A person wrote to us that seeing the small children pretend to be the bloofer lady is very funny. Some cartoonists could learn from comparing the real thing and the picture. It is normal that the bloofer lady is a popular role. The person who wrote to us said that even a famous actress could not be as charming as some of these dirty-faced children pretend to be. But there may be a serious side to the problem. Some of the children, all of them who were missing at night, have small cuts or wounds on their throats. The wounds look like they were made by a rat or a small dog. They are not very serious, but they show that whatever animal makes them has a way of doing it. The police have been told to watch for young children who are wandering, especially around Hampstead Heath, and to watch for any stray dogs. The Westminster Gazette, September 25th, Extra Special, The Hampstead Horror, Another Child Hurt, The Bloofer Lady. We have just found out that another child who was missing last night was found late in the morning. He was under a bush on the Shooter's Hill side of Hampstead Heath. This area is not as popular as others. He has the same small wound on his throat that has been seen in other cases. He was very weak and looked thin. He also told the same story of being led away by the bloofer lady. Chapter 14. Mina Harker's Journal. Mina Harker's Journal. September 23rd. Jonathan is better after a bad night. I am so happy that he has a lot of work to do. It keeps his mind off the terrible things. And oh, I am so glad that he is not worried about his new job. I knew he would do well. I am so proud to see him do so well. He will be away all day until late. He said he could not eat lunch at home. My housework is done. So I will take his journal from his trip abroad. I will lock myself in my room and read it. September 24th. I could not write last night. Jonathan's terrible journal upset me so much. Poor dear, how he must have suffered. I wonder if any of it is true. Did he get a fever and then write all those terrible things? Or did he have a reason for it all? I guess I will never know. I'm afraid to talk to him about it. And yet, the man we saw yesterday. Jonathan seemed so sure it was him. Poor man. I guess the funeral upset him. It must have made him think of those things again. He believes it all himself. I remember on our wedding day he said, "Unless a serious duty comes to me, I will not go back to those bitter hours." There seems to be a connection through it all. That scary Count was coming to London. If it is true, and he came to London with his millions of people, there may be a serious duty, and if it comes, we must not run from it. I will be ready. I will get my typewriter right now and start typing it. Then we will be ready for others to read it if we need to, and if it is needed, I can speak for Jonathan. He will not have to worry about it at all. If Jonathan gets over his nervousness, he might want to tell me about it. I can ask him questions, and I can find out how to comfort him. A letter from Van Helsing to Mrs. Harker, September 24th. Dear Madam, please forgive me for writing. I am a friend. I sent you the sad news of Miss Lucy Westenra's death. Lord Godalming gave me permission to read her letters and papers. I am very concerned about some important matters. In them, I find some letters from you. They show how good of friends you were and how you loved her. Oh, Madam Mina, because of that love, I beg you, please help me. I am asking for the good of others, to fix a great wrong, and to end a lot of terrible trouble. It may be more trouble than you can know. May I see you? You can trust me. I am a friend of Dr. John Seward and Lord Godalming. I must keep it a secret for now. I would come to Exeter to see you at once if you tell me I can come, and where and when. I beg your forgiveness, madam. I have read your letters to poor Lucy. I know how good you are, and how your husband suffers. So I pray you, if you can, do not tell him about this. It may harm him. Again, I ask for your forgiveness. Van Helsing. A telegram from Mrs. Harker to Van Helsing, September 25th. Come today by the 10:15 train if you can get it. I can see you any time you come. Wilhelmina Harker. Mina Harker's Journal, September 25th. I cannot help but feel very excited. Dr. Van Helsing is coming soon. I think it will explain Jonathan's sad experience. He was with poor Lucy when she died, so he can tell me everything about her. That is why he is coming. It is about Lucy and her sleepwalking, not about Jonathan. Then I will never know the real truth. How silly I am. That awful journal is making me imagine things. Of course, it is about Lucy. She started sleepwalking again, and that terrible night on the cliff must have made her sick. I had almost forgotten how sick she was after. She must have told him about her sleepwalking on the cliff, and that I knew all about it. And now he wants me to tell him what she knew, so he can understand. I hope I did the right thing by not telling Mrs. Westenra. I would never forgive myself if I hurt poor dear Lucy in any way. I hope Dr. Van Helsing will not blame me. I have had so much trouble and worry lately. I feel like I cannot handle any more right now. I guess crying is good for us sometimes. It clears the air. Maybe reading the journal yesterday upset me. And then Jonathan went away this morning. This is the first time we have been apart since we got married. I hope he takes care of himself, and that nothing happens to upset him. It is 2:00. The doctor will be here soon. I will not say anything about Jonathan's journal unless he asks me. I am so glad I typed my own journal. In case he asks about Lucy, I can give it to him. It will save a lot of questions. Later. He has come and gone. What a strange meeting. How it makes my head spin. I feel like I am in a dream. Can it all be possible? If I had not read Jonathan's journal first, I would not have believed it was possible. Poor, dear Jonathan. How he must have suffered. I pray to God that this will not upset him again. I will try to save him from it. But it may also help him. It may be terrible, but it may be a comfort for him to know that his eyes and ears and brain did not trick him, and that it is all true. It may be the doubt that bothers him. When the doubt is gone, he will be more happy. He will be able to handle the shock. Dr. Van Helsing must be a good man and a smart one. He is Arthur's friend and doctor, Seward's, and they brought him all the way from Holland to take care of Lucy. After seeing him, I feel that he is good and kind. He is a noble person. When he comes tomorrow, I will ask him about Jonathan. And then, God willing, all this sadness and worry may lead to a good result. I used to think I would like to be an interviewer. Jonathan's friend at the Exeter News told him that memory was very important in that job. You have to write down almost every word that is said. This was a rare interview. I will try to write it down word for word. It was 2:30 when the knock came. I took a deep breath and waited. In a few minutes, Mary opened the door. She announced, "Dr. Van Helsing." I stood up and bowed. He came toward me. He was a man of average size. He was strongly built. His shoulders were set back over a wide, deep chest. His neck was well balanced on his body. His head was well balanced on his neck. The way he held his head showed that he was thoughtful and powerful. His head was large and wide behind the ears. His face was clean-shaven. He had a hard, square chin, a large, strong mouth, a good-sized, straight nose, with fast, sensitive nostrils that seemed to get wider as his bushy eyebrows came down and his mouth got tighter. His forehead was wide and nice. It went up straight and then sloped back above 2 bumps. The reddish hair could not fall over it. It fell naturally back and to the sides. His big, dark blue eyes were set far apart. They were fast and kind or serious, depending on his mood. He said to me, "Mrs. Harker, is it not?" I nodded. "That was Miss Mina Murray?" I nodded again. "It is Mina Murray that I came to see. She was a friend of that poor dear child, Lucy Westenra. Madam Mina, I have come because of the dead." "Sir," I said, "you could have no better reason to be here than that you were a friend and helper of Lucy Westenra." I held out my hand. He took it and said kindly, "Oh, Madam Mina, I knew that the friend of that poor Lily girl must be good. But I had to learn." He ended his speech with a polite bow. I asked him what he wanted to see me about. He started right away. "I have read your letters to Miss Lucy. Forgive me, but I had to start somewhere. There was no one else to ask. I know you were with her in Whitby. She sometimes kept a diary. Do not look surprised, Madam Mina. It was started after you left. It was an imitation of you. In that diary, she says that you saved her during a sleepwalking event. So I have come to you. I am very confused. I am asking you to tell me everything you can remember. I think I can tell you all about it, Dr. Van Helsing. Ah, then you have a good memory for facts? For details? That is not always true for young ladies. No, doctor. But I wrote it all down at the time. I can show it to you if you want. Oh, Madam Mina, I would be very thankful. You would be doing me a great favor. I could not help but play a small trick on him. I guess some of the original apple is still in our mouths, so I gave him the shorthand diary. He took it with a thankful bow. He said, "May I read it?" "If you wish," I answered as politely as I could. He opened it. His face fell for a moment. Then he stood up and bowed. "Oh, you are such a clever woman," he said. "I have known for a long time that Mr. Jonathan was a very thankful man, but his wife has all the good things. Will you not honor me and help me by reading it for me? I do not know shorthand." By this time, my little joke was over. I was a little ashamed. I took the typed copy from my work basket and gave it to him. "Forgive me," I said. I could not help it. "But I was thinking that you wanted to ask about dear Lucy, and so that you would not have to wait, not for me, but because I know your time must be important, I have typed it for you." He took it. His eyes were shiny. "You are so good," he said. "May I read it now?" "I may want to ask you some things after I have read it." "By all means," I said. "Read it while I order lunch. Then you can ask me questions while we eat." He bowed and sat in a chair with his back to the light. He became focused on the papers. I went to see about lunch. I did not want to bother him. When I came back, I found him walking quickly up and down the room. His face was bright with excitement. He rushed to me and took both my hands. "Oh, Madam Mina," he said, "how can I say what I owe to you? This paper is like sunshine. It opens the gate for me. I am confused. I am blinded by so much light. And yet clouds come in behind the light every time. But you do not. You cannot understand that. Oh, but I am so thankful to you. You are such a clever woman." "Madam," he said this very seriously, "if Abraham Van Helsing can ever do anything for you or your family, I hope you will let me know. It will be a pleasure and a joy if I can help you as a friend. As a friend, but everything I have ever learned, everything I can ever do, will be for you and those you love. There are dark parts in life, and there are lights. You are one of the lights. You will have a happy life and a good life, and your husband will be blessed because of you. But, doctor, you praise me too much, and you do not know me." "I do not know you?" "I am old. I have studied men and women all my life. I have studied the brain and everything that goes with it, and I have read your diary. You wrote it so well for me. It is full of truth in every line. I have read your sweet letter to poor Lucy about your marriage and your trust. I do not know you? Oh, Madam Mina, good women live their lives so that angels can read them, and we men who want to know have something of angels' eyes. Your husband has a noble spirit, and you are noble too, because you trust, and trust cannot exist where there is a bad spirit. And your husband, tell me about him. Is he completely well? Is that fever gone? Is he strong and healthy? I saw an opportunity to ask him about Jonathan, so I said, he was almost better. But Mr. Hawkins's death has upset him a lot. He interrupted me. Oh, yes, I know. I have read your last 2 letters, I went on. I guess this upset him. When we were in town last Thursday, he had a kind of shock. A shock, and so soon after a brain fever. That was not good. What kind of shock was it? He thought he saw someone who reminded him of something terrible, something that led to his brain fever, and at this point, it all seemed to overwhelm me. The sadness for Jonathan, the horror he felt, the whole scary mystery of his journal. and the fear that has been on my mind ever since. It all came at once. I guess I was crying a lot. I fell to my knees. I held up my hands to him. I begged him to make my husband well again. He took my hands and helped me up. He made me sit on the sofa. He sat next to me. He held my hand in his. He said to me with so much kindness, "My life is empty and lonely. It is so full of work. I have not had much time for friends, but since my friend John Seward called me here, I have met so many good people. I have seen such goodness. I feel more than ever the loneliness of my life. Believe me then that I come here full of respect for you, and you have given me hope. Hope, not in what I am looking for, but that there are still good women left to make life happy. Good women whose lives and truths can be a good lesson for the children to come. I am glad that I can be of some use to you here, because if your husband suffers, he suffers in a way that I know. I promise you that I will gladly do everything I can for him, everything to make his life strong and manly, and your life a happy one. Now you must eat. You are tired and maybe too worried. Jonathan would not like to see you so pale, and what he does not like is not good for him. So for his sake, you must eat and smile. You have told me everything about Lucy, so we will not speak of it now. I will stay in Exeter tonight. I want to think about what you have told me. When I have thought, I will ask you questions. And then you will tell me about Jonathan's trouble, but not yet. You must eat now. After, you will tell me everything. After lunch, we went back to the living room. He said to me, "And now, tell me everything about him." When it was time to talk to this great, smart man, I was afraid. I was afraid he would think I was a weak fool, and that Jonathan was a madman. That journal is all so strange. I did not want to go on, but he was so kind, and he had promised to help. I trusted him, so I said, "Doctor Van Helsing, what I have to tell you is so strange. You must not laugh at me or my husband. Since yesterday, I have been full of doubt. You must be kind to me. You must not think I am foolish that I have even half believed some very strange things." He made me feel better with his words. He said, "Oh, my dear, if you only knew how strange the matter is that I am here for, it is you who would laugh. I have learned not to think little of anyone's beliefs, no matter how strange they are. I have tried to keep an open mind, and it is not the normal things of life that could close it, but the strange things, the unusual things, the things that make one wonder if they are crazy or sane. Thank you, many times. You have taken a weight from my mind. If you let me, I will give you a paper to read. It is long, but I typed it. It tells my trouble and Jonathan's. It is a copy of his journal from when he was abroad and all that happened. I do not dare to say anything of it now. Please read it yourself and judge. Then, when I see you, maybe you will be kind and tell me what you think." "I promise," he said as I gave him the papers. "In the morning, as soon as I can, I will come to see you and your husband, if I may. Jonathan will be here at 11:30, and you must come to lunch and see him then. You can catch the quick 3:34 train. It will leave you at Paddington before 8. He was surprised that I knew the trains at once, but he does not know that I have written down all the trains to and from Exeter. I do this so I can help Jonathan if he is in a hurry." He took the papers and went away. I sit here thinking and thinking, not sure what to think. Letter, by hand, Van Helsing to Mrs. Harker. 25th September, 6 o'clock. Dear Madam Mina, I have read your husband's wonderful diary. You may sleep without doubt. It is strange and terrible, but it is true. I pledge my life on it. It may be worse for others, but for him and for you there is no fear. He is a noble man, and let me tell you from experience, a man who would go down that wall to that room and go a second time will not be harmed for life by a shock. His brain and his heart are sound. I swear this, even before I have seen him. Be at rest. I shall ask him much of other things. I am blessed that today I come to see you, for I have learned so much at once that I am dazzled, more than ever, and I must think. Yours most faithful, Abraham Van Helsing. Letter, Mrs. Harker to Van Helsing. 25th of September, 6:30 p.m. My dear Doctor, Van Helsing, 1,000 thanks for your kind letter. It has taken a great weight from my mind. And yet, if it is true, what terrible things are in the world, and how awful if that man, that monster, is really in London, I fear to think. Just now, while writing, I had a wire from Jonathan. He says he leaves by the 6:25 tonight from Launceston and will be here at 10:18, so I shall have no fear tonight. Will you, instead of lunching with us, please come to breakfast at 8 o'clock, if that is not too early? If you are in a hurry, you can go by the 10:30 train. It will bring you to Paddington by 2:35. Do not answer this. If I do not hear from you, I will think you will come to breakfast. Believe me, your faithful and grateful friend, Mina Harker. Jonathan Harker's Journal. 26th September. I thought I would never write in this diary again, but now the time has come. When I got home last night, Mina had supper ready. After we ate, she told me of Van Helsing's visit, and that she had given him the 2 copied diaries, and how anxious she has been about me. She showed me the doctor's letter that says all I wrote was true. This made me a new man. It was doubt of the reality of it all that broke me. I felt weak in the dark, and I did not trust anything. But now that I know, I am not afraid, not even of the Count. He has reached London at last, as he planned, and it was he that I saw. He looks younger now. How? Van Helsing is the man to unmask him and hunt him, if he is as Mina says. We sat up late and talked it over. Mina is dressing now, and I will call at the hotel in a few minutes and bring him over. He looked surprised to see me. When I entered his room and told him my name, he took me by the shoulder, turned my face to the light, and after a quick look he said, "But Madam, Mina told me you were ill, that you had had a shock." It was funny to hear my wife called Madam Mina by this kind, strong-faced old man. I smiled and said, "I was ill. I had a shock. But your letter to Mina has already cured me." "And how?" he asked. "By your letter last night. I was in doubt. Then everything seemed unreal. I did not know what to trust, not even my own senses. Not knowing what to trust, I did not know what to do, so I only kept working in the old way of my life. But the old way did not help me, and I mistrusted myself. Doctor, you do not know what it is to doubt everything, even yourself. No, you do not. You could not with eyebrows like yours." He seemed pleased and laughed. "So, you read faces," he said. "I learn more each hour. I come with pleasure to breakfast. And, sir, forgive an old man for praising, but you are blessed in your wife." I could listen to him praise Mina all day, so I only nodded and was silent. She is one of God's women, made by his hand to show us that there is a heaven, and that its light can shine on earth. So true, so sweet, so noble, so little an egoist, and that is much in this age, so skeptical and selfish. And you, sir, I have read the letters to poor Miss Lucy, and some speak of you, so I knew you for some days by knowing of others. But I have seen your true self since last night. Give me your hand. Let us be friends for all our lives. We shook hands. He was so earnest and kind that I almost choked. "And now," he said, "may I ask more help? I have a great task. First, I must know. You can help me. Tell me what happened before you went to Transylvania. Later, I may ask more help of another kind. But first, this—" "Sir," I said, "does your work concern the Count?" "It does," he said, very solemn. "Then I am with you, heart and soul. You go by the 10:30 train, so you have no time to read, but I will get a bundle of papers. You can take them and read them in the train." After breakfast, I went with him to the station. When we parted, he said, "Perhaps you will come to town if I send for you, and bring Madam Mina too." "We will both come when you wish," I said. I bought him the morning papers and the London papers from last night. While we talked at the carriage window, waiting for the train to start, he turned the pages. His eyes caught something in the Westminster Gazette. I knew it by the color, and he grew very white. He read with care and said to himself, mein Gott, so soon, so soon." I do not think he remembered me then. The whistle blew, and the train moved. This brought him back. He leaned out, waved, and called, "Love to Madam Mina. I shall write as soon as I can." Dr. Seward's Diary, 26th September. Truly there is no final end, not a week since I wrote Finis, and yet I begin again, or rather, I go on. Until this afternoon I had no cause to think of the past days. Renfield had become, it seems, as sane as ever. He was already far on with his fly business, and he had started with spiders too, so he gave me no trouble. I had a letter from Arthur, written on Sunday. He is bearing up very well. Quincy Morris is with him, and that helps much, for Quincy is full of good spirits. Quincy wrote me a line too. He says Arthur is beginning to get back some of his old cheer. So, as to them, my mind is at rest. As for me, I was back at my work with my old Will, and I could say that the wound poor Lucy left on me was healing. But now all is open again. What will be the end, God only knows. I think Van Helsing believes he knows too, but he tells me only a little at a time to stir my mind. He went to Exeter yesterday and stayed all night. Today he came back. He almost jumped into my room at 5:30 and put last night's Westminster Gazette in my hand. "What do you think of that?" he asked, folding his arms. I looked over the paper. I did not know what he meant. He took it and showed me a paragraph about children being lured away at Hampstead. It meant little to me until I read that the children had small wounds like pinpoints on their throats. An idea came to me, and I looked up. "Well?" he said. "It is like poor Lucy's." "And what do you make of it?" "Simply that there is a cause in common." Whatever hurt her has hurt them. I did not understand his answer. "That is true indirectly, but not directly." "How do you mean, Professor?" I asked. I was ready to take his serious tone lightly, for 4 days of rest from fear can lift one's spirits. But when I saw his face, I grew sober. Even in our worst time about poor Lucy, he had not looked more stern. "Tell me," I said. "I cannot guess. I do not know what to think. I have no facts. Friend John, do you have no guess as to what poor Lucy died of? Not after all the hints, by events and by me? Of nervous prostration after great loss of blood. And how was the blood lost?" I shook my head. He sat by me and went on. "You are clever, friend John. You reason well, and your wit is bold, but you are too fixed in your views. You do not let your eyes see or your ears hear. What is outside your daily life does not count for you. Do you not think there are things you cannot understand and yet they are? Some people see things others do not. There are old and new things that men must not look on because they think they know some truth already. Our science wants to explain all. If it cannot explain, it says there is nothing. Yet we see new beliefs grow each day. They seem new, but they are the old dressed as new, like fine ladies at the opera. I suppose you do not believe in one body moving to another place in a strange way? No? Nor in making a body appear from air? No? Nor in astral bodies? No? Nor in reading thought? No? Nor in hypnotism? Yes, I said. Charcot has proved that well. He smiled and went on. Then you are satisfied as to hypnotism? And of course you understand just how it acts, and you can follow the mind of great Charcot, alas, he is gone, into the soul of his patient. No? Then you accept the fact but leave a blank from cause to end? No? Then tell me, as a student of the brain, why you accept hypnotism and reject reading of thought. Let me tell you, today men do things in electrical science that the first men of electricity would call unholy. Those men, not long before, would have been burned as wizards. There are always mysteries in life. Why did Methuselah live 900 years, and old Parr 169, and yet poor Lucy, with 4 men's blood in her veins, could not live 1 day more? If she had lived 1 more day, we could have saved her. Do you know all the mystery of life and death? Do you know all comparative anatomy and why some men have the traits of beasts and others do not? Can you tell me why one great spider lived for centuries in a tower of an old Spanish church, and grew and came down to drink the oil of all the church lamps when other spiders die small and soon? Can you tell me why in the Pampas and other places there are bats that come at night and open the veins of cattle and horses and suck them dry? How in islands of the western seas there are bats that hang on trees all day like giant nuts, and when sailors sleep on deck in the heat, the bats come down, and in the morning there are dead men, white as Miss Lucy was. Good God, Professor! I cried, standing up. Do you mean Lucy was bitten by such a bat? And that such a thing is here in London in the 19th century? He waved his hand for silence and went on. Can you tell me why the tortoise lives longer than many generations of men? Why the elephant lives on and sees dynasties? And why the parrot never dies except by cat or dog or some illness? Can you tell me why men in all ages believe that some few live on if they are allowed? That there are men and women who cannot die? Science says toads have been shut up in rocks for thousands of years, in a hole just big enough to hold them since the youth of the world. Can you tell me how the Indian fakir makes himself die and is buried, and his grave sealed, and corn sown and reaped and sown and reaped again, and then men open the unbroken seal, and there lies the fakir, not dead, and he rises and walks among them? I stopped him. I was getting lost. His list of strange things crowded my mind. I felt he was teaching me a lesson, as he did long ago in Amsterdam, but then he would say the point first. Now I had no such help. I wanted to follow, so I said, Professor, let me be your student again. Tell me the main point so I can use your knowledge. Now my mind goes from point to point like a madman follows an idea. I feel like a beginner walking in a bog in a mist, jumping from one small grass mound to another, just trying to move on, not knowing where I go. That is a good picture, he said. I will tell you. My point is this. I want you to believe what? To believe in things you think you cannot. Let me show you. I once heard an American define faith as the power that lets us believe things we know are not true. For me, I follow that man. He meant we must have an open mind and not let a small truth stop a big truth, like a small stone stops a railway truck. We get the small truth first. Good. Keep it and value it, but do not let it think it is all the truth. You want me not to let my old ideas harm my open mind about a strange matter. Is that your lesson? Ah, you are my favorite pupil still. It is worth teaching you. Now that you want to understand, you have taken the first step. You think the small holes in the children's throats were made by the same that made the hole in Miss Lucy's? I suppose so. He stood up and said solemnly, Then you are wrong. Oh, I wish it were so. But no, it is worse. Far worse. In God's name, Professor Van Helsing, what do you mean? I cried. He fell into a chair with a sad gesture. He put his elbows on the table and covered his face with his hands. He said, They were made by Miss Lucy. Chapter 15. Dr. Seward's Diary. For a while, anger ruled me. It felt as if he had, while she lived, struck Lucy on the face. I hit the table hard and stood up. Dr. Van Helsing, are you mad? He raised his head and looked at me. The kind look on his face made me calm at once. I wish I were, he said. Madness is easy to bear next to this truth. Oh, my friend, why did I go so far round? Why did I take so long to tell you a simple thing? Was it because I hate you and have hated you all my life? Was it because I wished to hurt you? Was it because I wanted, so late, revenge for the time you saved my life from a fearful death? Ah, no. Forgive me, I said. He went on, My friend, I wished to be gentle when I told you. I know you loved that sweet lady, but even now I do not expect you to believe. It is hard to accept an idea at once when we have always believed it was not so. It is harder still to accept a sad, clear fact, and of such a one as Miss Lucy. Tonight, I will prove it. Do you dare come with me? This shocked me. A man does not like to prove such a thing. I thought of a line from Byron, and prove the very truth he most abhorred. He saw that I waited and spoke again. The logic is simple. It is not mad logic that jumps from one tussock to another in a misty bog. If it is not true, then proof will give relief. At worst, it will not harm. If it is true, there is the dread. Yet the dread should help my cause, for it shows there is a need to believe. Come, here is my plan. First, we go now and see that child in the hospital. Dr. Vincent of the North Hospital, where the papers say the child is my friend. I think he is your friend, too, from your class in Amsterdam. He will let 2 scientists see his case if he will not let 2 friends. We shall tell him nothing, only that we wish to learn. And then? I asked. He took a key from his pocket and held it up. Then we spend the night, you and I, in the churchyard where Lucy lies. This is the key that locks the tomb. I had it from the coffin man to give to Arthur. My heart sank within me. I felt there was a fearful test before us. I could do nothing else. I took what courage I could and said we had better hurry, as the afternoon was passing. We found the child awake. The child had slept and eaten and was doing well. Dr. Vincent took the bandage from the throat and showed us the small punctures. They were like those on Lucy's throat. They were smaller and the edges looked fresher. That was all. We asked Dr. Vincent what he thought made them. He said it must be a bite from an animal, perhaps a rat, but he himself thought it was one of the bats that are so many on the northern heights of London. Out of so many harmless ones, he said, there may be a wild kind from the south, more bad. A sailor may have brought one home, and it escaped, or a young one may have got loose from the zoological gardens, or one may have been bred there from a vampire. These things do happen. Only 10 days ago a wolf got out, and, I believe, was traced this way. For a week after, The children played only Red Riding Hood on the heath and in every alley. Then the Bloofer Lady scare came along, and the children had a fine time. Even this poor little one, when he woke today, asked the nurse if he might go out. When she asked why, he said he wanted to play with the Bloofer Lady. "I hope," said Van Helsing, "that when you send the child home, you will warn the parents to keep strict watch. These fancies to wander are very dangerous. If the child stays out another night, it may be fatal. But in any case, you will not let the child go for some days?" "Certainly not," said Dr. Vincent. "Not for a week at least, longer if the wound is not healed." Our visit took more time than we had planned. The sun had gone down before we came out. When Van Helsing saw how dark it was, he said, "There is no hurry. It is later than I thought. Come, let us find a place to eat, and then we shall go on." We dined at Jack Straw's castle with a small crowd of bicyclists and others who were kindly and noisy. About 10 o'clock we left the inn. It was very dark. The scattered lamps made the darkness seem deeper when we were outside their small circles. The professor had marked the road we must take, for he went on without pause. As for me, I was quite mixed up about the place. As we went on, we met fewer and fewer people, until we were even surprised to meet the horse police on their usual round. At last we reached the wall of the churchyard, and we climbed over. It was very dark, and the place seemed strange. With some trouble we found the Westenra tomb. The professor took the key, opened the creaky door, and politely, but without thinking, motioned me to go first. There was a grim joke in his courteous act on such a ghastly time. He followed me quickly and gently pulled the door to, after making sure that the lock fell and was not a spring one. In the other case, we would have been in a bad state. Then he searched in his bag, took out a matchbox and a candle, and made a light. In the day, when fresh flowers were on the tomb, it had looked grim enough. But now, some days later, the flowers hung thin and dead. The whites turned to rust. The greens turned to brown. The spider and the beetle had taken back their place. The stone was stained by time. The mortar was thick with dust. The iron was rusty and wet. The brass was dull. The silver plate was clouded. All gave back the weak shine of the candle. The effect was more sad and poor than I could have thought. It made me feel that life, animal life, was not the only thing that could pass away. Van Helsing worked in order. He held the candle so he could read the plates on the coffins. The wax fell in white drops and hardened on the metal. He made sure which one was Lucy's coffin. He searched in his bag again and took out a screwdriver. "What are you going to do?" I asked. "To open the coffin." "You will be convinced," he said. He began at once to take out the screws. At last he lifted the lid and showed the lead casing below. The sight was almost too much for me. It felt like an insult to the dead, as if we took off her clothes in her sleep when she was alive. I caught his hand to stop him. He only said, "You shall see," and searching in his bag again, took out a tiny saw. He struck the screwdriver through the lead with a quick, hard stab. I winced. He made a small hole, just big enough for the point of the saw. I expected a rush of gas from the weak old body. We doctors, who must study dangers, grow used to such things. I moved back towards the door, but the professor did not stop for a moment. He sawed down a couple of feet along one side of the lead, then across, and then down the other side. He took the loose edge, bent it back towards the foot of the coffin, and held up the candle to the opening. He told me to look. I came near and looked. The coffin was empty. It was a shock to me and gave me great fear. But Van Helsing did not move. He was now more sure than ever and was bold to go on. "Are you satisfied now, friend John?" he asked. All the stubborn part of me woke up. I answered, "I am satisfied that Lucy's body is not in that coffin. But that proves only one thing." "And what is that, friend John?" he said. "That it is not there," I said. "That is good logic, so far as it goes," he said. "But how can you explain that it is not there?" "Perhaps a body snatcher," I said. "Some of the undertaker's people may have stolen it." I felt I spoke foolishly, yet it was the only cause I could suggest. The professor sighed. "Ah, well," he said, "we must have more proof. Come with me." He put the coffin lid on again, gathered all his things, and put them in the bag. He blew out the light and put the candle in the bag too. We opened the door and went out. He closed it behind us and locked it. He gave me the key and said, "Will you keep it? You will feel safer." I laughed, though not with joy, and told him to keep it. "A key is nothing," I said. "There may be copies. And it is not hard to pick such a lock." He said nothing and put the key in his pocket. Then he told me to watch on one side of the churchyard while he would watch the other. I took my place behind a yew tree. I saw his dark shape move until stones and trees hid it from me. It was a lonely watch. Soon after I took my place, I heard a far clock strike 12, and later 1 and 2. I was cold and nervous, and angry with the professor for taking me on such an errand, and angry with myself for coming. I was too cold and too sleepy to watch well, and not sleepy enough to fail in my trust, so I had a long, sad time. Suddenly, as I turned, I thought I saw a white streak move between two dark yew trees on the far side from the tomb. At the same time, a dark mass moved from the professor's side and hurried towards it. Then I moved too, but I had to go around headstones and fenced tombs, and I stumbled over graves. The sky was overcast, and somewhere far off an early cock crew. A little way off, beyond a line of scattered juniper trees that marked the path to the church, a pale white figure flitted towards the tomb. The tomb was hidden by trees, and I could not see where the figure went. I heard the rustle of real movement where I first saw the white figure. I went there and found the professor holding a tiny child in his arms. When he saw me, he held the child out and said, "Are you satisfied now?" "No," I said in a hard way. "Do you not see the child?" "Yes, it is a child," I said. "But who brought it here? Is it hurt?" "We shall see," said the professor. With one will we went out of the churchyard, he carrying the sleeping child. When we had gone a little way, we entered a clump of trees. We struck a match and looked at the child's throat. There was no scratch or scar of any kind. "Was I right?" I said, full of pride. "We were just in time," said the professor with thanks. We had to decide what to do with the child. If we took it to a police station, we would have to give an account of our movements in the night. We would have to tell how we found the child. So we decided to take it to the heath. When we heard a policeman coming, we would leave it where he must find it. Then we would go home as fast as we could. All went well. At the edge of Hampstead Heath, we heard a policeman's heavy steps. We laid the child on the path. We waited and watched until he saw it as he swung his lantern to and fro. We heard his cry of surprise, and then we went away in silence. By good luck, we found a cab near the Spaniards and drove to town. I could not sleep, so I wrote this. But I must try to sleep a few hours, as Van Helsing will call for me at noon. He says I must go with him on another trip. 27th September. It was 2:00 before we found a good chance for our plan. The funeral at noon was over. The last slow mourners had gone away. From behind a clump of alder trees, we saw the sexton lock the gate. Then we knew we were safe till morning, if we wished. But the professor said we would not need more than an hour. Again, I felt that horrid sense that things were real and close. Any use of fancy felt out of place. I clearly felt the danger of the law that we risked in our unholy work. Besides, it all seemed useless. It was wild to open a lead coffin to see if a woman dead nearly a week was truly dead. It seemed worse folly to open the tomb again when we had seen with our own eyes that the coffin was empty. I shrugged and kept silent. Van Helsing went his own way, no matter who spoke against him. He took the key, opened the vault, and again politely motioned me to go first. The place was not so grim as last night, but oh, how mean it looked when the sunshine came in. Van Helsing walked to Lucy's coffin, and I followed. He bent over and again forced back the leaden edge, and then a shock of surprise and dismay shot through me. There lay Lucy, just as we had seen her the night before her funeral. She looked even more beautiful than before. I could not believe she was dead. Her lips were red, even redder than before. There was a soft pink on her cheeks. "Is this a trick?" I asked. "Are you sure now?" said the professor. As he spoke, he put out his hand. He pulled back the dead lips. I shook with fear. He showed the white teeth. "Look," he said. "Look. They are even sharper than before. With this tooth and this tooth," he touched one canine and the one below, "little children can be bitten. Do you believe now, friend John?" Again I felt stubborn. I could not accept such a big idea. I tried to argue, and I felt ashamed even as I spoke. I said, "She may have been put here since last night." "Indeed? By whom?" he asked. "I do not know." "Someone did it," I said. "And yet she has been dead 1 week. Most people do not look like this in that time," he said. I had no answer, so I was silent. Van Helsing did not seem to notice. He showed neither anger nor joy. He looked closely at her face. He lifted the eyelids and looked at the eyes. He opened the lips again and looked at the teeth. Then he turned to me and said, "Here there is something new, not in the books. Here is a double life, not like the common kind. She was bitten by the vampire when she was in a trance, sleepwalking. Oh, you start. You do not know that, friend John. You shall know it later. In a trance he could best come and take more blood. In a trance she died. In a trance she is undead too, so she is different from all others. Usually when the undead sleep at home," he waved his arm to show what a vampire calls home, "their faces show what they are. But this one, so sweet when she was not undead, goes back to the look of the common dead. There is no evil on the face, you see, so it is hard that I must kill her in her sleep." Cold ran in my blood. I began to accept the professor's thoughts. But I said to myself, if she is really dead, then there is no fear in the idea of killing her. He looked up at me and saw the change in my face. He spoke with near joy. "Ah, you believe now? Do not push me too fast," I said. "I am ready to accept. How will you do this bloody work?" "I will cut off her head. I will fill her mouth with garlic. I will drive a stake through her body," he said. I shook with horror at the thought of hurting the body of the woman I had loved. Yet the feeling was not as strong as I had thought it would be. I began to shake at the presence of this being, this undead, as Van Helsing called it. I began to hate it. I asked myself, is love only inside us or only outside us? I waited a long time for Van Helsing to begin, but he stood still, deep in thought. Then he shut his bag with a snap and said, "I have been thinking. I have decided what is best. If I simply follow my wish, I would do now at this moment what must be done. But there are other things to follow, and things 1,000 times more hard because we do not know them. This is simple. She has not yet taken a life, though that may come with time. To act now would remove danger from her forever. But we may need Arthur. How shall we tell him this? You saw the wounds on Lucy's throat. You saw similar wounds on the child at the hospital. You saw the coffin empty last night and full today, with a woman more rosy and more beautiful after a week in death. You know of the white figure last night that brought the child to the churchyard, and yet, with your own senses, you did not believe. So how can I expect Arthur, who knows none of these things, to believe? He doubted me when I pulled him from her kiss when she was dying. I know he forgives me now, because he thinks I acted from some mistaken idea that kept him from saying goodbye as he should. He may think that by a worse mistake she was buried alive. And worst of all, he may think we killed her. He will say we, the mistaken ones, killed her with our ideas. So he will be always unhappy, yet he can never be sure, and that is the worst. He will sometimes think that the one he loved was buried alive. That thought will paint his dreams with horrors of her pain. And again he will think that we may be right, and that his dear one was, after all, an undead. No, I told him once, and since then I have learned much. Now that I know it is all true, 100,000 times more I know he must pass through bitter waters to reach the sweet. He must have 1 hour that will make the very face of heaven look black to him. Then we can act for good and bring him peace. My mind is made up. Let us go. You return tonight to your asylum and see all is well. I shall spend the night here in my own way. Tomorrow night you will come to me at the Berkeley Hotel at 10 o'clock. I shall send for Arthur and for the fine young American who gave his blood. Later we shall all have work to do. I will go with you as far as Piccadilly and dine there, for I must be back here before the sun sets. We locked the tomb and went away. We climbed over the wall of the churchyard. It was not hard. Then we drove back to Piccadilly. Note left by Van Helsing in his bag at the Berkeley Hotel for John Seward, M.D., not delivered. 27th September. Friend John, I write this in case anything should happen. I go alone to watch in the churchyard. I want that the undead Miss Lucy shall not leave tonight, so that tomorrow night she will be more eager. Therefore I will fix some things she does not like, garlic and a crucifix, and so I will seal the door of the tomb. She is young as undead and will obey. These things are only to stop her going out. They may not stop her wanting to come in. When the undead is desperate, they find the line of least resistance, whatever it may be. I shall be there all night, from sunset to after sunrise. If there is anything to learn, I shall learn it. For Miss Lucy, or from her, I have no fear. But the other, who made her undead, has the power to seek her tomb for shelter. He is clever. I know it from Mr. Jonathan, and from how he fooled us while we fought for Miss Lucy's life and lost. In many ways the undead are strong. He has the strength of 20 men. Even the strength we forgave to Miss Lucy is now his. Besides, he can call his wolf, and I know not what else. If he comes on this night, he will find me, but no one else will, until it is too late. Yet it may be he will not come. There is no reason he must. His hunting ground is richer than the churchyard where the undead woman sleeps and one old man watches. So I write this in case. Take the papers that are with this, the diaries of Harker and the rest, and read them. Then find this great undead. Cut off his head and burn his heart, or drive a stake through it, so the world may rest from him. If it must be so, farewell. Van Helsing. Dr. Seward's Diary, 28th of September. It is wonderful what a good night's sleep can do. Yesterday, I was almost ready to accept Van Helsing's terrible ideas. Today they look wild, against common sense. I do not doubt that he believes them. I wonder if his mind is unbalanced. Surely there must be some clear human reason for these strange things. Could the professor have done them himself? He is so very clever that, if he went mad, he could carry out a fixed idea in a very clever way. I hate to think this. It would be almost as strange as the other thought to find that Van Helsing is mad. But I will watch him carefully. I may learn something. 29th of September, morning. Last night, a little before 10, Arthur and Quincy came to Van Helsing's room. He told us all that he wanted us to do, but he spoke most to Arthur, as if our wills were all in him. He began by saying that he hoped we would all come with him, for there is a grave duty to do there. "You were surprised at my letter?" he asked Lord Godalming. "I was," said Arthur. "It upset me for a time. There has been so much trouble in my house that I could do without more. I was curious what you meant. Quincy and I talked it over. The more we talked, the more puzzled we were. Now I can say I am up a tree as to any meaning about anything. Me too," said Quincy Morris. "Oh," said the professor, "then you are nearer the beginning than friend John here, who must go far back before he can even begin." He saw that I had gone back to my old doubts, though I said nothing. Then he turned to the other two and spoke with great gravity. "I want your leave to do what I think is good tonight. It is much to ask. When you know what I plan, you will know how much. So I ask that you promise me in the dark. Then later, though you may be angry with me for a time, I cannot hide that this may be. You shall not blame yourselves for anything." "That is honest," said Quincy. "I will stand for the professor. I do not see his full plan, but I swear he is honest. That is enough for me." "I thank you, sir," said Van Helsing with pride. "I have counted you a trusting friend, and that is dear to me." He held out his hand, and Quincy took it. Then Arthur spoke. "Dr. Van Helsing, I do not like to buy a pig in a poke, as they say in Scotland. If it is anything against my honor as a gentleman or my faith as a Christian, I cannot promise. If you can tell me that your plan does not break either, then I say yes at once, though I cannot understand what you mean." "I accept your limit," said Van Helsing. "All I ask is this. If you feel you must blame any act of mine, first think well, and be sure it does not break your rules." "Agreed," said Arthur. "That is fair. Now that the talk is done, what are we to do?" "I want you to come with me, in secret, to the churchyard at Kingstead," said the professor. Arthur's face fell. "Where poor Lucy is buried?" The professor bowed. Arthur went on. "And when we are there?" "To enter the tomb," said Van Helsing. Arthur stood up. "Professor, are you serious? Or is this some huge joke? Forgive me. I see you are serious." He sat down again, firm and proud. After a silence, he asked, "And when we are in the tomb?" "To open the coffin," said the professor. "This is too much," Arthur cried, standing again. "I am willing to be patient in all things that are fair. But this shame to the grave of one who—" He could not go on. He shook with anger. The professor looked at him with pity. "If I could spare you one pain, my poor friend, God knows I would," he said. "But tonight our feet must walk on thorns. Or later, and forever, the feet you love must walk in paths of flame." Arthur looked up, his face white and set. "Take care, sir. Take care," he said. "Would it not be best to hear me?" said Van Helsing. Then you will at least know the limit of my purpose. Shall I go on? That is fair, said Morris. After a pause, Van Helsing spoke again with effort. Miss Lucy is dead. Is it not so? Yes. Then we cannot wrong her. But if she is not dead— Arthur jumped to his feet. Good God! What do you mean? Is there a mistake? Was she buried alive? He groaned with pain. I did not say she is alive, my child. I do not think that. I say only this. She might be undead. Undead. Not alive. What do you mean? Is this a bad dream? There are mysteries that men can only guess at. Age after age they find only part. Believe me, we are near one now. But I am not done. May I cut off the head of dead Miss Lucy? Heavens and earth, no! Cried Arthur in a storm of feeling. Not for the whole world will I agree to cut her dead body. Dr. Van Helsing, you try me too far. What have I done that you hurt me so? What did that poor sweet girl do that you shame her grave? Are you mad to say such things? Or am I mad to listen? Do not dare to think more of such a horror. I will not agree to anything you do. I have a duty to protect her grave from insult, and by God I shall do it. Van Helsing stood up. He spoke grave and firm. My Lord Godalming, I too have a duty to others, to you and to the dead, and by God I shall do it. All I ask now is this. Come with me. Look and listen. If later, when I ask the same thing again, you are not more eager than I am to do it, then I shall do my duty as it seems to me, and then, to follow your wishes, I will give myself to your order, to explain to you when and where you will. His voice broke a little. Then he spoke with pity. I beg you, do not go out in anger at me. In a long life I have done many acts that were not pleasant. They have hurt my heart, but never have I had a task so heavy as now. Believe me, if the time comes for you to change your mind toward me, one look from you will wipe away this sad hour. I would do what a man can to save you from sorrow. Think, why should I give myself so much work and so much pain? I came here from my own land to do good. First, to please my friend John. Then, to help a sweet young lady, whom I came to love too. For her, though I am ashamed to say so much, but I say it with kindness, I gave what you gave. The blood of my veins, I gave it. I, who was not her lover, but only her doctor and her friend, I gave to her my nights and days, before death, after death, and if my death can help her even now, when she is the dead undead, she shall have it freely. He spoke with a grave and gentle pride. Arthur was moved. He took the old man's hand and said with a broken voice, Oh, it is hard to think of this, and I cannot understand. But at least I will go with you and wait.